Take this mind of mine.
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every week. I've got a special guest here by the name of Travis Walker. Now, here's the deal. I'll be honest with you guys. I did not know Travis from left to right a few months ago, but he approached me, and thank you so much for that, to be on his podcast, How to Adult. Now, if you look up How to Adult on Instagram and YouTube, it's starting to look like a little kid. So now you gotta, jump into my mind a little bit. When I seen this young man ask me about being on this podcast, I said, I guess I'm doing the teenage thing. But then I got the chance to see this young man in action, and I've come to love his platform, love what he's doing with his podcast, love his heart for the community. As we've been talking off record here,
Thank you.
he has a humongous heart for community work and trying to help our young people in our city just in general advance. And so Travis Walker is becoming a friend of mine.
Yes.
I like to say that because when you start to position yourself to want to try to do things and make things better for other people outside yourself, you can't help but to want to try to gravitate and be a part of a person's journey when they can look outside themselves and say, I need to help somewhere. So
Yes.
that's all I heard you say the entire time that we were talking
Yes.
before we got started. So Travis, how are you doing today?
Oh, absolutely wonderful, man. I appreciate you returning the favor and letting me come on your podcast. We had such a good time on mine, so excited to be here.
Good deal. So Travis, for those who don't know you, give us your elevator pitch on who you are and what you're.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think first and foremost, I'm a man of God. Have to say that first. A big portion of my life, and has to be, and because it's the driving force and gives me the vision to move forward and do hopefully some good things for a lot of people. I'm also a father, a husband. I've got a set of twins, an awesome wife. Her name's Amber. And then outside of those things, I feel like I've become kind of a person that I didn't really expect when I was a teenager, which was somebody that, really has dedicated themselves to helping people. I started my career as a public school teacher and then moved on to be a private school administrator, where my focus was the financial stability of the school. I helped a lot of people, met a lot of people, and had a great time doing it as well. And then recently I've transitioned into a role where I am the director of community relations at the United Way of Beaumont in North Jefferson County, and working on doing some critical work, raising some critical funds because we fund 20 agencies and 36 different programs in the city of Beaumont. So doing some really great work, and happy to be a part of everything that, my mentors and people that have believed in me, they've allowed me to be a part of. And so it's been a great ride for sure.
Awesome, man. So you started in education. Now you're in the nonprofit sector. Like, what are some factors that pushed you to get out of your norm in education to take on this new role at United?
Yeah. I think I've always had a love for education. My mom's a longtime teacher. I was going through college. I earned my degree at Texas State University in public relations and mass communication, and then naturally went to the classroom to teach U.S. history, which doesn't make any sense at all. And my mom said, "Don't be a teacher," and I said, "I'm going to do it anyways." So I went into the classroom, advanced pretty quickly, did a great job there, developed some curriculum that for the district that I worked for. And had a really good time. And but there was a side of me that I wasn't addressing, which was, man, I've got a business mindset. I love the exchange of money, the exchange of goods and services, and just doing good work for people and exchanging value. And I wasn't doing that in the classroom, and I knew I wasn't doing that in the classroom, which is actually how to Adult was born. Was I was doing great in the classroom, but I had to do something else that was going to scratch the business side of my brain. And that's how that was born. And then I ended up leaving the classroom mainly because my wife and I got pregnant with twins, and that flipped our world upside down. We both entered a job transition at that point. And then I got into this role at the school, and My job was to contribute to the financial stability of the school and kind of move away the dependence from tuition and move some dependence onto our programming. And we did a lot of camps. That's where we saw a lot of success was our camp programs, and tripled the revenue of the department in 2.5 years, and was able to contribute those dollars to allow the school to continue to do great work. And so, yeah, that's where it kind of all comes together in terms of my time in education and where it's led me.
What would you say are some of the biggest challenges that you faced? Well, twofold, right? So you have challenges in the transition, but I guess maybe speak to some of the challenges. I would assume tripling, tripling the school income had to come with some level of resistance. This might take us on a deeper dive,
Yeah.
than our original set of questions suggest. But I would imagine, how was that changing that mindset of, yeah, as you know, the school that you're talking about is celebrating their 70th year.
Right.
So I would assume you came in on the back end of that 70th year,
Right.
and they've been doing things a certain kind of way. What were some of the challenges that you faced in getting leadership to say, let's try this?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm throwing a curveball, but that just kind of spurred the thought.
Yeah, that's totally okay. I think that the administration over there is really open to new ideas, and they had a specific goal of decreasing the dependence on tuition, and they saw an opportunity with programming, and so there was openness, there was a clear goal, and then the last piece I would say is that there was trust put on me that I was going to figure it out, and I was going to do what the position was put in place to do, which was make more money for the school to help kids get educated during the year. And so that's what I would say is what contributed to all that is this, great administration that were dedicated to the sustainability of the school, and trust put in me that I was going to figure it out. There's challenges in growing a program that quickly. This campus is not a huge campus, and there's maintenance that has to be done throughout the year, and so there were challenges there. And I think another big thing is that the Beaumont community at large responded very well to our programming and wanted to be a part of it, and so we were growing very quickly. Because we're growing a program that didn't exist in the city, and people really like that. So that's what all contributed to it, of that huge growth in a short period of time.
Good deal. Good deal. So what are some of the challenges and hardships that you've encountered in your transition? I'm assuming walking into a new role from such a level of comfort, such a level of success, like walking into the organization being a new guy. What were some of those challenges that you faced at that point?
Yeah, I think when you jump into a new role, you've got a huge learning curve. The organization I work for now has been around just as long as my previous organization. My current one was established in 1952. So there's a ton of history that you've got to catch up on. There's a ton of context. There's a ton of stuff of, yeah, we've already done that. It didn't work, or we haven't done that, but it's scary. But there's also a tremendous amount of openness as well. Today we were working on potentially moving away from one event that we've done for a long time and pivoting to a new one that I think is going to be more successful. And so there's a lot of that you got to learn. There's a learning curve, but also you were brought on for a reason, right? They brought me on for a reason. They honored my opinion, and so it would be a disservice to them to not share it. And so I try to skate the line of, you got to share your opinion, but also, hey, you're the new guy. You gotta play the new guy role a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's awesome that you're getting the opportunity to. One of the things we talk about in our business is you hire a person to do a job if they're trained and skilled in the things you think that they're supposed to do. Trust them to do it.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like the former and the current organizations that you serve is trusting you in your leadership. But how has your experience in private education, public education in your first job.
Right.
How do you think that has molded you as an individual as it relates to your drive to want to be in the community? Now, I'm not going to ask you to talk about anything that we talk about, often,
Yeah.
but in what spirit is that coming from?
Yeah. I think being in education really showed me in both of my roles in education, as a public school teacher and then as a private school administrator. It showed me how much I love people, and I love to contribute to their growth and contribute to their life and be a positive light in that. And so that I loved the mentorship side of being a public school teacher. I met a lot of great kids that are doing a lot of great things today. And then I loved being this administrator role was a little bit different because I was around kids that were a lot younger. I'm certified as a teacher for 7th grade through 12th grade. And then I went into a role where I was around 3-year-olds a lot. That freaked me out. But yeah, yeah. And fair enough. Fair enough. So that was a transition, and I learned to communicate with different levels of children, and so the beginning of my career has showed me I love contributing to the next generation of adults that are going to have a greater impact than myself, and I think that I hold on to that because contributing to them is going to ensure that we've got a great future. And so being in education just it really showed me I love contributing to other people's growth, and I think I've showed that in different ways with the podcast. A big part of my podcast is making sure that people know the unknown of what's not taught in schools, and so yeah, I just love contributing to people and contributing to their growth.
Now, this next question might be an unfair question to ask because you haven't been at United Way that long. But is there anything that you've done so far during your tenure there that you're proud of, or is there any initiatives that you feel like either you put in place or you're about to get to put in place that you are glad that's happening?
Yeah. There's some really great work. The United Way has a organization called the Local Link, and it's basically for people that like to be together, that they value networking and the specific aspect of volunteering. And so I'm excited about growing that membership organization to a point where it's really doing what it's meant to do, and bringing people together that like to volunteer and contribute to their growth, back to kind of my purpose. And then we've got a few different events that I'm changing slightly. The Hope for the Holidays, which is a distribution that the United Way has done in the past. I'm changing it a little bit to impact families a little bit greater during the holiday season, which is a very important time to support families. And there's one event that we're thinking about changing as of today. I can't speak to a lot of it, but I think that it's going to be a huge shift, and but I think it's going to be a positive shift, and it's going to give Beaumont a really interesting event that's going to raise money for a lot of great causes. So it's been great, even in my short time. Been there about a month. Yeah.
I think everything that you're saying, and this is no indictment to anybody else, but when you get fresh, new, young blood into an organization that may have been doing something a certain way for such a long time, just that revitalization. I always probably doing a great job and would probably still be doing a good job had you not came in.
Sure.
But just the perspective, you represent a younger demographic. You are exposed to the internet in a way that a lot of us did. I tell people all the time, we got Facebook when I was in senior. It was invite only.
Right.
You couldn't just download the app and jump on it. Like someone had to know somebody to get you in. So that's a totally different world in perspective than maybe the world that you were
right
raised in around the same period of time. So those ideas are needed.
Yeah.
In multiple facets of our community, not just in the United Way. I'm going to go back to your transition.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure there's several other young people that are going to be transitioning from their entry-level job to that next career. What advice would you give them in doing the transition? Like, if you had to go back, was there something that you felt like you could have did differently, or was there something that you feel like you did really right? What advice would you give that young person that's doing that transition between one phase of their career to the next?
Yeah. I would definitely make sure that you give every transition needs a tremendous amount of thought. It needs a tremendous amount of prayer. It needs a tremendous amount of conversations if you have a significant other. And so everything needs to be thought out and not done in the heat of the moment. It's also got to be thought out in the sense of, okay, I'm taking this and this is this transition. What's the transition after that? And does this transition contribute to that second transition? When you're young and you have a whole career ahead of you, you've got to think a couple steps ahead to ensure that you're on the right path. Because if that first transition doesn't get you to that second transition, then it's not the right role. So I would say, really think it out, really talk it out, and make sure it makes sense financially as well, and then devise a plan of how you're going to really do that transition, and does that plan benefit all parties? Is it kind to the organization that you're leaving? Is it kind to yourself? Is it kind to the newer organization? Right? You don't want to leave the previous organization high and dry, right? You don't want to leave the new organization that really wants you. You don't want them waiting around forever for you. But you also have to be kind to yourself and know that if you stay in the previous role for too long because you're trying to be too kind to them, that's going to have a mental toll on you, right? Because your mind has already moved to the new organization, right? And so I think that you got to think things through and devise a plan that makes sense for everybody, because you're not going to please everybody. So you've got to please and be kind to all three of those parties. Otherwise, you're not professionally moving in the right direction. That doesn't mean you're going to make everybody happy, but you got to do the right thing because you got to protect your professional reputation in the process. Because the transition is it's hard on all three of those parties. But you gotta maneuver it as best as you can, and then be able to sleep at the end of the day.
No, I definitely agree with that. Like, if you are afforded the opportunity to be a part of the succession plan, try to do your best to set up the organization that you're leaving to be as successful as possible. Because ultimately, you're 1 month into your new gig, but what we know you for, you spent more time there.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? So at least currently, your professional reputation is still a whole lot of what was behind you.
Right.
And I just believe in the old fashioned statement of like leaving things better than what you left.
Yeah.
If you leave in turmoil, now sometimes to your point, it's just going to happen if the situation deems it. But if you can try to avoid that as much as possible, I agree that I love the way you put that together. Just those considerations, that was very eloquently put. How do you manage? You got twins.
Yes, sir.
I can't. I'm gonna be real with you. I can't even wrap my brain around that. I can't. Well, there's one.
Yeah.
The two.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Right.
Same level. Enduring the same hardships and the same amount of joy. Right. So
right.
I'm sure that's overwhelming to keep stuff together.
Right.
But when it's yeah. So how do you balance everything? Like you're transitioning from careers. You are a relatively still new father. I don't know what your recreational life looks like, and then above all that, you married.
Right.
Above all that, you want to maintain a relationship with God. How
right.
do you balance all of these plates? How do you keep them spinning?
Yeah, I would say not well, but it's okay though. It's okay to admit that I don't do it well. Yeah. It's okay to have hardships along the way because I'm at a point in my life where there is imbalance, and it's important to find the balance in the imbalance, because that you can only do so well in your 20s and figure it all out and do right by people, right? And so I found that I just have to make sacrifices, and that is just part of fatherhood, and that's part of being a leader in your organization. And so I wake up at 4:45 to go to a 5 a.m. CrossFit Beaumont class to make sure that my body is taken care of. I started that last year. I just celebrated my year anniversary in July. Yeah, thank you. And so I got to make sure that that's taken care of. Then I spend, an hour or two at home making sure that my wife's set up for the day, and doing, the diaper changes, doing the breakfast, doing getting everybody dressed and ready to go. And then I go off and I go to work and I do my part there. And then I try to reserve my evenings for my family. It doesn't always work out that way. Yeah, that's why we're here. We're here right now. It doesn't always work out that way because, I also have to balance my own ambition. And I'm an ambitious person. I always have been. I believe I always will be. And I have to balance that ambition with, you got a family, dude. You got a body to take care of. You have your relationship with God to take care of. And I believe that I don't think we can all do it all, but we place our priorities at different levels at different times, and so I try to figure that out. Sacrifice where I can. Sleep is usually the first thing to go.
I think that's gonna catch up with me.
Yeah. Yeah. And then trying to have a social life in the process is a part of it. I've been blessed where, my job is social. I have to be around people. I'm wired that way. So yeah, it's just imbalance of all of it. And somehow it always works out. I don't know what it is. For example, in 2022, we moved from Central Texas to Beaumont in January. We got into our house in February. Both my wife and I started new jobs in January. Our twins were born in May, and I started my MBA program in March. 2022 was wild, but it all worked out.
One of the largest global things. So I like it was almost like, I mean, not to cut you off, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It was almost like in 2020 you hit press pause on a lot of this stuff, and the list kept accumulating, and you just press play. Big 2022. So let's get to it.
Yeah, let's go.
All the time that we did. Oh man,
Let's go.
Kudos to you. But
It's imperfect. I
think that's the best way to put it. I think sometimes my ambition is my Achilles heel.
Sure.
Because I want to do everything.
Yeah.
And I think some of it internally, yes, some of it may be a little selfish of the things I want to do. I really just want to show my kids, like, hey, look, use your gifts to the best of your abilities. Use your talents to the best of your abilities. If there's something that you want to do, and you can see if the thought, you can put yourself in a position. Especially my kids, like I was telling you, like they're babies for the internet,
Right.
so their access to information has already begun. Like we didn't have this fluid access to the information like they have, and so like if there's anything you want to learn, of course, still take advantage of the formal learning facilities and institutions that we have. But like, if you want to learn how to create I don't know, if you have in your mind, I want to do a clothing line. There's YouTube videos for you to figure out, and Google searches for you to figure out all the ins and outs and how to do that. Like, I just think the economy that our children, your children too, are going to be playing in is just a little different. And I want to just illustrate the idea of like, if I want to do something, I'm going to have to work hard at it. It's not going to be given to me. And that's why I feel like I find myself in a lot of things trying to not necessarily just illustrate to them, but just, hey, Dad did what he needed to do in order to be able to create a lifestyle, and not just a lifestyle, but a life for us and an example for us. So, but I think sometimes that bites me.
Same.
I might go to bed at 12, wake up at 4, wake up at 4:30, having to try to get my little side business stuff in before work, and go to work, and then yeah, man, it can be a mess a lot of the days, but it's all worth it.
Yeah.
What is the future for Travis? So Travis has made this. Now I'm gonna go back to something you said.
All right.
You said that making sure that the next transition benefits the next transition. Right?
Sure.
So what is the future for you in United Way or beyond?
Yeah.
How is this all going to play out in the grand master plan?
Yeah.
Press play on in 2022.
Well, I hope that I have a long tenure at the United Way, and that comes from producing and doing great work for them, and producing some good results. So I'm hoping that I have a good tenure with the United Way, and I also hope that a big focus of mine is how I'm going to impact the community greater. I'm impacting the community by working for a great nonprofit that funds a ton of great nonprofits. But how can I utilize my talent further? God's given me certain talents that I believe are valuable, and I want to continue to give those talents and serve God in that way, and better our community as a whole. Beaumont's a great community to be a part of. We've got some hard history that we have got to move forward from, and I think that I can be a part of that and making it better. So that's the future for me, is do great work for the United Way, and see where I fit in making Beaumont a better place.
Awesome. Now, how does How to Adult fit into that?
Yeah, How to Adult is my podcast, and we've produced over 50 episodes.
I'm trying to get there.
And yeah,
You might be somewhere in that 50 range.
that'd be
I'm trying to
great.
get down to it. I heard somebody says most podcasts don't make it to 50.
Yeah,
Most of them don't make it to 50, and
Yeah.
I want to at least dispel that. I might hang
Yeah.
to 50, but I want to at least get to 50 and say that we got there.
yeah, yeah. Most die before 7, so you're already doing quite well. And so yeah, like I said, How to Adult was born from the pandemic. I was a teacher at that time, not scratching the business side of my head, and I was completely bored, and so I had to do something. I poured that into creating a podcast, and so how it fits in, I think that I'll continue to make episodes as I meet more people and as I have more things to say. I get in these spurts where I push out 15 episodes easily, and then life takes over. It's imperfect, right? And so take a little break, and then produce 15 more episodes. And it really, just the networking and meeting people has really taken the podcast somewhere I didn't even think it was going to go. As I meet people, I'm like, wow, you're really good at that, and people need to be better at that, so let's talk about it. And yeah, exactly.
Now that
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I reached out to you just because you knew somebody that I knew, and so it's just crazy how it all comes together. Yeah, so I think that the podcast will continue and hopefully continue to help people. And yeah, I absolutely love podcasts. I love talking, obviously. So
I guess, what is your process? Like, how do you go about selecting guests? Because I'm a roots. Okay.
uh-huh.
Before I came on, I did a little scroll on your Instagram feed for the podcast, and I was like, how are these dots connecting? Usually there's some similar. Some of them were like, whoa,
Yeah.
where that person came from? Where's your thought process in like selecting guests and selecting talking points?
Yeah. I think a big portion of my philosophy in terms of selection is we have something to learn from everyone. And so like I had a stand-up comedian on the show, and that doesn't make any sense, right? When you think about How to Adult, what are we going to learn from a comedian? Well, a comedian is very good at standing in front of somebody and sitting in front of a crowd and capturing their attention, keeping their attention, and making them laugh and making them smile. What a powerful thing. What a powerful skill. What do we have to learn from that person? And so some of them are in left field for sure. And that's definitely one of them. And some of them definitely make more sense and watching people's journey of building a business and or managing a side hustle, and different things. One of my most popular episodes is actually of Megan Parker and her story of adoption, and walking through what the adoption process looks like and how to navigate it. And and then a lot of my most popular episodes are actually a lot about the transitions that we've been talking about, of just navigating the early 20s and figuring this thing out, and how to land in a place where you'll be happy, emotionally and financially. And so it's a little bit all over the place, but it all comes back to, I want to contribute to adults' growth and stability, and making sure that they're taken care of and doing a good work.
So, all in all, how if you're listening to this, how can one reach you? Does your podcast live? Do you have Instagram, LinkedIn? Can you let the audience know how they get in touch with Travis Walker?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm happy to help anybody. Yeah, if you're interested in the podcast, it's wherever podcasts are found. How to Adult with Travis Walker. That's a great way to find the podcast. If you want to just reach me and maybe get some advice, get some extra thoughts from me, my LinkedIn's a great place to reach me. Travis Walker, comma MBA, just for fun. So those are great places. If you want to just find the episodes anywhere podcasts are found. If you want to follow the podcast on Instagram, it's at How to Adult TW. That's a great place to follow the podcast.
Awesome. And one parting, what advice would you give? I was actually you're too far away from that.
Yeah.
I guess teenage.
Yeah.
Or just any younger version of yourself. When you look back at that, and what advice could you pour to yourself that would have helped change or help grow you more than what you currently are?
Yeah, that's really good. I would say, Travis, you're a leader, whether you like it or not. Wherever you are, you're a leader, and it's important to utilize that leadership in a way that is people first. I had to learn that lesson the hard way, and I think if I was a people first leader earlier, I would have been in a better place. Not that I think I'm in a bad place. I think I'm in a fine place. But I found that being a people first leader is really, it can take you so much further, faster. Whether that's with your direct reports, making sure that they're valued and loved and taken care of, whether that's with your customers, making sure that they're valued and loved. I think that all of that comes from take care of people, and the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, I love it. Serving people first, prioritizing people. But there you guys have it, TPE family. We've had another awesome guest. Thank you so much for coming here today.
Yeah.
I like to do the in-person interviews. I guess it just feels a little bit more authentic versus me looking at the screen
Sure.
the entire time. So I'm thankful for you being willing to do that. TPE family, hopes you've learned something about transitioning, putting people first, doing nonprofit work, having a heart for your community, and really jumping into all what that means to do that. Until next time, TPE family, peace.
Tap into the Pivot Experience, where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step.
Take this mind of mine.
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every week. As you guys know, we love to bring leaders onto the platform that have a story to tell, that is experienced and seasoned in the area of leadership. You know, we all have a heart for leadership, and we understand that everything rises and falls on leadership. If you guys keep up with us on our socials, you guys know that we do a monthly program called Lead Better, which is a free virtual event that we host to help people who are wanting to become operators, wanting to own their own businesses. We bring guests in to talk and have an interactive session. Well, on this podcast, we have a very special guest. This is going to be a first for us. We have operator Nick Westbrook with us, and he's joining us. He has been gracious enough to join us. He is a Chick-fil-A operator, been an operator for what you say, 7 years now?
7, yes.
7 years, and he is the host of the Shepherd Leadership Podcast. And so he's a fellow podcaster. He puts out a ton of valuable content. We're going to talk at the end of this on how you can get connected with him, because I'm telling you, this is a guy you want to follow. This is somebody that you want to have in your arsenal of people that you keep up with to help you get better. Everything that I see from Nick on a very consistent basis just screams that he loves leadership and really understands how to communicate it. You know, I've been around some people who are great leaders, but they may not have been the best at communication. And the thing that I love about Nick is that he has proven to me and to several other people that he can communicate on at a very high level. And I was just excited for him to accept this invitation to come speak with us. Nick, how are you doing today?
Oh, Alex, I'm doing so great. I'm really, really excited to be on your show. You do a great job. You've been doing a great job for the brand of Chick-fil-A for a long, long time. So I'm honored to learn from you and to be on your show and to spend some time with your listening community. So thanks for having me on.
Awesome. So, me and Nick were connecting before we got started on the recording, and Nick shared with me that he was an external candidate, meaning he did not, like some of us, grew up in a Chick-fil-A. He didn't have all this glorious Chick-fil-A backstory. He doesn't know about a lot of the lore of the brand and really the struggle, right? Some of
Yeah.
us who came in the mid 2000s, early 2000s, the volume of what we do now is not near as what it is. I think Chick-fil-A has always been a brand that has been centered on doing a good job, but we really started taking off in, say, like the early 2010s, and kind of really where Nick came into the brand. So I would love for him to share with us his story, I guess, an introduction of who you are, Nick. What did you do in your previous life? What sparked you to become an operator? Just give us, a spill on you.
Yeah, great. It's a fun story. It's an unlikely story. I did not plan to end up here like many of your listeners and even you, like you said, I did not. I didn't grow up in Chick-fil-A. I knew about Chick-fil-A, but it wasn't my ultimate goal from the time I was in high school or in college to be a Chick-fil-A operator. It really wasn't on my radar. I wanted to be a football coach. My football coaches had made a significant impact on my life as a young man coming from a very broken home, and they took a young man with a little bit of ability and a lot of heart. They led me to the Lord. They really took that ability and helped shape it and maneuver it into creating the young man that I became and the man that I am. So I wanted to do that for other young men, and so I got that opportunity really early. I became a high school head football coach at 24 years old in the state of Georgia, and I coached a Christian school just outside of Atlanta, and we had a lot of success really early. Was Georgia Coach of the Year a few years into that, and just pushed really, really, really hard. Loved my team, loved everything that we were doing, and then my wife and I started a family, and we had our daughter, and she was amazing, but I also wanted to spend time with my daughter, which coaching did not lend a lot of flexibility to do. And so, as glorious and great as coaching high school football was, I saw that, man, this is going to be a challenge down the road. And my wife and I just really prayed about it. As much as I loved what I did, I really thought that I needed to make a different professional change for my family because I wanted to be around and in my kids' lives. So, and a lot of coaches do that really, really well, but I knew that I did not have that gear. I was all in or nothing, and I was working 100 hours a week, and so couldn't continue to do that. And so I got the opportunity to go into the business corporate world. Got asked to help lead a sales division for a company in Atlanta. I resigned from my coaching job, did that for 10 years, and went really hard, led that team, and man, it was crazy. My wife and I went through a time where we just had an incredibly challenging few years in our marriage for lots of reasons. And one of the main ones was because I was just really, really hard to live with. I was extremely ambitious and very goal oriented, and I was driven and driven and driven. And it just put a really big wedge in between my wife and I. and loved my family, loved my girls, loved my wife. But man, I was really difficult to live with. In that time, we were encouraged to go to a WinShape marriage intensive. If you've been around Chick-fil-A any length of time, you know what WinShape is. It's the ministry arm of Chick-fil-A. I was very familiar with their camps for kids because my girls have gone to WinShape camps their whole life now. But back then, I think they had gone to like one of the community camps. Like we were very familiar. But I did not know about this marriage ministry they had, and so we were encouraged to go to a WinShape marriage intensive, and it was a week long, and it changed our life. It literally, honestly, we think it saved our marriage and changed our life. And I remember coming back from that intensive, and you know, I looked at Brooke, my wife, and I said, if this is what this company does by selling chicken sandwiches, then I'm going to spend the rest of my life helping them sell chicken sandwiches. I don't know if I got to sweep the floor or what I've got to do, but this is just, they're doing impactful, meaningful work. And I knew several people that worked at Chick-fil-A. Two of my college roommates were operators. It just never been on my radar. I started asking a lot of questions, and they were like, yeah, good luck. That's never going to happen. And I applied originally, Alex, funny enough, I applied to be a business consultant. I saw a role on LinkedIn where you and I connected. I saw a role on LinkedIn and I applied for it. Talked to one of my friends that worked at corporate and went in and talked to Andre Kennebrew. Some of you on this may know Andre, who has retired from Chick-fil-A now and works for LifeShape. He's a great friend now, but he, in about 20 minutes of that conversation, he said, I would never hire you to be a business consultant, ever. You could not work here. We would get really tired of you and you would get really tired of us. If you're going to be in part of Chick-fil-A, you need to be an operator. And so that put it on my radar. I started to pray through it, and you know, the process is what it is. You know all about that, I'm sure. And you know, I had never worked in a Chick-fil-A, never worked in a restaurant, never owned my own business. But you know, we prayed Proverbs 21:1 through the entire process. It's a good verse. I'd like to share it with your listeners. It says, the king's heart is like a stream of water in the hands of the Lord. He turns it wherever he will. And we said, hey, like, if the Lord wants to turn the hearts of Chick-fil-A toward us, then it will have to be all his doing, because we really don't have the resume that some of these other guys do. And he did. And you know, lo and behold, we got selected. And we opened Chick-fil-A Hinesville, which is about an hour southwest of Savannah, Georgia. Opened Chick-fil-A Hinesville, Georgia in June of 2017. And we've been cooking and selling chicken ever since.
Wow. So there's a few things that you said that I want to kind of just highlight. Number one, I'll start with the brand. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why I've worked here for as long as I have is just the exposure, not only WinShape, but how Chick-fil-A prioritizes family in general. Like it's
Right.
evident in how the leadership of the business is evident in. I've been to Atlanta a few times, and just to hear the children and the grandchildren talk about legacy. And I think for me, when as a young man raising a family myself, one day wanting to look at what am I doing with my family in terms of how to generate that same level of influence and legacy. And I really love being able to be indirectly underneath that tree to just watch and listen to some of the things that they talk about. Man, I'll never forget, I was in Atlanta for a checkpoint. This might have been the same year that you got selected, literally. I think it was in 2016. And they brought Mark Cathy in, and he was talking about just the annual retreat that they would have, and how strategic they were with, hey, when the kids were 3 and 4, we start doing these things with them, and the kids turn this age. It blew my mind. I just never. Now, granted, you don't have this level of success without being intentional. So it makes sense,
Sure.
but just to hear it is amazing. So just, I love the way they weave family into everything and how they prioritize it. But I really want to talk about, you had a passion and was performing at what it sounds like one of the highest levels that you could perform at, and you pivoted out of that. Can you just
Yeah.
talk about that a little bit? I know that wasn't in our script, but I think it's worth noting to say you had a dream to do something as being a head coach. You attained that
Mm-hmm.
dream, and to be a top head coach in a state that probably produces some pretty good football players. You guys got some great college programs there for sure, and to be able to be amongst the best at the high school level. I mean, can you talk about that? Like what the mindset or some of the decision making? I know you mentioned the family aspect for sure, but I'm sure
Yeah.
you had to have some other internal tugs. And how did you get over those things?
Yeah, great question. The external fact, there were two. There were external and internal factors. The external factors were time and money. Time, one, I was working 100 hours a week. I loved what I did. I loved the boys I got to coach. I loved the school I got to coach at. I believed in everything that we did around kingdom education, kingdom athletics, and I loved the mission. I loved everything about what we did, and would give myself fully to it. Some of your listeners may resonate with that and their affinity for Chick-fil-A. And my wife loved it. She was on the sideline giving out water. She had her own little place in the press box. Like she loved everything that we did. The reality was when we really wanted to start growing our family, I knew how important it was because I did not have a great parental. I mean, especially from a mother standpoint, I didn't really have my mom in my life a lot at all, and I knew how important it was to me to really be present, more than just emotionally present, but physically present with my girls. And so I wanted to be able to do that. And then two, pay. I got my job really young, and coach. Being a head football coach looks very glamorous, and it's great, it's fantastic. But until you really start, until you've been doing it a long time, you really don't start making the money that is comparable to the time that you're putting in. We were very committed to my wife staying home with our girls. That was a personal decision for us. And man, we were going to cut our income by 60%. She made more money than I did. And I was like, man, we just bought a home. What are we going to do? So those are the external factors. Internal factors, I think, is really important to put out too. Even though I loved what I did, I loved the people that I got to do it with, and I loved the mission of what we were doing. Alex, very honestly, I was getting burnout. Even though I loved it, I was not taking care of myself physically, mentally. I found myself angry a lot when we weren't performing well. And all these things, all these emotions were coming up in me. And man, if it were just the external factors, I probably could have had some workarounds in those. But I also had some internal factors that inside of me were going, can I do this for 30 years? Can I really do this for 30 or 40 years at this rate and not end up, like a statistic, And so there were those two things going on. And so, and honestly, I didn't go out necessarily looking for something. I was in a Bible study group, and the guys that I was with, I was sharing with them, hey, guys, I need y'all to pray about this. And they're like, you're the head football coach in our town. You can't resign. What are you talking about? Like we played for the state championship last year. You can't resign. But one of the guys in that Bible study, his dad owned a company in Atlanta, and they needed somebody to run their sales organization. And so he mentioned it to his dad, and that's kind of how that came about. And so the Lord just worked those things. And so I really believe, though, that the Lord allowed me to spend that time coaching and building winning teams. My career has been even though it's been three very separate careers, they've been very similar thematically, where what I do well, what the Lord put me well together to do is to build winning teams. And I did that as a coach. I did that in the corporate world, and really those those two things combined with some ministry experience that I had in college really came together well at Chick-fil-A. Coaching, business, ministry, all really kind of came together well for what I think the Lord was preparing me for in my mid 30s, was this opportunity to have a Chick-fil-A restaurant. So anyway, yeah, that's how that came about.
Man, I love that, and I think your story is a real illustration of, you might think you are passionate about something as a young man, and you attain that, and in your case, you did it at the highest level, and that really might not be, as you mature in your relationship with God, as you mature and really find, start building a family, your priorities change. I can speak into that. When I got married and we started having kids, it was like, what you thought, what you wanted out of life totally changes when, God puts the responsibility of you raising another person, and not just raising another person in the form of your children, but doing life with another individual in the form of your spouse. So no, I appreciate your candor there. I appreciate your transparency there for sure. And I just love that. So I kind of want to transition into talking about your tenure as an operator. You shared some good things with me off mic, and I just want to kind of start that conversation off with, like, what are some of the guiding leadership principles you use in your leadership as an operator, and how have those things contributed to your success?
Yeah. Well, one, I think, like you said at the beginning of the podcast, that everything rises and falls on leadership. I've seen that to be extremely true. And I love John Maxwell's material. He's so good, and he has written so much good material for us to glean the truths of leadership that come out of the Bible and everyday life. I love his 21 irrefutable laws of leadership and study those. He has a formula, if you will, of leadership that I really like. And it is, and I share this with my team at the very beginning stages of anyone that wants to be a leader. Maxwell says that leadership is influence. Plain and simple.
Nothing
It's
more,
just
nothing less.
leadership equals influence. And now there's good leadership and bad leadership. So there's good influence and bad influence. But all of leadership is influence. And when we're talking about the type of influence we want as leaders, there's a timeline or a formula, if you will, that Maxwell says that builds to the ability to influence. One thing I tell our guys when they get promoted, hey, I can name you a director. I can't name you the leader. The team will decide that, right? And so this is his formula. As his one, you build rapport. And so basically what we would say at Chick-fil-A is chemistry. That's the chemistry part of our 3 C's, right? Character, chemistry, and competency. But you build rapport. Do people like being around you? Are you enjoyable to be around? Do you have to walk on eggshells around you or not? Do they just enjoy being around you? 2, once you build rapport, then you build credibility. Does this person know what they're talking about, right? Do they, can they do what they say that they can do? Do they have credibility? We would call that after chemistry, we would call that competency at Chick-fil-A. The third is trust. You build rapport, then you build credibility, and then you build trust. Does this person, do they do what they say they will do? That's the essence of trust. Do I believe this person will do what they say they will do, which is character for us in Chick-fil-A. And not only will they do what they say they will do, are they who they say they are? And do I think that they have my best interest at heart? That's ultimately when someone decides to trust you, that's what they're saying. Hey, I believe that you have my best interest at heart when you're making a decision and when you're telling me to do things. And at that point, then you get to the fourth thing, which is influence. So rapport, credibility, trust, and then influence. And so this command and control leadership that is people do what you tell them to do, that is not influence. That is autocratic leadership. What someone makes a decision, someone makes a setup, someone makes a plan, you execute the plan, and if you don't, there are consequences, right? There has to be some of that, but when you have influential leadership, it's when people want to do what this is what Horst Schulze says that built the Ritz-Carlton. He said, great leadership is when leaders create an environment where people want to do the things necessary for all of us to reach the destination. I mean, that's what we want, right? And so I think what I learned throughout my leadership journey from being entrusted with people from my early 20s and all the just pyramid of mistakes that I've made in leadership over my career is that influence-based leadership that really creates an environment where you gather the right people together that want to do the things necessary for all of us to reach the destination. That's the type of leadership that lasts and leaves a legacy, and that not drains us but gives us life into what we set out to do in the first place. And so yeah, so that's kind of that's the foundation. That's kind of what we start with and what we say. This is the type of place we want to have and come to work in every day.
No, I love that. John Maxwell surely is a titan in the space. I remember maybe this is a little bit before your time as an operator. Chick-fil-A would bring him in to what you know as Next. It used to be called Seminar back in the day. And John Maxwell was a reoccurring guest at Seminar for sure. And when my operator, Robert, would come back from Seminar, and I'm kind of dating myself a little bit, but he would come back with these DVDs of all the talks and all of the things. Now you can just click a button and it's on demand on your computer.
Right.
But you had to work a little bit if you wanted to do it back when. But no, Maxwell is incredible. And so you've given me John Maxwell's formula for leadership, but you have this concept that I've been hearing a lot about. I have a good acquaintance by the name of Joshua Swing, and he speaks on this concept that you have called shepherd leadership. In your podcast is named Shepherd Leadership. Can you unpack what does shepherd leadership mean? How was it birthed, and how is it bringing you success in your organization?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I love this concept. I love to talk about it. It is unique. We call it shepherd leadership. The premise of shepherd leadership and the goal of shepherd leadership is to shepherd those entrusted to you so that they will thrive and that you can be a leader that they will follow for life. That's the idea of being a good shepherd leader, is so that those entrusted to you will thrive. It's the idea, and it's a biblical concept, really built out of Psalm 23, where David is writing a poem, and what I think is that poem was like a letter back to God, thanking him for showing him how to be what he was called as the shepherd king of Israel. And those 6 verses really detail some principles that were true of how God led David and how he expected David to lead Israel. And it gave us a great idea of what Jesus is called the Good Shepherd, right? And if we're going to lead in a Christ-like way, and then we can take these principles of like, what does a shepherd do? And really, in a way, lead in these shepherding type principles. And so it birthed out of some really, really bad mistakes in my life and in my leadership. First, in my marriage, I told you that we had been pushed to windshape. I thought that I thought I'd been doing everything right. I grew up, my coaches really helped disciple me as a young believer through high school, college, went through college ministry, found a lovely wife that loved the Lord, and man, coached at a Christian school, had been taught servant leadership, believed in it. And I was exhausting myself serving what I thought, serving my wife and my family, serving at work and coaching and serving my organization, everything I was doing. And things just started to crumble down all around me. And I'm looking at things and going, I'm working my tail off, thinking I'm doing everything the right way. Sure, I'm like I'm intense. I think is the word that most people use to describe me is intense. I'm intense. I go hard. I'm passionate. I care a lot. Gregarious. Like I go, and but it comes out of this heart to serve. And what I found was, long story short, Alex, is that people can be grossly overserved and underled. And um, and I think that is a huge miss. I'm not against servant leadership. I think you have to be a servant leader, absolutely. But I think what we miss is that people can be served with every bit of your energy and still not be led well. And that was the instance that I found myself in. But if people are shepherded well, they can never be underserved. And so the way it came about, I had a mentor of mine sit down with Psalm 23 in this really challenging time I had in my marriage, and he turned it around and he said, "Hey, I want you to read this, and I want you to stop when you don't agree with what the psalmist is saying." And I started reading, and I'd read it a million times before, but I started reading, and he said, I said, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." And I stopped and I wept in that Starbucks for 30 minutes because I couldn't say that was true. And so what I realized is that I had not looked to the Lord as my shepherd. I had looked to him as my genie, or or as this decoration on my life that made me actually look better. I mean, I love the Lord, believed in all the biblical principles and things like that. But if I was really honest, like I didn't look to the Lord as my shepherd, and therefore I was not able to shepherd those that were entrusted to me. And so it just started to change this mindset of mine. And so I read Psalm 23 every day for 4 months and just let it really marinate into who I was. And I realized that those 6 verses were not just meant to be put on the back of a funeral card and for us to recite when we're sad. Like it's actually a blueprint for great leadership. And I started to walk through that. I learned a lot of things about what shepherds actually do, and how those 6 verses were the personification of how a good shepherd cares for those entrusted to them, and develop these 4 principles of what a good shepherd leader does. And so a good shepherd leader will know those entrusted to them. They will guide those entrusted to them. They will protect those entrusted to them and provide for those entrusted to them. So know, guide, protect, and provide so that those entrusted to you will thrive and that you can be a leader they can follow for life. And it has changed drastically changed not only my leadership, but it's changed those I've had the opportunity to do life with, including, my family, my daughters, and my team. So that's it.
I love that. Know, protect, guide, and provide. Man,
Yeah,
I
no guide. Yeah, no guide, protect, provide. It's got a little bit of a memorable, kind of rhythm to it. No guide, protect, provide. Yeah.
yeah, no, I love just how this was birthed out of it sounds like to me an extreme moment of self-realization, right? You know, you had a chance to look in the mirror, and I almost heard you say it. I don't know if you said this exactly, but you were pouring out a lot, but maybe wasn't getting, pouring back into yourself a bit, or you were pouring out a lot to people, but maybe just kind of not being backfilled by what the real source is, the real
Well, that
foundation.
I was well that and I was pouring out, and I was not seeing results from what I was pouring out. Like I was just, I mean, I was working and giving and giving and giving and looking around, and it was like I was serving in a lot of different ways, the ways I thought were right. And I think that's what so many leaders, especially Christian leaders or well-intended leaders or people that, really, fall under servant leadership, which I do. I love servant leadership. I just think it's incomplete. I don't think it's enough. I think that people appreciate being served. They love to be shepherded. They want to be shepherded. And that's the real difference that I saw, is that when I really saw the intent that I had to really get to know those entrusted to me, that in a way that a shepherd gets to know his flock. I learned this, Alex. This is so this blew my mind. But a good shepherd will get into the face of each one of his flock, very often, every other day, especially every week, because sheep, their facial tissue is very soft and very moist. They can't protect themselves. They can't get anything out of their face. And so parasites will embed themselves into the facial tissue of a sheep. And it can become so irritating to the sheep that they'll ram their head into a rock or an object or other sheep, or they'll end up even running themselves off of a cliff, and into a ditch, just in order to relieve themselves of this irritant. And so a good shepherd will get in the face of his flock and inspect each one of them to see what's going on with them. They'll dig inside the wool, like really get in there to know what's going on with those in their care. And so, so important to us to know those entrusted to us. Like, I mean, I've been married to Brooke for 21 years. And I think I've been married to probably, I know two, but maybe now going on three different women. The same person, but three different women. And it's important that I work to get to know her constantly and know what she's thinking, what's going on in her life, what's shaping her different decisions. My team, it's important that I know them, know their background, know what they're coming into work with, know what their goals are, know where they want to go. How in the world can I lead them well if I don't know them well? And so that's just one. I mean, I could we could go on forever and talk about this. I'm so passionate about it now. It really encompasses all of what I get to talk about now, and I'm so excited about what it does to really change people's lives when leaders understand that, hey, if you just aim to shepherd people well, and you focus not on you thriving as the leader, not on your car counts and your profit goals, and you got to have all those. Those are important. We have those. We have all those things. But all of those are an end byproduct of shepherding people really well so that they thrive. Because at the end of the day, Alex, if a shepherd returns a flock, most shepherds don't own the flock that they are shepherding. They've been given to them by the owner. And so if the shepherd returns that flock to the owner, and they're scrawny, they're timid, he's missing half of them, they've run half of them off, they're diseased, all of these things, what is the owner going to turn around and do? He's going to say, "What have you been doing?" It's not just to get to the end result. It's so that they return a flock that's thriving, and that owner turns around and says, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." And so what everything that I focus on is that my director team is thriving. Period. Period. That is my job description, to ensure that the 11 people that I have entrusted to run and care for my organization, that the different parts of what they do, that those 11 people are thriving. And if they are thriving, I really don't have to worry that much about my organization thriving. And I've taught them this method. Does that make sense? I'm rambling. I could go forever, man. If you got to interrupt me if I'm going too much.
I didn't want to because number one, this is a very small thing. I think I found the name of this episode is going to be digging in the wool, because I didn't
There
know
you go.
I did not know about that fact of a shepherd. And I guess to give you some additional context, the way Josh puts it, he's like, one thing that Nick does is you know how Josh, he has that voice. He's
He's
like, one
great.
thing, yeah, he's awesome. He said, Nick makes sure he goes and speaks to every person on his team. And I was like, well,
That's right.
in my head, I was like, okay, that's a great thing that's a good leadership quality to have. I would like to hear more about the mindset, what the intentionality is, and you just explained it. Like without going into great detail of the parallel, I got it. Like how much, and I'm gonna talk to
Yeah,
my
that's it.
yeah. How much are we
Yeah, that's
digging
it.
into
That's
the
the
wool?
idea is we will, and every one of my directors have that same imperative. I don't have a lot of these are the rules, right? I don't like a lot of that. When I was coaching at Georgia Tech, Chan Gailey had one rule. He said, "Do the right thing," and so I thought that was really good. That really covered a lot of other rules. And so, but this is one of them for my guys, is that every time when you walk into work, all 11 of you, when you walk into work, you must make eye contact and say the person's name, say hello, and talk to every single person on the shift. Front, back, wherever they are, you walk around, you tell them you're here, you look in their eyes, and you say hello. It's very small, but it's very intentional, and it makes a lot of headway. And it's because you can really, and it comes from that principle of digging in the wool, looking in the face of the sheep. You can tell a lot of what's going on with somebody and where they're at just by looking in their eyes, and what type of answer they give you. And that one discipline and behavior has led to so many conversations that have, man, it's been so fruitful, for so many people. And so, yeah, it's a really cool thing. But that principle of knowing those entrusted to you led to that discipline.
No, that's awesome. I think you're speaking to something that keeps your leaders like emotional intelligence muscle always in gear. Reading that body language, the facial expressions, the tone of voice, the words they're using, the things they're not saying. You get an opportunity to get a clear snapshot of what those things are for people, and then maybe give you some more just headway and insight on how to navigate throughout the shift, navigate post conversations with them. Hey, I noticed when I first came in, you look like something was troubling you. You wouldn't have those opportunities if you did not instill that practice into your organization. And I guess that
That's
leads
right.
me to the next question is, give me one example of how you've seen shepherd leadership transform a result in your organization.
Mm, mm. I'm going to this is my favorite one, although it's a little tough. A young man named Noah. Noah started working for me when he was 16. He started working in the kitchen. I usually don't put 16-year-olds in my kitchen, but Noah at 16 came to me and said he wanted to be an operator. And so most people that tell me they want to be an operator, I put them in the kitchen first to see if they really want to be an operator. and so Noah started working in the kitchen, and he worked his way into leadership positions. He's a great young man, great kid, great work ethic, and he worked his way into leadership positions. And by 19 years old, maybe 20, he was a high level leader. He was a shift leader, what I call a captain. He owned a day part in the kitchen. He was leading nighttime kitchens at Chick-fil-A, which can be difficult. The nighttime kitchen at Chick-fil-A was his. He owned it. That was his team. And he was, I can't think, he was 19 or 20 years old, and he had begun to have an amount of arrogance in him that was really compromising a lot of decisions that he was making. He had been passed over for a director promotion. He was really young, still needed some time to mature and bake in the oven, if you will, in his leadership. And he didn't deal with that super well, and made some decisions where I ended up having to terminate him. And it was really tough. I love Noah, love his family. He actually had in that time, he had gotten married. He was 20, that's right, because he had married another young lady that worked for me. And they both worked at Chick-fil-A. And I had to come to the decision that I had to terminate him, because and how does that relate to shepherd leadership? Because there's two principles here, really all of them, but specifically the protect principle, right? One, I had to protect the rest of my team from his poor leadership decisions and his poor leadership behaviors that were going on. But then I also had to protect him from, and what I saw in him was this arrogance that was growing in him. And I told him, I said, and this is what I said, I hope that there's a time that you get to come back to Chick-fil-A, but right now you need to go do a few other things. You've only ever worked at Chick-fil-A. You need to go work somewhere else, and find out what that's like. And maybe you may not ever want to come back to Chick-fil-A. And so he did, and he spent the next year and a half working construction. And Noah did come, and it was so great. And his wife, continued to work for me, and we planted a church. Noah was great at music. I knew Noah was great at music. He had done music events for us in the restaurant before. We had planted a church, and I called Noah. And I said, "No, I know you're really great at music. We need someone to lead music at our new church plant. Would you consider it?" And I think he was blown away that I called him, right? And we had a coffee, and I introduced him to the other guys, and he started doing it. And through that opportunity, we started to spend some more time together, and then he started to realize and come back to all the things that he really believed about Chick-fil-A, saw a lot of those things that we had mentioned in him. So now the guide principle starts to come in. And then he came to me and said, they call me Coach at the restaurant. He said, "Coach, I really would love the opportunity to come back at Chick-fil-A." And now the provide principle starts to come in, where I get to do what's really cool. In Psalm 23, it says, "He anointed my head with oil, my cup overflows." That's what the provide principle comes from. And that's the amount, and that's the idea of biblically, like, pouring a blessing over someone. And I got to, at that time, like, tell Noah all the great things that the Lord has given him naturally, and what I've seen him grow in, and invited him back to Chick-fil-A. Long story short, he's now our guest experience director up front. He's killing it, doing an incredible job, has a desire to be an operating partner, has slowed his own growth path down, and just said, hey, he's 22, 23 now. And he said, hey, like, I need to marinate and I need to grow where I am. This is where I want to go, but I don't want to make the same mistake again. So it just kind of came full circle. And Noah would tell you that he is the biggest proponent of shepherd leadership, because he had been shepherded well, and now really feels that he's thriving both personally and professionally, and he gets to he gets to kind of lead people the same way on our guest experience team. So, I mean, that's a long story, but it's one of my favorites.
No, I think, Nick, and I think this is where I'm going to wrap us up here. I think that story for me, and one of the competitive advantages that Chick-fil-A has is local ownership. Having an owner operator that is in a city that loves their community, that really has an opportunity to get to know their people. I remember, they used to talk about Truett Cathy saying that he didn't want the franchisees to have more than two restaurants, because how much influence can you have over, when you start getting over the 200 people, 300 people, 400 people, how much does
Yeah.
your influence flow? And I just think that story you just shared is a testament to the power of local ownership. You've been empowered to influence, as John Maxwell describes leadership, the lives of people, and you were not afraid in that moment. That was bold. That was a few bold things you said. Well, number one, anytime you're terminating somebody that maybe didn't do anything that was severely wrong, just was not functioning as a leader that you wanted, that's tough. That's tough when you have to fire somebody because of the fit. That's a hard termination. And then to call him to serve in a different capacity really speaks to your willingness to continue to want to be connected with the person, because you understand their gifts. You were digging through the wool, and so you knew what their makeup was, and so you knew what your strengths and his talents were. And then to say, "Come on back." Every shepherd, once a sheep is lost. I mean, this is the whole,
Mhm.
really the crutch of the gospel, right? Jesus is a shepherd
Yeah.
trying to bring the lost. So you are a earthly embodiment of exactly what we all should be doing, not just in the role of an operator, but as a parent, just a community contributor in general. This
Yeah.
is this level, and you said it earlier. Shepherd leadership is not just exclusive to the restaurant, but it flows in all walks of life. So that story was powerful, Nick. I appreciate you. You have shared, for me personally, and I've find myself saying this here lately, especially with some of the guests that I've had. Like, this has been way more impactful for me. I almost forgot that we're going to have other people listening to this. It's almost like a conversation just between you and I. Hopefully, for
We're
those
just
of
hanging
you,
out.
yeah, for sure, man. Hopefully, for those of you who are listening to this, you understand the power of knowing your people. You understand the power of guiding them, providing for them, and protecting them. Like, that's such I'm gonna literally, we have a group chat with our key and core leaders, and I'm gonna jump off the call and immediately speak to this, because I've been impacted by the things that you said, and really just challenges me. Sometimes, again, I shared with you earlier just how many people are in our organization, and a lot of the people can get lost. Especially, I like to think about our restaurants in four quadrants, and the coldest quadrant usually is that night kitchen. Like, in terms of,
Mm.
everybody that works before 2 o'clock, especially the front people that work before 2 o'clock, the kitchen staff. Then it starts to get a little fuzzy. Maybe after that, but the component of the team that gets the least amount of praise and acknowledgement is usually that nighttime kitchen staff. And I've been convicted a little bit to say I need to dig in the wool a little bit more with those individuals to see. And I know that's not exclusive to my role, but hopefully I can be influential enough to where other people will do that. So I just want to thank you personally for that. I'm sure those of you who will get a chance to watch this and listen to this is going to, hearing you for the first time, is going to take something away from this that they can incorporate into their leadership toolbox immediately. So before we close up, where can they follow you? Where can they listen to your podcast? Just give us, how can we get in contact with you?
Yeah, would love that. Obviously, the Shepherd Leadership Podcast, you can listen to it wherever you listen to podcasts. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Podcast, all the places you find your podcasting stations. We're on there, the Shepherd Leadership Podcast. And next month, I don't know when this will air, but the September and October episodes will be former Chick-fil-A president Tim Tosopoulos, coming back out of retirement to be on the Shepherd Leadership Podcast. It was such a fun conversation. So that's fun. But yeah, the Shepherd Leadership Podcast, where you can learn about all of those things and listen to a lot of great Shepherd leaders, including my team on some of them. I'm like Alex, you said, I'm really active on LinkedIn. So find me on LinkedIn and connect there. Other than that, I mean, I have a funky Instagram page that I that I run that really shows most of my family. But yeah, I mean, you can email me, call me. I would love to, love to connect with you guys. Really easy, nick.westbrook@cfaheinsville.com. My cell phone number is 404-964-2368. Call me, text me. If I can serve you or help you, I will do everything I can to do so. And if you want to know about fast drive-throughs, I'll connect you with my leader. Because they probably know a lot more about it than I do. But yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be on your show, Alex, and thanks for all you do to lead in your restaurants and also just the brand over the last 22 years. I'm standing on the shoulders of leaders like you that built this brand, and I inherited something that I did not build, and I'm trying to keep the legacy alive for what you have built. So thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate you, Nick, more than you know. Again, guys, I hope you were taking notes. If you're going to need to play this back a couple of times to grab all hold of everything that Nick said today. And until next time, TPE family, peace.
Tap into the Pivot Experience, where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next.
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every week. On today's episode, I have a very special guest. Actually, this guest brings me back all the way to 2008. I had the opportunity to do my very first Chick-fil-A grand opening with this individual. And after my performance at that grand opening, I had the opportunity to do close to maybe 9 other grand openings with this individual. This guy has done over 60 grand openings. He has been around the brand for a very long time. He was a pioneer and leader for a lot of initiatives that we have seen today in different forms, but began with the work that he was a part of back in the day. Nowadays, I can say that's back in the day. But I'm talking about Brad Tage. Brad Tage is somebody who I look at as a lifelong friend, and somebody that I've had the opportunity to participate in business and life. I've learned a lot from Brad during our times at grand openings, during our times of just being in the trenches together, so to speak, as we've been helping open restaurants across the country, and we've just stayed in contact. And this is probably a top 5 conversation for me in terms of just going down memory lane of what we used to do and how we used to look at the brand and approach our work. And so I'm really excited to be able to share this episode with you all. So without further ado, let's jump into the episode.
Take this mind of mine.
What's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim is to help leaders get better each and every week. On today's show, I've got a very special guest. This guest is here more for me than he is here for y'all. And I'm talking about a leader by the name of Bradley Tage. He goes by Brad Tage. And I'm going to introduce this show with a story. Brad may not remember this, but this is something that really resonated with me and really was the launch pad for my career long-term for Chick-fil-A. So I was at my first grand opening in 2008 in San Bernardino, California, for an operator by the name of William Crum. And I was breading. I used to work in the kitchen. That was, I got onto the grand opening circuit doing kitchen work. So I felt like I was a good breader. So opening day, somebody decided to put me on breading, right? So I'm breading for lunch. And I used to have this little trick I used to do. Now I'm a little older. I don't really appreciate the trick, but that's before they introduced all the ETMDP certified trainers. We kind of was just doing our thing out there on the road. So I was breading, and I breaded. I used to bread like 2 batches at a time, put them on the fillet tiers, go back and bread again. And I try to challenge myself on how many fillets I can get dropped at one time, right? So Brad was on boards, man, and we were holding on regulars. And they look back to me and they say, well, how long do we have on fillets and how many do we have dropped? And I turned around and I said, I said 96. And everybody on that front line turned around because I had 4 machines cooking. I mean, of course, that first 2 batches were about to come up, but I used to get there used to be a thing for me to see how many fillets I can have cooking at one time, right? And so I'll never forget. After that lunch was over, Brad, you turned around and looked at me and said, "Hey, you can come with me anywhere we go." And that was really, I mean, I think I went on a 10 grand opening run with y'all. You know, we went on a lot of grand openings that year. We were actually one of the first classes to do Chick-fil-A's grand opening trainer program. I think the first class we had a grand opening scheduled, and then we got on the second class to do it. And so again, I don't know if you remember that or not, but like that was the start for me in our relationship. And I just appreciate everything that you've done. And I guess in trying to mold me as a young leader out on the road, figuring out, like, I mean, I was 18. I forget how, I don't know how old y'all were, but I was really young in comparison to some of y'all. And just the experience. And I think about a lot of the things that you used to talk about. I remember you said, I'm from Beaumont. You're from, yeah, the first thing you said, you're from the armpit of Texas. And I was like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? You know, but I just appreciate how transparent you were about the processes and just bringing me along with you guys. I was just a kid from a little city in Texas, just running with y'all. So I appreciate you, man. So how are you doing today?
Great, man. So just a little backstory on me. I grew up at Chick-fil-A just like you did. Right out of high school, I was a multi-sport athlete. I'd play football in the fall and then wrestle in the spring. So I didn't work through high school. It wasn't until after my senior year that I really started to work there. And I'd been working for Rusty on Mason Road in Katy, who, I mean, he's still out there now. He's got 3 stores now, so he's a big timer. And just started working in the store, and had been in the store for probably 3 years. And we opened the Conroe store, Eddie Cober's first store, Eddie and Angie, and Dan Cathy was there. So, you know, when he would travel to openings, dude, he would come with a corporate entourage. And so I met like 10 people from home office. And then of course he played the trumpet, and it was a Houston opening. So, you know, by our grand opening standards, it was nothing. But I immediately fell in love with it. Just the pace, the camaraderie, people coming from around town to do what we do every day, but when you do it with different people, it was really something special, man. So I kind of got bit by that bug, and then ended up traveling just like you did, ended up getting on the West Coast team, did the first West Coast opening, Surprise Arizona. And back then they had, you know, the GOS program. And I think that's really when it kind of all took off, and we really got to collaborate because it was just a bunch of, I mean, and you say you were a kid, we were all kids, bro. I mean, that's the only way you could do it. Back then they didn't cap your salary, they didn't cap hours. It was your hourly rate you were making in the store, and if you wanted to work open and close for 2 weeks straight, brother, we did it. I mean, I remember some of these times they were working 96 to 100 hours in, you know, a week, and Chick-fil-A's only open 6 days, man. So, I mean, we literally would get there before the store opened and work all day, close it down, go sleep for 3 or 4 hours, and then turn around and do it again. So it was fun, man. And I ended up spending more time with that crew, that traveling group, than I did my own family there for a little while, man. I mean, shoot, you and me roommated multiple times, dude, 2 weeks at a time. And
Yeah.
I was spending more time with you than I was my parents.
Yeah. No, man, it's interesting. Like, I love having these conversations with people who are like really, really in old school Chick-fil-A because we can really relate on some things. Like I remember like my first grand opening, I think I put up 80, and 70 hours, you know, back to back to back. I think we did Midwest City, Oklahoma together. I think
Yep.
I put up 94 hours that first week, which was just insane. Like,
Right.
and you probably don't remember this. That first week we were there, we had every type of weather you could have. It was sunny one day, it sleeted one day, it hailed one
Tornado.
day. It was crazy, man. But no, like we've shared a lot of good times together. And like I said, I just, you know, you've been interacting with me on Facebook, and I appreciate all the support that you give to myself and to what I'm trying to do from a business standpoint. And yeah, man. So just jumping into the interview, like, what are some of the things that you feel like Chick-fil-A has taught you about leadership?
I mean, leadership aside, Chick-fil-A to me was always kind of like the military or a sports team. It was so incredible to have so many different people from so many different cultures, backgrounds, ethnicities. I mean, yes, it gets labeled as a Christian company, but don't get it twisted, man. There's Muslims, there's Jews, there's, we had a guy at Mason Road that worked for us from Pakistan, Muslim, spoke Urdu. I mean, it was just, so for me, that was so cool. And then to go, Chick-fil-A took me places that as a young man at 20, 21, 22, 23 years old, I would never been able to go on my own. To be able to go all over California or shoot Olathe, Kansas and stay there for 2 weeks, Doral, Miami and stay there for a whole month, and just to get to travel to some of these places and see some of the sights of America that I never got to see, and then bring a brand that you and I grew up with that we loved and the culture that we loved to people who didn't even know what it was. You know, I mean, how many times was like, how do you even say that? Chick-fil-A, and and then just back then, corporates buy-in when we were doing all the West Coast stuff. Hey man, get there and do 10,000 sandwiches and pass them out. And my oldest, who's 18, he works at Chick-fil-A, and I tell him that we used to go and do 10,000 sandwiches in a day, and he's like, what? No way. And I'm like, oh yeah. And he's like, and people would pay for it. I'm like, no, we gave it away for free. And he was like, you gave it away for, he can't, it just blows his mind. But I mean, I think what Dan and the corporate crew at that time had created that legacy of get the product in their hand, because you can describe it, you can see it in a picture, you can talk about it, but until you open that foil bag and that steam comes out and you take that first bite, dude, you just don't get it. And I really enjoyed those times, man. And I'm still like this now. I coach. I mean, I coach my kids' teams, and I love to see. And this is the great thing about leadership. And I to answer your question, I'll circle back. This is my greatest thing in leadership. Sometimes someone can see something in you, in your potential, that you could never see in yourself, and they almost manifest it on you and almost like prophesize it on you and say, hey man, you can do this, and because you can do this, you can teach other people to do this, and it's just each one teach one type deal, man. And I feel like as we got going and built steam, we'd always do that. Hey Alex, you're gonna be in the kitchen, I'm gonna be up front, keep an eye out for some of these kids, man, and let's take them with us. And let's, I mean, how many of these kids from urban areas, especially Beaumont, city of Houston, inner city kids that, couldn't afford a car, and here they are in, uh, California for 2 weeks and getting to see some of the sights. And then, Chick-fil-A was always so gracious and would take us to ball games and try to do things like that, so that you really got to see the areas that we were in and how you affected the community you were in. So that's still something that I love to see in young kids, whether it's sports related or even mental, where there's such a problem with mental health and kids not believing in themselves, and they just don't socialize like we do, that everything's with their thumbs, man. So to speak over some of these kids and see their whole mindset change. And it's literally, it's literally like, they're like, wait, I never thought about that. I never thought about that. I mean, for me, it was just, I never thought that working at a fast food restaurant would lead to the career that it did. And I mean, I was there for 15 years, 68 openings across the country. I mean, it's just incredible. And I'm still friends with a lot of the people that we worked with, man. Most of them are, operators now. Some of them are business consultants at corporate. Some of them are at corporate, but a lot of them are operators, and we still stay in touch and have these kind of reunions and reminisce about, dang man, you remember when we were up front and Olathe, Kansas, it was triple wrapped around the building. We had 4 police officers in the parking lot just to direct traffic. People would come to the window and were like, how long you been waiting? They're like, 4 hours. And you're like, you just waited 4 hours for a number one with a sweet tea? And they're like, I've been waiting 5 years for y'all to get here. I don't care how long it took. So it's just incredible. And even now to see the impact that Chick-fil-A has in communities, especially my hometown of Katy, where, we started, literally that store on Mason Road was in a cow pasture. And we started doing, I mean, less than 10 grand a day. And now just to see it perform, and Rusty's produced, I think 5 operators or 6 now. He owns 3 stores, and just to see that legacy continue is really cool. And to be able to say that I had a small part in it. I mean, like you alluded to, a lot of these grand opening teams, we created that. A lot of the processes, I mean, we got to go to corporate and sit down with Britt Sims and Amy and all those guys and literally write the books. I think there was 20 of us in that class, and we literally sat down and said, hey man, start to finish, ice cream machine, how do you clean it? How do you set it up? Hey, sodas, how do you clean them? How do you set it up? Hey, if you're breaking down the lemonade, what is somebody walking in off the street? We can hand them this book and then be successful. So it was really cool to see that evolve, and that they still use it today is awesome. And then there was a small group of us, Travell Harvey, myself, it's fading me now, but there was 5 of us that got to go to Atlanta and do the very first inline kitchen and be a part of that. And to see that go from a model in a warehouse at corporate to putting it in the first store in Georgia and getting to go and work with it, and us get to use it and facilitate it and see what it's changed from the first, the prototype model to what it is now. And now they don't build a store without it, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, man, you're not say a relic, but you're a piece of Chick-fil-A history in all seriousness, man. And you touched on so many like legendary things. Like Olathe, Kansas was like the now of course stores do what that sales number is like on a regular day, but back then what y'all did out in Kansas was nuts. Like it was when we heard those numbers, we were doing maybe 30 to 40% of that on a daily basis. And just, I remember, now I'm not going to say too much. I remember the stories about like what y'all had to do to thaw chicken. I mean, because there was no capacity models to even address that.
We would have had to be successful. We would have literally had to probably get 2 trucks a day for the time we were there, because even then it was just speculation. We had no idea, and especially even as thorough as Chick-fil-A is, they had no idea the depth of what was about to happen, because that's that's a military town. So there was a ton of transplants from the Southeast that grew up with Chick-fil-A. And then, like I said, I mean, the one guy at the window, and he was like, I haven't eaten in 4 years. I don't care. I would have stayed out here for days just to get a Chick-fil-A sandwich. But I mean, I remember trying to bag with Becky Chin, who's a multi-unit operator now over on 45 and Wayside. She's killing it. And we're looking at the screen, dude, and there's 108 orders off the queue just in the top right corner where it says. And we're just looking at each other like, what? How are we gonna, and she's like, just take a deep breath. We're gonna do it one at a time. I'm just going to take it one at a time. And, you know, so I remember leaving some of those days, man, and your feet just felt like hamburger meat. And you hadn't eaten all day. So it's like, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning. And luckily there was like a Denny's or something. And, I remember going with Courtney Holmes, who's also an operator now in Fulshire, and and eating. And then I'm like, all right, cool. Let's get 2.5 hours of sleep, and I'll meet you back up front at 4, and we'll drive back and do it again. And sure enough, so, but man, I mean, it was like that one killed the record. But then, Alex, it was like everyone we did after that blew that one out of the water, you know. And then we started to hit Chicago. And those Chicago openings were just ridiculous. I mean, there was just, I mean, it was just like back, you know, we couldn't fathom Olathe, and then we hit Chicago and almost doubled it. And it was just crazy. And, you know, again, you want to talk about I learned more in my first opening than I had 3 or 4 years of Chick-fil-A, just because to do those numbers, it was crazy. And to, you know, to keep up. I mean, we're literally making scrambled eggs in a stew pot. You know, I'm making folded eggs in the oven on a biscuit pan. You know, we pour you would pour the liquid eggs out and get it just like millimeters from the top of the pan, put it in there, and then we would cut up the squares with a spatula to keep up. And, you know, I remember just cutting open trash bags and covering everything with plastic to lay chicken wherever you could, so you could thaw it out without having to soak it in water and do some of the crazy things that we had to do. But yeah, man, it was a lot of fun. But you know, it's just to get to, I mean, and that's the whole thing. These were things that we were doing that no one else got to do, and it really brought us all together. And, you know, just like you said, once you knew somebody could handle it, you wanted them with you everywhere you went, especially when we started to switch from grand opening trainers to grand opening supervisors. When I was running an opening, I wanted an Alex on breading. I wanted you know, a Jesus on machines. I wanted, you know, Jenny
Esteban
Clark.
bagging or something like that.
Yeah, I wanted Jenny Clark on boards. I wanted, you know, my now wife bagging for drive-through, because you knew if you had these people in those places, you didn't have to worry about it. So when the preferable stuff was literally hitting the fan, you could say, oh, Alex is back there, I don't have to worry about it. Hey, did y'all lay out chick? I don't have to worry about it. Alex is back there. If he ain't got something, he's gonna tell me, you know, or you know. And so I think that was part of it too. We all just kind of started it. And then, man, just like good football teams, you start talking to each other without talking to each other. Hey, dude, I'm already making them. Hey, I need, you know, 3 runs of fillets, 2 nut. He's like, the fillets are already down. The nuggets, I'm breading them right now. You know, and so it just became like, it was great. It was a lot of fun. And you know, and the whole drive-through thing. I mean, now that these guys, y'all are so fancy now with your headsets out there and your iPads, and you're taking credit cards out there. I'm like, dude, I remember being back there with walkie-talkies and note cards and writing it down and handing it to the customer. And then when you get to the window, hand them this card, and they would hand it to someone at the window. That person would ring everything up while the expediters were shoving it out. So, I mean, it's just to, like I said, to see the evolution of, you know, when we thought 110 cars was a big deal, and now you got stores doing 300 every day. And it's crazy. And then I think about the average ticket too. I mean, it's just incredible what this little business that started in a mall turned into, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize when we talk about these markets, it's almost unimaginable to think that y'all didn't have a store in Chicago, y'all didn't have a store in Kansas, y'all didn't have a store on the West Coast. Like, yeah, these were all things around the time that we got introduced to each other that were starting to take legs, like get legs and starting to get some muscle behind, man. And dude, you said so much I wanted to touch on in that. Like, there's been plenty of mornings I'm waking up coder all over my forearms.
Aprons. Just give me an apron. I can't clean this in 24 hours. Just give me an apron.
Yeah, no, and just I forgot that we did Doral together. I remember doing that opening day or the next day, like we shut down the power grid on the pad where the store was at.
Yep.
Like the store lost power. You know, I mean, just I got a chance to experience things that I never experienced back home,
Right.
with you guys. And so, man, no, that's cool. Like I remember again going back to that Midwest City, Oklahoma opening. They didn't have any afternoon staff. So it was me, Nico, and Freddie running the afternoons. It was just the three of us, you
Just
know.
trying to survive, bro.
yeah, man. No, man. So no, I really, again, I told y'all at the top of this that this conversation is more for me than it is for y'all. In terms of just reliving a lot of these moments, because I feel like, you know, as Chick-fil-A has grown, yes, technology has taken the place of a lot of things that we do, but back then you had to rely on this. You had to rely on your wit, your intellect, and that camaraderie to get certain things done. You know, now we have iPads telling us how much chicken to drop and how much this, how much that. Like during the grand opening, there was nothing like that. You had to feel, you had to know, you had to just be more plugged into the business. And so I think that, man, that, yeah.
Well, Alex, just think about how many more products there were back then. Y'all streamlined the menu. I mean, bro, we had carrot raisin, chicken salad, side salads, 4 main salads, 3 different wraps. And we literally had a team of women back there, plus fruit cups, back there that would just make, because we had no idea. How many chicken salads should I make? I don't know. Let's start with 2 batches and see how it goes.
yeah.
How many salads should I make? Hey, start with 50 of each, and let's just see what moves. And so that's what I'm saying. I mean, it was crazy. And I remember being in Northern California at Ben Levin's opening, and we ran out of ice cream. And the closest warehouse was 15 hours away. So that was not an option. So I remember Tammy Guindano, she's got 2 stores in Southern California over there by Disney World. And she called a business consultant and got the recipe from the safe. Literally got someone to get the ice cream recipe from the safe. And we went to the store and got eggs, milk, cream, sugar, and vanilla, and had to make ice cream mix in the kitchen because we were out. And this is the other thing I love is we refused to not have ice cream for someone's first experience. Rather than say, hey, so, I mean, how many times now have you been to McDonald's and they're like, the ice cream machine's broken? And we were like, man, that ain't happening, bro. We are not going to have that. We'll make it. And we made it. So I do remember that, and just some crazy off the wall stuff, man, that we had to do. And then, just building it with all those GOSs, that original crew out there on the West Coast, Adam and Jeremiah, and shoot, who else was out there? There's 3 of them. Joanne Fecht, not Fecht anymore. I'm sorry. Her and her husband have 2 stores in Houston. Anyway, Casey. Her and Casey. So, I mean, it was really, really fun. And then, to meet some of the consultants and Andrew. I mean, I spent so much time with Andrew Cathy because when he left, that was the rule. When anyone from the family left college, they had to go work somewhere else for 5 years before they could come into the fold. And he had just finished his little stint at Ritz-Carlton and was finally getting involved in the West Coast. And Andrew was out there, and then Mark was at Pepperdine still. And I remember Cathy kept his surfboards at Adam Hoffman's place for a while he was at school. So, I mean, and now these guys are running the whole company. So it's really, again, for me, it's cool to see. Man, I remember when, he was back there and he wasn't even running the West Coast yet. And then he became the leader of the West Coast, and now he's running the whole company. So it's really cool to see some of those things, and some of these kids, like Adobe, man, she just used to, I remember she would always run boards, and I was always on screens. I just thought she was so mean because she would just always yell at me. And and she just wanted what she wanted when she wanted it, and I get it. You know, she was trying to and then, man, she became a business consultant, and now she's got a store down there in Pasadena. She's right on the parade route. So every year for the Rose Bowl parade, she gets lit up, and you know, and that's what I'm saying. That's the beauty of this is I have friends all over the country, man, because of Chick-fil-A, and who would have thought that? You know, so it's crazy. And I love to see these guys now that, you know, like yourself, man, and some of these guys that were just, you know, wet behind the ears little kids and didn't know anything, and then and now they're running stores for people, running their own stores. They've created operators, and just to see that legacy continue is pretty amazing. It's really awesome.
Dude, your name dropping like crazy right now. Like I remember Adobe Guasham, she worked with Robert as a GOS at one point. That's how I came to know her. And just to hear about her journey, like even Francisco Hernandez, I know he was a part of the West Coast team. Now he's an operator, just like Adam Hoff. Yeah, Adam Hoffman was a GOS at my first grand opening, and really, let me tell you the truth, man. When I did my first grand opening, before I went to it, I was going to school to become an engineer. When I got in touch with Adam Hoffman and he pulled out these drawings of the freezer, and he was like, man, I know exactly how many cases we can fit in here. He had the schematic, and it was like, yo, I can take this engineering stuff that I like and bring it over to the chicken joint, man. I can do a lot of this stuff that I envision myself, like these skills that I want to like tap into. I can bring that over to Chick-fil-A. So yeah, man, no, Adam Hoffman
That was the original West Coast team. Was Joanne, it was Feck, now it's Hughes, Adam Hoffman, and Jeremiah Chilpalm. And I did the first opening with those guys when they first got on. And man, like you said, Adam would just nerd out, bro. He would just nerd out. He had diagrams of the 4 different stores that we were building at the time, and exactly where to put all the Metro shelves to fit all the dry products and everything. And then he had a schematic for how to set up the freezer, a schematic for how to set up the walk-in. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, it got so good that we could literally we had built the Bible. We basically called it Grand Opening Bible, man, and just would bring it to openings, and everything was done. And it was so fun to get to do that and to spend time with these guys. And I had those same, like, oh my God. I mean, I remember Adam back there seeing how fast he could quick clean a Henny, because this was before they shut off on you. And he would be back there with a stopwatch and, you know, the skinny brush and the white brush, and just how fast he could do it so that he could, you know, have this, oh, hey man, it takes this much time, we can have this, you know, and we could time the machines, because back then, man, you only had 4, and we were pushing out crazy numbers with 4 machines. Now you walk into some of these stores, dude, and they got 4 machines on one side, 4 on this side, 4 just for spicy, and I'm like, man, y'all living it on easy street these days, dude. I'm like, man, quit, you know, filters that clean themselves and all that. I'm like, golly, this is so nice.
Yeah,
some of this technology is so nice. And now with that the sliding door in the drive-through, I'm like, oh, I'm like, this is next level, bro. It's awesome. It's awesome to see where the marriage of ideas and technology meet, and it's so cool to see that. And because I mean, I remember having these conversations with business consultants, like, hey man, what if we had a regional team? And we used to talk about this with the Houston operators. What if we had a facility that had 3 Hennies in it, like a dummy kitchen, like what they have at corporate, and it had 3 Hennies in it, a flat grill, an oven. And we basically we have a group that runs that facility, and we take over the training for the whole market. Every operator, after you onboard someone, they come to the training facility for 2 weeks, and they got to get certified by the certified trainers. Then they go back to the store. And I don't know if that ever took off, but man, I still think it'd be a good idea. I mean, because as an operator, what's your biggest headache, man? Is training, because it's just you're so busy, you don't have the time to do it. And I think that was the beautiful thing when we first started the grand opening trainer program, was getting people out of the chaos and into corporate where there's not customers, and you could actually take your time and learn it, you know. And we always said that when we would teach people, man, when once you learn it, it's just the being comfortable with it. And once you are comfortable with it, then comes the speed. Because I remember having conversations. I'm looking at someone, I'm just wrapping sandwiches, and people are like, how do you do that? And I'm like, do you know how long it took? You know, how many food distributions of doing 10,000 sandwiches in a 8-hour period it took me to finally figure out the flip and the crease? It's like, it took forever, you know, but that's also the thing. It's nobody wants to take the time to do that. They want to be on chapter 10, you know, my chapter 20, and they're in chapter 1, and they want to like fast forward. And I'm like, it takes 10 years to have 10 years experience, bro. And there is no shortcut. Well, what if I work double hours, and what if I do this, and what if I do this? How long till I can be, you know, have 10 years of experience? 10 years, bro. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. And I think that's the biggest disconnect now, especially with like my kids, you know, and some of these techniques in football and just life in general. Like, how did he know that? Well, you know, being on the planet for 43 years, bro, you learn something. Now, if
Right.
you just weren't so hard headed and would listen, you'd be all right. And you know, but there was also, you know, this thing where people would send their people who were awesome at their store to openings, and they just would fail. Because just because you can do it, Alex, doesn't mean that you can convey it and articulate it in words that someone else can grasp it. And there really is a true passion for teaching. You really have to have that servant heart to teach someone, because a lot of times some people, the ego people, want to push them out of the way and let me do that for you, but they're not learning anything. And then, you know, because I saw it 100 times where they would say, oh, well, this guy's my best breader. Okay, cool, but how can he teach? You know, can he teach someone else to be the best breader? Because that's what we needed. I don't need your best breader, because when he leaves the store, what are they going to do? You know, we're trying to build an army to take on this when we leave. So, you know, if they can't teach, I don't care how fast he can bread, or how good he is at screens, or how good he is at fries. If he can't teach this, you know, 15-year-old kid to do what he can do, I can't use him. And I think some operators would get upset with that, but it was the truth, you know. And I still feel that way now. It's like, man, just because you can do it doesn't mean you can teach someone to do it, and have the patience. Because man, it does take, you know, watching people fumble around with the bags and trying to fold them, or nugget boxes. You remember when we would just and it would pop open, and you know, and I would, you know, people are trying to use the spoon and all that. I'm like, dude, put the spoon down. But that's what they taught us. I'm like, yes, you're right. During normal hours and normal business, you use the spoon, bro. But you know, we got 100 cars in the drive-through right now, and we're holding up traffic on the highway because they can't get in the parking lot. We gotta go. We gotta go. So, I mean, tons of things. I mean, we could do probably 4 podcasts just on the leadership aspect of things that I learned at Chick-fil-A. Respect people. Golly, dude. I mean, just now it's like a foreign deal. And then kindness. I mean, I learned so much. I worked at the Chick-fil-A over there in West U, right down the street from the Med Center, for Julie Salvaggio for a while. And man, you have 30 seconds to interact with someone that, man, they just lost their mom, or they just lost their dad, or a doctor comes in and he's been in the operating room for 15 hours and tried everything he could and lost the patient. And then you have people who, man, my mom's been fighting cancer for 10 years and she just won, and she got to ring the bell today. So you're having this just huge swing in emotion from one person you talk to the next. to the next to the next. And I really learned how to communicate effectively through Chick-fil-A. I mean, you know, when you can sit down with someone and talk to them for hours, sure. But when you got to try to make a connection in a minute and a half, 2 minutes, it's like speed dating.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you really learn. I mean, you really do. And it helps me now in my sales job because, you know, you run into people from all different backgrounds, all different walks of life, all different religions. It teaches you to respect people in the background that they came from, because just like you didn't choose where you grew up, they didn't either. And so, you know, but most people are pretty proud of where they come from. So you can't be like, oh, well, they're trash because they grew up here. Or, oh, they're so rich because they came from here. You know, it just teaches you to really be kind and respect people and to hear their stories. And that's, I mean, that's my favorite part of what I do now, is getting to meet people and hear their stories. And that was my favorite thing about openings, man. So where are you from? Oh, cool. How many stores your operator have? Oh, cool. How long you been at Chick-fil-A? Oh, 6 months and you're here? Okay, now it's like, hey, dude, don't expect this when you go home. But you know, because you do, you become, it's like a crack addict. You become addicted to that rush. And you won't find it in the day-to-day operations. And so for me, that was the hardest part, was transitioning back into the store when I wasn't at an opening. Because I'm like, bruh, this is so slow. And they're like, Brad, what are you talking about? We didn't do, 3,200 an hour. And I'm like, yeah, dude, this is cakewalk. Oh, we just did 215 cars. I'm like, oh, that's cute. And you almost kind of get this like callousness to it. So, you really have to kind of find, okay, well, during the slow times, what can I do? Oh, go back there and work with, the kid that's only been here for 3 weeks, and teach him and tell him about the possibilities of what it could lead to. And that was the other thing I think that people don't realize. In the day-to-day store, just a high school kid working at Chick-fil-A or a college kid working through Chick-fil-A, you don't realize that everything they have in the real world private sector, it's at Chick-fil-A. There's business consultants, there's engineers, there's safety people, there's all kinds of things that it can lead to, product development, marketing, advertising, lawyers, just crazy stuff that you get to do. I mean, I remember when they rolled out cheese, and I'm like, what? Y'all are serving cheese with fries? And like, oh yeah, because the market, or when they started slapping lettuce, tomato, and onions on everything. And I'm like, what? Because it was market specific. Every other place in that market had it, so we couldn't roll in and not offer it. So it's, again, I learned a lot about how to run a business, how to, hey man, this all costs. Having everybody in here costs money. Every time, you give 2 extra sauces, it costs money. Hey man, if you ain't paying attention to that labor and it gets away from you, that's the difference between us making money and not making money. And you don't realize it as a kid, but then when you get in the real world and you want to be an entrepreneur and you start to, I mean, especially you, look at you own what, 3 businesses, 4 businesses now? Every time I turn around, you're starting doing another startup, bro.
Yeah.
So I think you're just a glutton for punishment too, man. You like the abuse.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would have to say, man, I think that's one of the things that Chick-fil-A has given me the most, like the gift of being able to run a business. I didn't graduate from college, so I didn't necessarily get the formal training, but I truly believe that everything that I've experienced, like even bumping into people like you, all these other people who have went on to do these other great things, has that was my education. That's how I learned. Now, I will say the only difference is Chick-fil-A is that will spoil you. The support center offers you every single thing you need to be successful. When you're out there on your own, there is no IT to call. There is no legal to call. You don't have a cash accountant. You don't have this accountant. So you're kind of doing those things on your own. But I've just been fortunate enough to be around people to where I can figure it out. And, and I think I wanted to kind of go back to something you said earlier, and I hope this doesn't get me in trouble. At least I know you're no longer affiliated with Chick-fil-A, so you're letting it go. But for me, it's like there's just such a level of excellence that we used to have back in the day, a certain level of pride in what you did in your job that you just don't see as much now than you did before. Like just the intensity that we every single day, at least for me, I came in and said, you know, I'm going to show those guys that I belong here. And I try to do my very best to fit into the level of excellence that you guys are doing. I don't know if that same bug is around, not as prevalent, at least, as what it used to be back in the day.
I think the biggest change, and again, I can speak freely. I mean, I was on the inside for so long, but I think when the specialization from it went away, it lost its luster. When they put and quite frankly, when they put a salary cap on it, when you start to cap the hours, well, then it takes it away. If you're going to cap me at 40, well, shoot, I might as well just stay at home at the crib and see my wife and kids every night. You know, the whole reason I would go is because I could make I mean, I'm not trying to sound flashy, but I mean, I could make what I made in a month and a half in a 2-week time. Easy. You know, because they would but that's what it was. And you know, yes, everyone got to do openings in Houston because we had so many stores, we could facilitate our own market. But when you got a shirt, when you got that polo that said Chick-fil-A West Coast team, it meant something, because not just anybody back then, not just anybody could go to West Coast openings, because it was just the volume was different. Everything was different. And that was part of the reason. I mean, diamonds are made from constant heat and lots of pressure. And I mean, literally from the time the lights went on at 6 a.m. until we were trying to shut it down at 10, most of the times it was 11 or 11:30 because we didn't want to turn anyone away and say, hey, sorry, we're closed. It just took special. I mean, so many times we would bring people out there and, you know, 6 hours in, they're like, I can't do this. My feet hurt. This hurts. Hey, man, I don't know how you're doing that. Hey, dude, I got, you know, doing machines and the calluses are all cut open and their hands are blistered and bleeding. And it's like, it was special to us, you know. And I mean, I use the reference a lot, but I think it's the same as like regular enlisted in the Army and then like Green Berets. Yes, no one's shooting you, no one's killing you, but it was that elite caliber. Because I remember showing up to my first opening, and man, when they're going around introducing themselves, everyone's like, I've done 8, I've done 10, I've done 15, and I'm like, first one. And so you're just kind of like, Brad, please don't embarrass yourself. Please don't embarrass yourself, because you literally have your name tag with your name on it. When, hey, who's on Bradding? Oh, that Brad guy. And someone else has to jump in there. And so we would, you know, like you said, you would challenge yourself to see how many racks you could make. I'm like, please don't call me off of breading because I want to do this, you know, or machines, you know, you like, hey, dude, let me step in there for you. And then, you know, when you do have to step in for people, they'd be like, I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, bro. We're going to learn. We're going to learn together. Don't be sorry, you know, but this is a different pace than what you're used to. This is a different pace than what you're used to. And we all knew that, you know, and it was crazy trying to just, but it took a special person, man. And even my last ones, that's why because I couldn't do it anymore. I mean, I just physically couldn't stand in one place for 15 hours. My feet would just be dying, you know. I mean, and that's the whole thing, you know. It takes a special person to run on 2 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep, or hey, 2 hours here, 2 hours there, but the phone's ringing in between, all the stress, you know, when you get there and the construction's not done, and opening up all the equipment and starting it up for the first time, seasoning the grill, and just all these little things that became ingrained in you. And you would say, hey, did somebody season the grill? And they're like, oh, I didn't even think about that. But bro, it's got to be done. Hey, did somebody put the filters in and all the hennies? Oh man, we didn't even think about that. What do you mean? Like, bro, what are you waiting for? You wait till opening day? Like, let's get it. and just some of those little things that we would say, hey man, set up all the lids and stuff this way, set up the boxes this. I mean, we literally had a way that we would set the extra empty nugget boxes so that you could grab them in a second and reload. And same thing. I mean, when we had people that was your own job during the opening, bro, make sure we do not run out of clamshells, foil bags, or nugget boxes and fries. Please, someone go check the fries every 5 minutes. If you walk by the fry freezer, open it up and make sure there's at least 5 boxes in there. If not, go get $2 right now.
Yeah, right on.
Because we are going to run out. We are going to run out. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. We just had every little detail planned to the nth degree. But it was, hey man, either you can do this or you can't. And it meant something, like I said, it was a special privilege to get to wear that West Coast. It was a special privilege to have Chicago on your shirt. I mean, they had the Chicago flag on the sleeve and they were blue, like baby blue. So you knew when someone did a Chicago and he was like, oh, dude, you were there for that? Holy crap, And again, I can only test it to like major baseball sports teams or whatever. What, you won a Super Bowl? Like, you were there, you did, like, and or military guys when they went to Fallujah or Iraq or something, like, what, you were there for that? And that's how it was, man. It was really special. And it's because you could make a month or 2 months worth of wages in a shorter period of time, and you felt like you were part of something bigger than yourself. And that was the whole thing. I do not care if y'all have to bring a saw and cut both my feet off at the ankles. I'm not leaving this spot because Alex is depending on me to run this spot, or Jenny or Tiffany or whoever. So until they leave too, I'm right here. Hey, some of us are going to leave to go eat. Yeah, but hey, man, Juan's back there pulling chicken out. I'm gonna go help him, and we'll walk out together. And that's how it was, man. It was like if one stayed, we all stayed, and we really became a family and a unit. And it was awesome. It was so awesome to see a group of strangers from all different walks of life come in there and come together for one common goal, and it was to, set up this operator one, but also this store and this community for greatness. And then, make sure the operator's in great hands so that he can continue that legacy. And I think in some ways they've gotten away from it. And in other ways you still see it. And it's just, but that's the diversity piece. It's just like when we were there, one year it would be like, we're only giving stores to people who came from Chick-fil-A. If they didn't come from Chick-fil-A, they're not getting a store. And then other years it would be like, nobody from Chick-fil-A is getting a store. We're only giving them to people from outside that have business experience. And it was just trying to find this happy medium of mix and where you can really make the biggest impact. And I think that's what everybody wants to do, whether you're at Chick-fil-A or oil field or running a taco truck or whatever you're doing, man. You want to impact people through food. We all have to eat, and that's the one business I think that will never go away. But I also think it's the hardest business. High overhead, high costs, crazy margins. You really have to be not micromanager, but you really have to be able to manage things in order to be successful with a restaurant. It's tough, dude. It's tough to start a restaurant, build it up from a concept to an idea to a food truck and passing out food to hopefully, God, a brick and mortar building to hopefully selling it as a franchise. Next thing you know, it's all over the country. I do not think that old Uncle Truett, when he was around, thought that it would ever go from a greasy spoon diner with 8 seats in a gravel parking lot to only serving the night shift at Coca-Cola and Delta to starting food courts. The dude started food courts literally, to, having from only being in malls to now having only freestanders to being nationwide, and I know they used to have something in South Africa or something. I don't know if they're still worldwide, but still, I mean, this little dude who didn't even have an eighth grade education, and look what he built because he had an idea and some grit, some major freaking grit, and look what it turned into, man. And look how many people he's impacted. Hundreds of, at this point, it's millions, not just patrons, but people within the organization. Us, I mean, look at us. How many people, man, started out as 15-year-old kids and now they're running multi units. The outreach program that they do for kids and wives, and just the, I mean, I could talk about the greatness of the company all the time. I mean, for days. Just in the experiences that it gave me. I mean, I'm not, I've been out for shoot a while now, over 10 years, and I still talk about it all the time, and people are like, you still say we when you talk about Chick-fil-A, you still say we, and I'm like, I guess I do, because it was such a family for me, and I guess it always will be. And I learned so much, and for me it's full circle. Like I said, seeing my kid work there and him come home and just, oh, I'm so tired, I did expediting for 5 hours, and I'm just like, oh bro, you got no clue, my man.
Yeah, no, man. I think you hit on a lot there, and I think, and I really want to touch on this back end of what you said. I feel like Chick-fil-A for us is so special because you were speaking about it earlier. You were there for the inline kitchen. You were there to see the maturation of the drive-through play. Y'all was using walkies. I was remember when they used to send flip phones to grand openings for operators to facilitate the drive-through, and I think Chick-fil-A has given us an opportunity to leave our mark on like the business. Like, you had a chance to do things chain wide. Like for me in my restaurant, the things I get to implement, you're leaving a legacy. And there's not many businesses that give you the opportunity to leave a legacy for the people that you get a chance to serve. So no, that's incredible. So I mean, you've already touched on a bunch of memories here. Like you said, we probably can talk for hours about just memory lane. But man, what are some of the best memories? I think you've already said some of these, but what are some of the best memories that you have from working at Chick-fil-A?
Oh man, there are countless. I do remember my first time going to corporate and getting to go to the treehouse and meet Truett for the first time. I mean, and for me, he was like a god, right? I mean, I was just like, this old man who literally couldn't buy shoes, pulling around, doing, and the fact that I still know the story, people are just like, how do you remember? But I'm like, I was infatuated with him because it gave me hope. It gave me, I mean, my parents were not, we were not poor. I don't want to set the stage like, oh, I'm not a project kid. We were not on food stamps, but we were just above the poverty line. I mean, both my parents, had jobs where they made 60 grand a year, which, now it's like you can't even live off that. Um, so to see a guy with only an eighth grade education and just some ingenuity, and he was like, dude, I'm gonna make money and I'm gonna take the Coke bottles back, and then I'm gonna walk down the street with them and sell them, and then to turn that into a restaurant, like I said, that he really thought he was just gonna be a Denny's. I mean, basically that's what it was. The Dorf House was a Denny's, a greasy spoon diner with just a few seats, and he saw a need for that third shift and created a solution for it. And then, like I said, they would have a little house out back and they would be asleep. And when they hear the cars hit the gravel, he would throw on the apron and go turn on the grill, and they would take care of people like that. To have the idea to, and the sand to go to these corporate malls, these dudes in suits, and say, hey, you got these mofos walking around here. When they leave to go eat, they don't come back. What if we did something? They're like, oh yeah, but we don't want greasy chicken bones everywhere. And he's like, hold up, I'll come up with something. And then he pitches the Chick-fil-A sandwich, and then boom, he's in, a few malls in Georgia, and now you've got a food court with 15 options in every mall in America. I mean, to turn it into, like I said, a global giant, and to do it the way he did it so smartly, where corporate is, basically a museum, so they can't, the tax write-offs and all that. I'm just like, how did a dude who didn't go to the 8th grade know about tax write-offs? Like, and to set it up as a museum so no one could come and take away his empire, and then to keep it in-house. I mean, how many people, as they started to blow up, came and said, let us buy this from you. Hey, let us go public. Let us go public. Hey, let's go public. So for them to deny the money and withstand I mean, I'm sure the boys now, I'm sure Mark and Andrew get it all the time. Hey, we got investors. Let's go public. Let's go public. And they're like, no, man. And to be debt free. I mean, to be debt free as such a global giant is another thing. And then to just set the standard. I mean, literally to set the standard across the board for every other restaurant in the country, whether it's a 5-star dining experience or Wendy's or McDonald's. Everywhere you go now, they say my pleasure. Where they get that from? You know what I mean? Everywhere they go now, from the corporate level, they want to filter it down to the stores, but a lot of the stores, it just hasn't happened yet. And I will say that is the one thing about Chick-fil-A is the culture. And it is the same in Doral, Florida, that it is in Seattle, Washington, that it is in Chicago, that it is in Laredo. And I've seen it. I've traveled it. I've seen it. And I will say that is the one thing that I am so amazed by is how they kept that uniformity across the board for men. And that's the other thing, man. You really have to be a special person, because there is nothing, when we used to hire 15 and 16-year-old kids, there's nothing tough or hard about you saying my pleasure. Thank you for coming. How can I help you? There's nothing tough about that. So you just really have to have a servant heart and be a part of something bigger to work it. And I think that's also why everybody got along for the most part, from, like I said, we've said it multiple times, different backgrounds, different cultures, different languages, but at the true heart of it, you have to be a servant and you have to love people, because it doesn't matter where you are in the company, that applies, and everyone is serving everyone. And then Chick-fil-A reinvented the business model. For years, it was always investors, CEO, president at the top of the pyramid, corporate workers, people in the field, at day-to-day employees at the bottom, and they flipped the triangle. And I mean, and they live that every day, where when you meet, at least for me, the first time I met corporate people, I was just like, how can we help you? How can we serve you? What are the issues that you're dealing with at the stores? Hey, and especially when it got to like grand opening supervisor, hey, how can we make this better for y'all? How can we make this a better experience for y'all? Because y'all are the face of the company. Y'all are the face of the company to these people who don't know who Chick-fil-A is. So if you're hurting and you're unhappy and you're not, at feel like you're being mistreated, then that's going to come off. And they were just so like, what do you need? And they listen. I mean, they listen to us. Hey man, we need an elite group of people that we can travel around and do this. Hey man, we need this like streamlined, like a car factory, where you got one dude cranking on one bolt. And so that kind of morphed into, all right, well, we'll just have one person doing nothing but buttering buns, one person doing nothing but toasting, one person doing nothing but putting the pickles, one person doing just the fillets, one person covering them, two people wrapping them. And then that's that's literally just where the whole inline kitchen idea came from. Like, how can we streamline this thing where we can just pump stuff out of here? And it was like, simplify. Don't overcomplicate it. And you can transfer that to any business, and I don't care what it is. Being kind to everyone, treat everyone like they need to be treated, and the best leaders serve. That whole lead like Jesus movement, lead like Jesus, serve like Jesus. He never talked down to his students. He never, made them feel dumb or stupid when they asked silly questions. When they had ideas, he authentically listened to them, because he knew when he left that they were going to be the face of his, company, Christianity. But it's the same thing, man. And I think that's the beautiful thing about it, is just it literally becomes a part of you, and you live it, and it doesn't. And I think that's also why they've had so much success, and why you've had so much success, because you take those little, what some people would say not important, but man, they're the biggest part of it. Big great leaders serve, and they do, and I think that model has to come out. And there's some big time guys out there talking about it now. Simon Sinek, who I love Simon Sinek. I've every book he's my next like guru. Everything he puts out, I'm like, yes, more please, more please. I follow him on socials. I got all his books. But I learned that cutting my teeth at Chick-fil-A, man, is to serve others, and to never forget the first day you put on that uniform and how scary it was standing behind that register and just seeing the dining room go from no people to line out the door. Or, being on breading and they're like, hey dude, the drive-thru's double wrapped, and people literally can't, the parking lot is stuck. People can't get in and people can't get out. So hurry up, and you're just like, ah. And I had, big brothers, big sisters that came and were like, hey dude, take a deep breath. We're gonna do this one sandwich at a time. You're gonna fill one fry at a time, and you just, and you figure it out, and it's like that in business. It's like that with a team. It's like that, and you can't achieve anything by yourself. I mean, I guess nowadays you can, but man, there's no fun in that. Achieving things by yourself is no fun, man. When you can really see, and that's my biggest joy, man, is seeing guys like you, man. I remember so many times sitting in hotel rooms talking about, hey man, one day I'd like to run a restaurant. Hey man, one day I'd like to, buy this or buy that. Man, one day I think I'd like to, did you think you'd have a a design studio and furniture? And I mean, bro, but and that's what it is. I think sometimes you're like, hey man, you can do whatever you want to do. And I think sometimes on ourselves, it's that literally that, no, I can't. No, I can't. And you have to get over your own fears and your own, and realize, dude, it really is, especially nowadays, anything is possible. I mean, shoot, you got people who are millionaires from feet pics. So come on.
Dude, no, man. Brad, I can't thank you enough. We've gotta do lunch or something like that one day.
Totally.
Because I like talking to people that bring me back to that time. You get so bogged down in the now, and you get so bogged down with the issues, and like just the tone of the workforce now is just different. It's just different, man. And it's so cool to talk to. I don't call you a throwback, but like just talk to, like, you bring me back to 2008, 2009.
The OGs, bro. The OGs.
And you go and you remember just the stuff that you did to build yourself. Like, you said it best. I feel like Chick-fil-A has given me so much confidence to do all these other things. Like, it all started from that, though. It all started from this experience, putting that apron on, putting those gloves on, changing those cold masters, filleting that. It all started from that, man. And so, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. I think you've answered, without me asking these questions, you answered every one of them.
Is there one I didn't answer?
No,
Get out of here.
No.
Okay.
The next question was going to be, what advice would you give somebody to grow their Chick-fil-A career? And you just gave a masterclass the last 10 minutes, talking about that. I think you hit the nail on the head, for me at least. Unless you have anything else you wanted to add to that, but I think you crushed it.
I would just say, man, it's not about you. And it doesn't matter if you're 15 and it's your first day and you're only working 7 hours a week, or you're the general manager and you're making 6 figures, or you're a multi-unit operator and you're a multi-millionaire now. do never forget it is not about you. And especially when you get to the mid-level and above, the reason that you don't have to show up to that store every day is because you have people, one, that you trust and they trust you, but that believe in you to get them to the next step. And I think for me, at the end, especially, because I had traveled and got away from a home unit, I didn't, at least I didn't feel like I had that champion who could advocate for me on a corporate level for me to get to where I wanted to be. Because I joined Chick-fil-A because it was like you could be, I won't say worthless. You could be a poor kid with no hope and no future and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and eventually own a store. Now, for me, my path was different. So I don't want this to be like I'm angry, because I'm not. I would not change it for anything. And knowing what I know now, I would go back and do it 100 times over again and again and again. I loved it. But just, I would say, to you leaders out there, do not forget to love on your people who are fighting the daily battle for you and who are your face and your name to your community and to the rest of the people in your restaurant, because you guys who are in the restaurant every day have a huge platform to make an incredible impact on everyone that works with you in the store, but also people who come into the store. And like I said, you don't know what someone's going through. They could have just found out that their mom beat cancer and she's going to be around longer, or just found out that, man, she's got 3 months to live, and you can make or break the day. And so I always used to tell our young people, you leave your personal baggage at the door and be here for other people, and then you can pick it up on your way out, because we all got our own crap. We all do. And so that's the really unselfish part of it. And it's not about you. It'll never be about you. And when you make it about you, it's going to start to fall apart quickly. So I wish people would apply that to every business. I really do. Make people feel seen and heard, especially nowadays, brother. Nobody feels seen or heard. Depression is on the rise. Just so many people feel like, I'm just a look, you're never just a cashier. You're never just a food runner. You're never just a drive-through person. You're never just that. There's so much potential inside of you, and you may not see it yet, but you're way bigger than your position, and you're way bigger than your job. We were all sent here for a purpose, and there's only one Alex Steele, and he was sent here for a purpose, whether you know that purpose now or you don't. But the world would not be the same if you weren't here, because whatever's gift you have is inside you. And going to college can't change your gift. It can only enhance your gift, but it can't give you your gift. And I think sometimes when we're lost, we want to go to school, and school give us our purpose, but it's not in you. It's just like a bird. A bird is born, it can fly. It doesn't go to flight school. A fish doesn't go to swim school. It's in them, and it's in you. No one can show it to you. Now, you can hinder someone's gift. You can take a bird and put it in a cage, but it can still fly. It just can't fly as far. It can't, you know, go miles, but the gift is in you. And I think sometimes we get away from that because we do become self-absorbed with our own crap. But people need to hear that, man, and they need to hear it today more than ever. That you're special. You were sent here for one purpose. There are 8 billion people on the planet, and there's one Alex. So go be Alex, dude, and be the best Alex you can be, and then teach Juan to be the best Juan he can be, and that's where you start to see the change. Because we have become, oh, I'm just one person, I can't make a difference, and that's bullcrap. That's what the world wants you to think. You are a difference just by being here. And until you don't get to wake up anymore, you got to keep being the difference, bro. So I love you. I am so honored and blessed that you asked me to do this. And I love to see this little dirty apron 15-year-old dude that used to be covered in coder from head to toe, shoes, black shoes, just white, become a little guru himself on leadership and what you've done for others and the impact you're making, brother. Keep doing you. You are a blessing. I love you, man.
I appreciate it, Brad. Hey, guys, like I told y'all, this is for me more than it is for y'all, but I'm sure you're gonna get something out of this. Brad, thank you again so much, man. I appreciate you joining the show. And until next time, TPE family, peace.
Tap into the Pivot Experience where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step.
What's up and what's happening, TPE fam? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every day. My name is Alex Seal, and I've had 20 years worth of experience with the world's most caring company, and I enjoy bringing that experience to help you pivot into your next. As you guys know, the Pivot Experience podcast likes to bring on guests that we believe adds value to your journey as a leader, and today is not any different. We have special guest David Brown of Bonusly joining us today. Bonusly is a fun, interactive platform that incentivizes work for teams by allowing teams to give each other kudos and points to be able to redeem towards prizes and different things. I'm glad to talk with David because we have experience with his company and we really enjoy the product that they produce. And David comes on to the platform to talk about the intent of the platform, kind of some of the mindset behind the uses of the platform, and just his story in general. So can't wait for you guys to enjoy this episode. Let's go.
Take this mind of mine.
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every week. As you guys know, I love to bring on people who I think will provide value that is working in a leadership capacity, serving other people. And I've got on our call today a gentleman by the name of David Brown from Bonusly. And I'll give you some backstory on how me and David met. At work, we were looking for a way to systematically do recognitions for our team. As you guys know, it's one of those things where when you provide encouragement and motivation, incentivizing people to do good work is something that we all strive to do. And sometimes we miss the mark. And I knew of some companies that were in the tech space that automated and made these things gamified. And I was doing some research and I came across this company by the name of Bonusly. And Bonusly has been fantastic for us in terms of, we serve on our teams. We got about 230 people on our teams. And so it's easy to miss recognizing everybody, but with us using Bonusly, it really keeps us focused on making sure that everybody is recognized, and it empowers not only the managers and the leaders to recognize people, but it empowers everyone else on the team to play along with us in recognizing people when they do a great work. So David, after we got all signed up with Bonusly, he reached out to us and was giving us an opportunity to speak into some of the webinars that they have. Bonusly facilitates a lot of HR related webinars, and I've had the opportunity to participate in one. And actually, this is going to air well after the next one, but I get a chance to hang out with David a little bit tomorrow on another webinar. But David has been nothing but kind and generous towards us as it relates to, number one, our function with using Bonusly, but just general interactions. David has always shown himself to be friendly, and I value David's insight, and I value David, what he does just day in and day out. And so without further ado, here's David Brown. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. Good to be with you, Alex.
Definitely. So if you would kind of just share a little bit of your backstory, who you are, what you're about for the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the first things that Alex and I bonded over was Chick-fil-A. I honestly started working at Chick-fil-A when I was in 8th grade. My dad was pretty good friends with one of the owners of a local Chick-fil-A down in South Florida. And he came to him and he was like, "Hey, I just took over this Chick-fil-A. I'm looking to hire some people if you know of anyone." And my dad, half joking, was like, "Hey, well, would you hire an eighth grader?" And the operator kind of laughed and was like, "Yeah, there's quite a bit of rules, but why not?" And so that started history. I worked at Chick-fil-A for, I want to say, about 7 or 8 years, and really learned so much from Chick-fil-A and just how much the operator and the managers really invested in me and poured into me as really a 15-year-old eighth grader. And so just taking a lot that I learned there, worked in the service industry for all of my college days. After college, moved into the nonprofit world. So working at a summer camp in Asheville, North Carolina, was their office manager, turned into sort of the marketing event planning side of that. And then found myself back in the service industry. And I think really it's the service industry is what taught me a lot about really just caring for people. I think, one of the biggest things in the service industry is making sure your customers are always happy, have an amazing experience, want to come back. And I think that really plays into my role now and really wanting to help companies take care of their employees and make sure their employees are having an incredible experience, or being poured into, or being invested in. I think my most recent job in the service industry was in Charlotte, North Carolina, at a place called the Common Market. And really started there because I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do, for the next step of my life. And so saw a hiring, sign one day, sent my resume in, got hired, was there for, it ended up being, I think, a little over 3 years. And throughout that time, really saw what a good leader looked like. I said I saw that at Chick-fil-A growing up, but especially at the Common Market with the owner. His name was Graham. And, Common Market had, I want to say, 4 locations at the time, maybe 3. And I was starting there about a year in was when COVID hit. Obviously, COVID hit the service industry really hard. Most of the staff at the Common Market were let go, as were, a lot of other service industry areas. I was kept on because I was running their social media at the time as well, which really was our lifeline during the time. And it was really during COVID that I saw what a really good leader looked like in Graham. Graham really tried his best to make sure the employees who were left were taken care of, had everything they need, felt safe. It was never, he was trying to cut corners, even though business was rough. He continuously wanted to make sure the employees were taken care of, had everything that they needed to feel safe. And not only those who were working, but even those that were laid off for the time being. And it was during this time that he had, I want to say, about 100 staff. And so just really taking care of everyone, making sure they were okay just in their personal lives as well as in the Common Market. And so really gained a tremendous amount of respect for him. And it was during this time that he was talking to me about my background in the service industry, what I learned at Chick-fil-A. And in that time, he was opening up another store in South Carolina. And so really just seeing how he saw what I had learned, what my background was, and really started to invest in me. It gave me opportunities that I don't think I would have had otherwise. Once things started to reopen, he gave me the title Minister of Chaos at the Common Market. And so I really helped him open up the new store, handled a lot of operation aspects of the store, training, really anything that he needed, from events to grand openings and everything in between. And really, like I said, saw in him what a good leader looked like, who truly cared for their employees. Obviously, it being a business, the end goal is really to make money because they had to, run. But he never cut corners. Really, if people were going through a hard time, whether it be personally or with their kids, was always ready to personally help them get what they needed. And so I think in that position really saw from Graham someone who invested in their employees no matter what the cost was, and made sure that he put his employees first before anything else at the business. Because I think, as we'll continue to talk in this conversation, employees and people are really what.
Okay, and transparently, audience, we are back. We had a little Wi-Fi issue, but we're going to pick the conversation right back up where we were. I would have to agree with you. I think COVID really tested what leadership really is. I know for us, one of the main things that we wanted to make sure is that we kept as much as we can, employees' lives, maintaining a certain level of fluency when it came down to the things that they needed. There was so much uncertainty around just, it almost seemed like day to day, we didn't know what COVID was going to present. I'll share a story with you, just being honest with you. When COVID, I think it was March in 2020, when everything started to shut down. And then I want to say April in my city, we were one of the first big outbreaks. Like the one of our stores had like 40 people get COVID. This is before we had any regulations, mass produced masks. It was just a mess. No one really knew. I think all the constraints were really like heavy handed at the time. Like, we were in the paper. I had cousins calling me from out of town saying, "Hey, are y'all all right?" They said that 200 people, even though these stories were blown out of proportion. But it just, even I remember sitting on the phone call, and I might be saying too much here. Hopefully I don't get in trouble, Chick-fil-A peeps. But Chick-fil-A had hired a microbiologist. And when we had this going on, we were on a conference call together, and it was just silence because really no one knew what to do. Like, we were all trying to kind of scratching our heads, trying to figure out like what's the next call. They shipped out handkerchiefs as masks before. Like, this is literally early COVID. But I say all that to say, like, I think for us, just like your manager that was at that business, we really tried to make sure everybody was okay. And I think that's what it's all about. When things are the most stressful, when there's natural disaster, a global pandemic, what are you going to do as a leader? Now, hopefully, this is not a reoccurring thing. This is hopefully a once in our lifetime event. But it just goes to show you what great leadership does whenever you're called to the task. So, but I want to jump into some of our questions here for our interview. Thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. But so you've had an immense amount of employment, from the service industry to nonprofit to what you're doing in the tech space. How has that experience shaped your approach to employee well-being?
Yeah, I think, like I mentioned, just being an employee in the service industry, it's rough at times. You're managing customers who may not be the most happy. You're working with all sorts of different personalities, from back of the house to the front of the house, customers, managers, everything. And so just really living that out from growing up throughout the common market, but also at the summer camp was huge in the nonprofit world. So these counselors, these staff are giving up their entire summers to volunteer, work at a summer camp, get paid, very little. A lot of them are just college students working for summer things. And so really just seeing how important taking care of your employees, investing in their growth, investing in their opportunities is. And so I think when I pivoted to the Bonusly in the HR tech space, it really happened by luck. I was moving to Jacksonville, Florida, was looking for what my next role would be. I realized I really enjoyed the event planning parts of my previous jobs, whether it be at the common market or the summer camp. So I was really just looking for event planning roles, and stumbled upon Bonusly, loved their mission, loved the job opportunity. And so I applied, got hired, and really had no idea what I was signing up for, in a good way. Not only did I grow to just love the team around me and the job that I was doing, but from day one really got on board with the company mission, and really what Bonusly does for companies. And so I think hearing from customers like yourself, Alex, and just hearing about how powerful what may seem like a simple tool like Bonusly is for companies, for leaders, for managers, but especially for employees, just began to excite me. Whether it be webinars that I was hosting, in person events, just hearing the different ways that Bonusly was helping employees feel connected to each other, to their companies, to their teams, just the different ways companies would use Bonusly to make their employees feel appreciated and valued, really just excited me. And so I think looking back at my past jobs and everything that I've worked for, just seeing how a tool like Bonusly could be used in those companies just lit a fire in me. And so just really just every day when I show up to work, I'm just so excited to see how, we can find new companies who their employees may feel undervalued. They may be dealing with low engagement. HR leaders or leaders at the company may be just looking for a solution like this, which may seem so simple, but is so powerful.
Yeah, definitely. So, how would you say Bonusly helps and we're going to get into, I guess, the nitty gritty of Bonusly. How, in your experience, how has Bonusly helped companies drive engagement and meaningful connections between their teams?
Yeah, I think I'll tell you my first experience with Bonusly, and it's one of my favorite stories, and it's a really common one that you hear. Um, Very nervous to start at Bonusly my first day. We are a fully remote company. This was my first remote job. Was just nervous about how I would meet people, what my day would look like. And so, yeah, just all around nerves. And I think my first day, as soon as I logged in, got going, it was about 30 minutes into it. It's, an automated thing for anybody who it's their first day. It said, "Welcome to Bonusly, David. Here's however many points it was at the time." And I remember thinking, wow, that's really cool. That's really special. The company shouted me out. I got some points, which I can, eventually redeem for some gift cards, some WAG, fun things. But the powerful part, and the part that made me just know this was a great company and a product, was throughout the day and even throughout the week, so many people at Bonusly who to this day I still don't really work with on a day-to-day basis, but we're just adding on. So they were saying, "Welcome to Bonusly. We're so excited you're here." My teammates, my boss were adding on. And really just throughout the day was just these like constant reminders of, wow, I'm really welcomed here. And so not only that, but throughout my first month, just getting recognized in points for different projects I was taking on, really feeling recognized by my coworkers, just really made me feel oh, just honestly, Bonusly really gives you one that picture into what's going on at your organization, whether it be on the engineering team, who I don't work with really at all, but I really have that window into seeing, what they're working on, what different people are accomplishing, being able to add on to know if it's their birthday, if it's their work anniversary. But then, like I mentioned, when we talk with customers, seeing how they use it at their companies, whether it be hybrid or remote or even in office, just being able to connect different locations or different departments. It really is that window you get into what everyone in the company is working on. You're able to celebrate different milestones. But I think my favorite part is just being able to recognize my coworkers. So if someone does an amazing job on a presentation, if someone helps me with something, which happens a lot, being able to not just message them thank you, but be able to publicly shout them out, give them some points, recognize them for going above and beyond and helping me or doing something. And I think we'll talk about it here shortly as well, but this constant recognition in the workplace is huge. It helps employees feel connected to their companies. They're more engaged, and in turn, they'll be way more productive and your business way more profitable.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have to agree with you on that. But just speaking to like the 100% remote situation, I bet Bonusly really helps with that. Fill those gaps where you don't have that environment where someone's patting you on the back literally, or you're getting that verbal praise. Bonusly would supplement that for sure. So I can imagine. I've never worked remotely, and I always tell myself, like, I don't think I can do that. Just working in front of the computer without any real human interaction. But I bet Bonusly kind of supplements that emotion or that feeling that you would get if you were working with somebody. And I would have to agree with you. Like, we have some people who are all about, on our teams, all about giving the points. We have some people who have to, we have a monthly allowance that we give out, but some of our leaders usually run out of points by the midway point of the month. And those people are really exercising the program and exercising the platform, and they love it. They get, we got the stock gift cards, but we also have some Chick-fil-A specific items in there, and people are really redeeming them, and they really use it. So we appreciate the service, and I can tell you that it does make a difference in what we do. And so
Mhm.
you are the event coordinator for Bonusly. Can you speak into, like, what does that look like for you, and is there an event that really sticks out in your mind that you really think that you kind of knocked it out of the park?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think events at Bonusly have evolved over time and evolved quick. When I was first hired on, it was for the in-person conferences that Bonusly wanted to attend, and then we started getting into webinars and hosting webinars and partner webinars, getting to work with other HR tech companies and co-produce a webinar together. But then especially we have some internal events that we've planned, and so I think I could talk about, the conferences that we've done, which are always so exciting. But I think one of my favorite events that I helped plan here at Bonusly with someone on our people ops team was our in-person gathering. So last year we gathered everyone from Bonusly in Denver, Colorado. So we're both based in Boulder, but we chose Denver just because it was a larger city. People could fly in, didn't have to drive that far to get to Boulder. But it was so fun. I think it really was a lot of work, coordinating people driving, hotels, flying in and out, what the sessions would look like. Would it be all for fun? Would it be half fun, half work? What would that look like? And so I think it ended up being one of my favorite events because me and the person I planned it with, we worked incredibly hard and for a very long time. And I think in the event world, people don't necessarily always understand how long it takes to plan an event. And so when we started, I want to say 8, 9 months prior, it's hard to picture how everything's going to play out. But then being able to show up to Denver, start welcoming people, see all these employees show up, and just I always say, like, I want the event to be where people can show up and just go into autopilot mode. They don't have to think about where they're going to be next. Everything is just laid out, communicated well to where they can just enjoy it. And I think it was a really powerful event because not only did we have some great sessions about company values and our mission and wanting to provide these in-person team bonding experiences, but we also had fun. We did a amazing race throughout Denver, which was very fun. But I think we all ended up walking almost 10 miles that day. It was a different company that organized it for us, and they had us going all over Denver. But it was just really fun. We purposely split people into teams who they wouldn't necessarily work with on a daily basis, and so even myself got to talk with a handful of people who I never interact with, never have since, but have this connection now with them because we were running around Denver together. Um, but our final night, we had our closing dinner, we had our CEO speak, a few of our other leadership speak, and really just at that night, just seeing how happy everyone was, how everything just ended up being perfectly, like, there's no hiccups, there was no pivots we had to do, and so it really was one of my favorite events because I think seeing the employees just enjoy themselves outside of work really, and be able to connect with each other but also with Bonusly was really cool. And so I think that's one thing that we talk about at Bonusly a lot is having your employees be connected to themselves or to their other coworkers, to their managers, and to their company. And so Bonusly really helps do that, but being able to see that in real life was really cool.
No, that sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like you, and you're absolutely right. It sounds like it took you a lot of time to put that together. Um, Probably a lot more time than the actual event, but the hard work paid off. And I'll just speak into. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a story here. When I'm gonna go back to our first webinar together, and I think it's HRCI was
Yep.
the company. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I saw the invitation was placed on LinkedIn, and I seen how many people had RSVP'd via LinkedIn. It was like 27 people, and I said, okay, we're about to get on the Zoom, and it's gonna be like 27 people, 20 people, no problem, no nerves, no nothing like that. I think you mentioned on the when we had the meetup before, you was like it's a few thousand people that show up on it, and I think you said a few thousand. I could be overshooting this number. And I was like, okay, I don't know what Dave is talking about, but I'm looking at this LinkedIn thing. It's clearly nobody's here. When we got into that Zoom and I looked at that number, I think it was like 10,000 people was there. It was some mad number, and I wasn't expecting that. I can tell you, I just like I kind of shrunk inside. I tried to do my best not to show it, but that chat was firing at rapid fire. I'm sitting there trying to keep up with it, while we're presenting. But you guys really do a great job when it comes down to putting together events. And I don't know how you do it, but y'all get people there, and y'all's events are magnetic. So no, kudos to you and the job that you're doing. Like literally, I never had a chance to tell you that, but I really thought I was like, what is he talking about? There's only 27 people who said they're coming to this, and then when we logged in, it was a huge audience of folks, and so there's just a testament to how well you guys put together events. The stuff that you guys are doing or talking about is relevant. And I'll just kind of pause here to say, if you're not following Bonusly on LinkedIn, if you're not following David Brown on LinkedIn, you're missing out on a ton of free information. I mean, you guys might put on a webinar, once a month at least at a minimum, and they span all kinds of topics. Like the webinar tomorrow is going to be about one-on-ones, running effective one-on-ones. A lot of, and it's all people-driven, people-based things. And so I just want to give you kudos to you in terms of how well you put together these events. And Bonusly made a great decision in hiring you for this. Not that matters, but I just want to throw that in there, throw that in there a little bit. But how do you see, just shifting gears a little bit, how do you see HR tech evolving in the next few years, and what innovations do you think is going to be the most important for team engagement?
Yeah, and that's a really good question. It's one that we ask in our webinars all the time to the panelists, because I think, one, it's a really interesting and fun question just to see, what people think, what they're predicting. But I think one thing that I will say, and that comes up a lot even in the webinars we do, is a few things. One of the biggest obstacles and struggles that especially HR leaders are facing right now is the piling workload, but not more time. And so having some tools that can automate these time consuming processes. And so, in technology, and especially in HR technology, there is almost a tool for everything. And so if you want to find a tool, you can Google it, and there will be 1,300 different tools that you can look at. And I think a lot of times we need to figure out, is this tool going to help me save time so that way I can focus on other things? Because some tools are out there that you're going to spend just as much time administering it, figuring it out, making sure it's working, to where you may even be spending more time than you would originally. And so I think making sure that the HR technology, or even the technology in general that you're adding, helps you save time and saves you that workload. And so I think, as we start going into 2025, I can't believe we're saying that already, but I think with there being so many tools, finding tools now that either do multiple things or integrate with others. And so I think one of the biggest things with Bonusly is we integrate with almost any HRIS out there. And so, when an employee starts, you don't have to get them set up for their payroll, benefits, all that good stuff, and then go into Bonusly and get them set up as well. It talks to each other. So as soon as you get someone set up there, it talks, boom, spits out their welcome award, their birthday award. So that way you don't have to spend time administering Bonusly while you're administering your other tools. And I think right now, like the average time that an HR person spends with Bonusly each month is about an hour and a half, which is phenomenal considering how much it automates. But I think a really big focus going into the next year or so is managers. I think we've talked about it a lot this year, but managers are one on the front lines of your company. They are really that bridge from employees to leadership to the company. But oftentimes managers are promoted and they're not trained or they're not given the tools that they need to do their job. And so I think having tools like Bonusly that you can provide your managers to help one make their jobs easier, but also give them that glimpse into their employees that they may not have otherwise. And so, with a tool like Bonusly, being able to see how often your teammates are recognizing each other, seeing over time, how often they're in Bonusly or if they're not, and really correlating that to sort of engagement levels. And so I think finding tools that help managers especially is going to be huge because they are, like I said, on the front lines. And we did a research report earlier this year with a group called Lighthouse. And a lot of their polling and their surveys were around employee engagement and especially managers. But one of the questions they asked for managers was, if you had tools that were helpful and modern to help you do your job, how impactful would that be? And I think it was, 2 times as likely to say that their company helped them do that if they had the tools they needed. And so I think those are two of the biggest things. And then I think obviously AI is the talk of the world right now. And so seeing how AI can help people do their jobs. And it's one of those things we talk about again at Bonusly is we don't think AI is here to replace jobs or replace people, but especially in the context of HR. But HR leaders can use AI to help make their jobs, like I mentioned, easier, but also save them time on things where they can then spend on their employees, their people, strategic initiatives that AI can't do. So really finding that balance, because we always talk about it. AI is not replacing anybody, but being able to use AI to make better use of your time when it comes to your employees too.
Well, that's exactly how I see AI. I use it to make me faster. I don't think it can replace me, but if I can get it to draft a email template, if I can get it to draft a policy update, sure, I have the capacity to write it. But why would I spend the 30 minutes writing it when AI can format it? It can give me the correct verbiage. It can give me the correct tonality. Like I think that yes, I will agree with you. I think when Chat GPT burst on the scene, I think a lot of people were afraid, like, oh no, the robots are coming. We're about, the human race is about to become obsolete. But I think it's more of a tool and a supplement. I think I will almost put it akin to when the search engine became available. It's really a morphed version of the search engine, and it gives us, more personalized tools. And I can't agree with you more. I tell people all the time, that you have an iPhone, you essentially have $1,000 computer in your pocket. How are you maximizing it and the tools that are available to it to help you get your job done? And I can agree with you. There's a lot of tools out there, if you know what you're doing, can help you get better. But I can't wait to see the future of how they become more applicable to the jobs that we do. So I would have to agree with you on that for sure. What advice would you give an HR professional looking to create more meaningful connections and a sense of belonging within their teams? Like, what would you tell? I mean, of course, get in with Bonusly. I got that, but beyond Bonusly, what type of advice would you give an HR leader to create that sense of belonging on their teams?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think really one of the first things that comes to mind is it's going to take work and it's going to take time, but it's 100% worth it. I think, like I mentioned, looking back at my days in the service industry, at the nonprofit, whether it be from the office side or from the counselor side, and then even here at Bonusly, there's no one size fits all for companies, and especially when it comes to engaging your employees. And so I think one of the first things would be just to take the time to talk to your people, see what they want, see how they're feeling. This is where that manager piece comes into play, because if you're at a giant company, it's going to be almost impossible to talk to each employee. But if these managers have these regular check-ins with their employees, then HR can really talk to their managers and see what people are wanting. Survey your employees. And I think another thing would be to don't let money really get in the way. I think obviously everyone has different budgets, different things that they can do, but I think another question we ask a lot in our webinars is, for companies and teams on a budget, what would you recommend? And I think, there's so many things you can do that are free. It's, you start somewhere, prove to, your leadership, your finance team, the ROI of it, and then hopefully get that budget increased. But I think even here at Bonusly, we do so many free just get-togethers, whether it be different Slack channels we have where people can, bond and have these common interests that aren't work related. So we have like a dog chat channel, we have a food one, we have just these small easy things that are free, take nothing cost wise, but really are really helpful to just make these tiny connections with employees. And then other than that, we have some team bonding sort of video things that we do. So we've done some that I think are pretty low cost, but we've done like a virtual escape room. We've had people come on and we've all like baked a pie together. But just little things like that you can get creative with when it comes to budget. But I think also there's a quote out there, I will probably butcher it, but it's the story of, a CEO and a CFO. And they're talking about how much they're going to spend, are willing to spend to invest in their employees. And the CFO is like, well, what if we invest in them and they leave? And then the CEO says, well, what if we don't invest in them and they stay? And I think that is so powerful, because I think as we talk about a lot here at Bonusly, but people and people working on teams especially are the drivers of your business, and they are going to be the ones ultimately with your business outcomes resulting in it. And so I think, right now with employee engagement being at the lowest that it's ever been really since like 2015, there has to be, something done for this. And so, disengaged employees really cost your companies. But, once you have these engaged employees, people are happier, people are more productive. And ultimately, companies who have engaged employees are substantially higher performing than companies who don't. And so I think for HR leaders or any leaders out there who are wondering where to start, I think just don't let budget get in the way, and I think get creative, because it's going to be worth it. It may take extra time if you're trying to figure out what works best for your company, but I think don't give up and know that your employees will really enjoy it, and ultimately your business will financially benefit from it.
Yeah, and I would imagine the fact that you guys are 100% remote, you guys have to get creative. Like you guys baking a pie together and doing a virtual escape room. I've never heard of that before, which I think that's really cool. That really shows that you're willing to go the extra mile, right? Because you really don't have to. We're in all of our individual locations doing what we do, but I think that's neat that you guys are still trying to prioritize that level of engagement. So it speaks volumes about you guys as an organization. And for those of you out there listening, it kind of takes excuses off the table. I mean, we all got FaceTime. We all got the ability to get on Zoom or get on Google Meet. And so, yeah, go out there and bake a cake or bake some cookies together. I think that'd be pretty neat. And then if you work together, bring that stuff to the job once you're done, and everybody else can enjoy it. So that's really cool. I'm going to start bringing us to a close here. I've got one final question. And you've been a treat, David. Lots of insight, lots of wisdom, lots of just encouragement when it comes down to how do you handle employee engagement You're absolutely right. Engagement is low. You have to really pour into and lean into trying to do your best you can, because just to get people motivated to do the job. But what are some future projects and initiatives that's happening at Bonusly that you're the most excited about? If you can speak into it now, I'm not asking you to
Yeah.
open up the classified files here, but what are you guys working on to kind of increase usage of the platform?
For sure, yeah. And I think this is perfect timing. We back in the end of June, we attended SHRM, which is like the largest HR conference in at least North America, if not the world. And there was, I want to say, 25,000 HR leaders there. I always call it the Disney World of HR conferences. It is a whirlwind of a few days, but we specifically chose that week, that timing, to launch really the future of Bonusly and this whole new product called Achieve. So like I mentioned, we really believe in the value of connecting employees to each other, to their companies, and to their managers. And really, if those three things are working, then you're set, and you will be. And so I think we've historically been the leader. Our bread and butter has been that peer-to-peer, connecting employees to each other. But I think, as we've seen throughout really this year, and the impact managers have, just really how crucial it is to have that connection. And so we launched this product called Achieve, where really the first iteration is this really thorough one-on-one template that employees and their managers can use. And so we use it internally here at Bonusly, and it's really powerful. I think, taking a step back, if your managers aren't having regular check-ins with their employees, it's crucial. And so I think having this template now, it integrates with Bonusly, like I talked about, making sure all your tools talk to each other. But for me and my manager, for example, we have a section that I fill out before our meetings each week, just giving a pulse on how I'm doing that week, any fun thing I've done the week prior, whether it be in the personal life or at work. And then it has a section where we can put agenda items. So things we need to cover, things that I need to talk about, have questions for him, things that he wants to ask of me, questions he may have of me. And so just a really useful tool. But I think one of the best parts is, at the top of it, it brings in all the recognition and milestones I have that week. So whether it be my work anniversary, my birthday, different projects I've worked on that he may not have any visibility into, he's able to see and go over each week. And not only that, but there's a section where we can give and receive feedback. So whether it's, hey, you did this week, you presented on this, but here's some ideas for next time. And so I think, one, that is just a huge piece to have a place where we can keep all of our meeting notes, our agenda items, where he's able to have a glimpse into what I'm working on, things that he may not realize without it. But I think really the end goal is to really provide a fix to performance management. We know it's broken. People always talk about it. It's broken. I think if you Google performance management, one of the first suggested things that pops up is broken. And so I think with the future of where Bonusly is wanting to go is to have this really just this continuous performance conversation. So, you're not waiting until 6 months or a year to have a conversation on what you've done, where you could have done better, where you've done well. And it's really just this ongoing conversation you have with your manager. And it keeps it all in one place, brings in the recognition you've gotten from peers. So there's no recency bias. There's no, all these things that make performance management sort of bad. And so I'm really excited, as, like I said, we really sort of internally, like the first piece, we have like a wait list going on for it. But really just seeing where the product vision is just really exciting, because I think as I talk to friends and just people, as I'm talking about Bonusly in my personal life with people, I'm always just curious how they do performance management at their companies. And it really is uniform. People dread it, companies dread it, managers dread it. And it really, as I think about it more, it's just this recency bias plays so much into it right now. And so it really is exciting to really see the future of what it can look like with this continuous conversation, this continuous performance enablement is what we're calling it. And so really excited because like you mentioned, we've talked about this peer-to-peer, this recognition piece is so crucial and so important, but being able to tie that in now to the manager piece and performance enablement and providing an alternative to this broken system is just really exciting.
No, that sounds really cool. So I have some selfish questions here. So do y'all have a timeline that this will roll in or roll out from Bonusly? If
So
I can ask that, if I can ask that question, I don't know. Get too
no,
deep.
all good. I would say I should know the answer to that, but I am not sure. I do know we have the wait list, and it is in like sort of the last stages for like this first release, and so yeah, talk to your support manager.
Got it. Got it. Well, maybe you might have an answer to this. Is this? I'm just asking. Is this an additional product or is it an upgrade to what you currently have? Like, is it an update to where it's already kind of like this is just a part of the Bonusly package, or it will be something that we would? This might be really too technical for the podcast, but I'm just you got my because let me say this. What you're saying is, I think it's something that we all struggle with. Like, I feel like internally for Chick-fil-A, we do a good job of facilitating the one-on-one, but this sounds like it's going to give structure. It's going to be able to provide a two-way flow of communication to where if a person knows that they have a one-on-one schedule for that week, they can go ahead and kind of put some questions in. They're encouraged to be able to like document the stuff that they want to talk about before they talk about it. I'll get a chance if I'm facilitating the one-on-one to be able to see that information, to be able to maybe generate some answers for that person before we get to the time. It's going to maximize our time together. You're going to be able to speak into the things that they've done. It all sounds really, 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 really good.
Yeah.
I need to figure out. I don't know if you can send me a link to get on this wait list to figure. We can talk about that after the fact, but. I really do think that's cool, and that sounds like a solution that many people need. I hear from people who are in Chick-fil-A all the time say, "Well, what do you say when you get into a one-on-one? How do you create?" Because most of the time, a one-on-one can feel like an evaluation, a performance evaluation, where I think there's some element of that in the one-on-one, but it's also more than just that. It's really to check in to see what's going on with them, and if you can get some tools to help you do that. I think that's wonderful, man. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you for sharing that. I'm interested as as we are a customer with you guys. I'm really interested to get some more information on that. So if we could, yeah, I'm kind of serious. Serious about that, so I can get some information on that. But I want to say thank you so much for opening up for us here at TPE, giving us insight on what the world of HR and specifically the tech space in HR is. Thank you for just giving us some of the internal peek into Bonusly, giving us a peek into your life and how you've developed and grown into the position that you're in now. How do people get connected with you or Bonusly, I should say? Can you let them know what those social channels are?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for both myself and Bonusly, LinkedIn is one of the best. Like Alex mentioned, we are pumping out resources. I am always shocked at how much our team is creating, whether it be blog posts or templates or guides, anything in between. And then, like Alex mentioned, all the webinars we do and just giving our customers and our HR thought leaders just a space to share their thoughts as well. And so definitely follow us on LinkedIn, Bonusly, and then myself, David J. Brown. And then other than that, if you really want to learn more about Bonusly, just go to www.bonusly.com. And we have a slew of information. If you have any questions, you can schedule a demo. If you have any questions from anything I've said, feel free to shoot me a message on LinkedIn. Because we would love to partner with you and really help solve this employee engagement crisis that we're really going through right now.
Yeah, man. So thank you so much, David. TPE family. Hopefully, you guys were able to gain a little bit of insight as it relates to how to increase your employee engagement. I know all of us are experiencing some opportunities there, and hopefully, this conversation today is going to help you steer you in the right direction. If not anything, at least go out and check out Bonusly, because I kind of stand by the program. I know what it does for us. I know our team loves it. And so thank you again, David. And until next time, TPE family, peace.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, everyone.
Very good.
Tap into the Pivot Experience where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step.
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every week. I'm excited about this episode. Anytime I get a chance to talk to somebody who is in the field of coaching, who is in the field of helping leaders get better, I get excited because it's a moment where iron can sharpen iron. We all can stand to have those instances where we are challenged in thought, and we are challenged to be able to continue to grow ourselves and push ourselves. In this episode, I have the pleasure of interviewing Peter Lopez III, the founder and owner of Elevated Leadership Coaching. Peter resides in Phoenix, Arizona, and he is currently working for the world's most caring brand, and he also does leadership coaching. I'm excited for you guys to participate in this conversation. I know I enjoyed the conversation with Peter, and I'm sure you will too. Let's enjoy the episode.
Where's my love, mine?
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our goal and aim is to help leaders get better each and every week. As you guys know, I love bringing on guests that I feel like is going to add value to our lives and add value to my life. And one of our guiding principles, just on a personal level, is iron sharpening iron. I'm never afraid to really have a conversation with someone who I feel like is either in the same space or in the same field that I am. I do believe that I believe in an abundance mindset. I believe someone told me at work that the sun shines on us all. And so I'm not afraid to ever interact with people who I feel like are doing the same thing as me, because I'm a lifelong student. I always want to learn. I always want to engage. I always want to interact. And I met this gentleman on LinkedIn. You know, as you guys know, I've been networking hard on LinkedIn, and I came across some of his content, and I saw that he was working at Chick-fil-A. One box checked. He was a leadership coach, another box checked. And he was putting out some great content, which I think that, you know, we put out decent content here at TPE. So I just had to I had to connect with him. And he was gracious enough to accept the invitation to come on to the show. I am talking about a man by the name of Peter Lopez. Peter, how are you doing today?
Hey, doing good, Alex. Hey, that's love your intro. Really excited to be a part of this. I want to say hello to the TPE community, and I'm just really thankful that you've given me the opportunity to be here, man. I love your attitude, love your spirit. I think that's brought you to where you are now, and I'm just really looking forward to having this conversation with you.
Likewise, likewise. And so I know you're in the world of coaching, and I know you're in the world of Chick-fil-A, but you mentioned something before we talked. Right now, without giving up too much information, you're in Arizona, right? But you said you were a
Mhm.
Texan. So I want to hear a little bit about what that transition looked like. You know, give us a little, you know, if you can give us a snapshot of what your life has been, so that people can
Yeah.
know a little bit more about you.
Absolutely, man. So I did. I grew up in the southern tip of Texas, commonly known as the Rio Grande Valley. And so that's where I grew up, went to, that's where all the way through high school. A small area of the world, man. Everything else in the country seems like it might as well be a different country. Like we are so far south. So when I was looking to go to college, I wanted to expand. I wanted to experience something different. So I left South Texas when I was about 18, 19 years old. And I went to Indianapolis, Indiana. And that's where I decided I was going to go to a school there. I was going to get my bachelor's degree. And I did. Just so happened that when I arrived in Indianapolis, Indiana, I met a girl. She ended up being the one that I married. She was from the Indiana area. So the next 15 years of my life which is where my kids were born, were spent in the Midwest, opened me up to an entirely different culture. Loved it, loved the kindness, the hospitality, and generosity. And then the last 7 years, our career brought us to Phoenix, Arizona. And that's where I've been now. Again, a completely different culture than the Midwest and slightly different than Texas, but just close enough that it makes me feel at home in this area. But yet it has this super cool Southwest flair to it. So that's kind of my life in a little bit of a nutshell.
Okay, no, cool. I off the cuff, I know one thing we share is it's probably hot. It's hot where you're at. It's hot where I'm at. For sure. I
It
mean,
is.
without going into too much detail, I know that's probably one thing we share in common. So, just getting into our conversation here, can you share like what has gotten you to your career at Chick-fil-A? Like what brought you to working at Chick-fil-A, and then what has ultimately brought you to your coaching company? If you would introduce your coaching company, what your manifesto is and everything else.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, Alex. So yeah, I have been like all of my life, I've been like a student of leadership. I mean, even starting off as a middle school, high school athlete, I was always intrigued by leaders. I was intrigued by those who were able to bring people together and accomplish something great. Right, as an athlete, that was what intrigued me. And so I've always been someone who either watched videos or who did all the reading that I possibly could. I've just really been a student of leadership pretty much most of my life and have been able to be fortunate enough to be in career positions that have enabled me to be practicing leadership like 365 days a year. I mean, I'm constantly practicing, implementing, shifting, learning, adjusting, all of the things that leadership requires. The biggest transition point came really around COVID. I feel like when COVID happened in our country, it put an extreme pressure on leaders, no matter what industry you were in or what like sales, what market you were in. It put pressure on leaders. And I started to realize then that leaders were it's either you were being highlighted as someone who is really leading, or you were finding yourself falling short because some of your leadership skills may have just been a little bit underdeveloped. But I felt like leadership was so important during that time. That's really when my mind started thinking, like, we all need to be students of leadership, and anyone in any kind of leadership position should constantly be challenging themselves to develop. So shortly after COVID is actually when I transitioned to a company that I was in for a very short period of time and experienced what I would consider a terrible leadership culture. I mean, it was one of those settings that I'm like, this is what it's like to be under poor leadership. And at that time, a Chick-fil-A operator from our town kind of engaged me and asked me if I'd be willing to come over to Chick-fil-A and help build kind of the leadership team and leadership structure and some of the operational systems of Chick-fil-A. Of course, I'm like, I think that sounds great to me, right? Like, because from what I knew about Chick-fil-A as a lifelong, basically fan of Chick-fil-A, I am all over that. So that's really when I transitioned to Chick-fil-A. As I got into Chick-fil-A, really, I began as like an executive of operations. So I'm in charge of all the operational elements. Shortly thereafter, I transitioned and I was the executive director of people and culture and development. And I realized that that was really what was maximizing my personal skill sets. And I saw the impact, honestly, it was having on all of the leaders in our restaurant. It's being able to visually see the impact that leadership development and really strategic investment in leaders was having, which made me approach my operator and say, what do you think about me taking this and starting my own leadership development company called Elevated Leadership Group, where I can work with business owners and senior to mid-level leaders across other Chick-fil-A's, across other restaurants, even industries, and help them see the same type of experience that we've been able to. And there you go. That was the birth, the launch of Elevated Leadership Group. So today, I'm the executive director of people at Chick-fil-A, loving it, enjoying those that I get to work with, and then also the executive of Elevated Leadership Group, executive leadership coach. So yeah, that's a little bit of my journey, man.
No, I love that. Truett said, we're not in the chicken business, but we're in the people business. And there's
Absolutely.
a real internal tug. We're going to talk Chick-fil-A here a little bit, but there's a real
Yeah.
internal tug between the director of people and the director of operations. Typically, like, which one's more important? Did the chicken come first or the egg, right? Which one do we
Yeah.
prioritize? But I definitely feel like, kudos to your restaurant for investing specifically in people, right? Kudos to you, for accepting that, because we can be the fastest, we can have the greatest product, but as we talked about off cam, the culture is really what drives, the work environment, and really what drives the business. And so, being in a position to impact that is awesome. What are some unique leadership challenges that you've observed in the Chick-fil-A, your Chick-fil-A organization, and how are you addressing them?
Yeah, I would say some of the unique challenges, maybe just a couple or three that I've noticed, are honestly just the need for leaders. We still have right now leadership gaps, positions that we want to fill. We have a bench of people. We're fairly new to our restaurant. We just took the leadership over of our restaurant about 2 years ago, and so we're still in that process of remaking the culture. We had been in a previous location. And so, but we have some gaps we need to fill. And what I find is sometimes really the tendency to want to move a little too fast and maybe put people into a leadership position that aren't necessarily fully prepared for that position. They do fantastic where they're at. So you want to quickly move them forward, but there is a significant risk by putting someone in a position before they're ready. I think that's one of the challenges that I've noticed in our context, in our setting. Another one is just honestly the pace. Chick-fil-A is a very fast-paced machine. I tell when we hire leaders, I say it's like a train that's like a bullet train. We're going hundreds of miles per hour, but we're going to find a good way to get you on it, right? But it is very fast-paced, and in a fast-paced environment, leadership can often be overlooked. You can plug the piece in and then just let it go. When you have to invest strategically and specifically, and in a fast-paced environment, sometimes you can, if you're not being very deliberate, you can overlook certain leadership pieces, which basically is ultimately it's going to hurt you. You're going to find some gaps that are being present. You're going to find an undertone of frustration and negativity. So I think those are a couple of that I've noticed. And then honestly, what you mentioned, man, the tug. There's this constant tension between like the elements of culture and people and the need for profit, right? And the need to make money and to sell so you can keep the people around and keep the people on the payroll. There's this constant tension between the two, and it's really finding the right balance between in that tension. I have a very specific thought about it on my end from my perspective. But I do think those are some of the challenges, at least three of the challenges that I find that we face.
And I think to speak to one of those, you mentioned pace, and this is where I feel like I have to check myself as a leader, because I came up in the luxury. I started 20 years ago. Chick-fil-A, from a volume standpoint, was a lot different. So we were, developing a lot of the things that we see now that are common, and so I have to be careful as a leader to not like put my expectations on someone who didn't have the luxury of kind of growing with the volume. I tell people now, and I try to get our leaders to understand now, it's like, hey, you grew with this. We're throwing people in to the mix of the chaos. We kind of remember when we had those moments where it was slow or there was nothing going on. Now people. So I think that's a very valid stance, because I think I try to, from a recruitment standpoint, or more so a retention standpoint, I tell people the culture that we create for the level of work we're doing, somebody else can maybe go somewhere else and do 90% less work, for comparable income. It's all about the environment that you create. It's all about the culture that you create. And I think that kind of brings me into my next question. It's like, how does the culture of Chick-fil-A, right? You're relatively new to the culture. But I think internally you represented what Chick-fil-A represented, but just in terms of like the Chick-fil-A language and how we do it, how has that culture influenced your approach to leadership development and coaching?
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. Like you led into it. I was going to say the culture of Chick-fil-A, I find aligns like wonderfully with my personal approach to leadership and even to business. It aligns so well that there hasn't been a need to make these massive adjustments so that I could fit the culture. There was really great alignment with it. I like the people. You referenced Truett's quote, right? Like we sell chicken, yeah, but we are in the people business, and I like that approach. That's very important to me. That's why leadership development is so important. And at the same time, that's what I like teaching our leaders of how the people are the ones that drive the business. I like the service element of Chick-fil-A's culture. It's service, it's service. I think it does lean towards that service type leadership. And that's exactly that aligns with me, and that's what the development that I teach is. And but also, honestly, Chick-fil-A has a desire and a passion for excellence. I mean, Chick-fil-A doesn't want to settle for anything less than the best, and I like that. And sometimes I think leadership development tends to leave that element out of it. It tends to lean heavily towards people and service, but it's also about all of us together being amazing and being great. And I like that passion, that pursuit of excellence, because it really does fit with me. So all of my leadership development that I bring into the restaurant or that I bring in through my business is all aligned with those things. It's people, it's service, and it's excellence. So it really aligns great with where Chick-fil-A is at as a company.
That's awesome. What are some key qualities? And I'll ask you this from a Chick-fil-A perspective, and you can answer
Yeah.
this also from the elevated leadership perspective. But what are some key qualities that you feel like leaders need to have to be successful in today's economy?
Yeah, that's a good question, Alex. I honestly, I think it's care. I would put really care at the top. I think that really came out during that COVID time. I think pre-COVID, there was an element of the workplace where care wasn't seeming to be necessary. It's just, look, I pay you to do the job, do it, right? But through COVID, and then after we've come out of COVID, the workforce really requires care. They want to be cared for. And if they're not, they're either going to work below what their performance capabilities are, or honestly, they're not going to stay long, which ultimately is going to hurt your retention. It's going to hurt your customer service. It's going to hurt everything you want in business. So I honestly put care at the top. An important quality of a leader is you have to genuinely care for the people that you're leading. It's so important, and care about what you're doing. And then I would put at the top too, and another quality is authenticity. I think that's again an element that the workforce is really demands right now. They want leaders who are authentic, willing to be transparent enough to get to know them and in a personal way, and yet willing to admit when they need help, all right, or willing to admit when I'm wrong, like just to say, look, that's my bad. I initiated that. It didn't go like I thought it was. I'm going to own up to that. And we're going to make some just authentic leadership. I think people want that. Perfection sounds amazing, but it's not going to be possible. So I think authenticity is what people want. I think another quality is honestly consistency. I think people they want to trust you, but if you're inconsistent, they can't. You have to be consistent in your attitude. You have to be consistent in your presence. I think you have to be consistent in your actions in order to be able to build that confidence and that trust that leadership ultimately requires. And I would even throw activity in there, man. And we're Chick-fil-A people, right? So we're expected to smile all the time and say my pleasure. And that's that positivity that I think draws customers. It does, but that's the positivity that also draws really great team members and employees and other leaders to us. It's positivity. And yeah, in a fast-paced environment like Chick-fil-A, there are a ton of frustrations that you're constantly going to face, but choosing positivity, I do think, is a quality that will draw other positive people to you, and ultimately create an environment that really gets some pretty good things done. So I don't know, I'd say those are probably four of the top qualities. I would say, look, these are essential if you want to be amazing as a Chick-fil-A leader.
So I'm gonna go a little against the grain a little bit here, and I hope
Yeah.
this is okay with you. I think
Yeah.
so. I want to talk about the first attribute, the care piece. I remember when Chick-fil-A, came out and said they want to be the world's most caring company, and I see a lot of business leaders talk about care. But how do you articulate care to your team in a way that doesn't steer them away from accountability? I guess the question would be,
Mhm.
how does accountability and care exist together?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I think, and this is where we alluded to this in a previous conversation or here earlier. I think when people often talk leadership, they tend, especially when I talk my philosophy of leadership and I say care, often people tend to exclude it to like these really like fuzzy feelings of everybody's happy and smiling all the time. When I reference care, I'm talking about genuinely caring for the individuals who are around me, whether they're leaders of multiple levels or whether they're team members, genuinely caring for them. And in genuinely caring for them, what you do is you want the best for them. You desire for to bring everything out of them that is within them that is really going to help them be successful and to help them even identify weaknesses that are present within them so that they can sharpen and improve those. If I care for people, I am honestly going to do everything that I can to bring the best out of those people. And that automatically comes with a very high level of personal accountability. Except the fact that I care gives me an angle that if someone approached it from a position of not caring, they would probably really create the opposite effect of what they're wanting to within that person. When my angle, my view, my approach is really going to draw those people to me, it's going to open them up to my feedback, to my accountability, and it's going to give them a greater passion to rise to the expectations that maybe they didn't even have for themselves, but I genuinely believe they can arise too. And it's really going to help them elevate. I hope that clarifies maybe a little bit of what I mean by care. Right? Is that more clear?
No, I honestly, it was a bit rhetorical on my end because I knew what you were aiming at, but I know a portion of this audience are younger leaders, and I think sometimes when they hear the word care, you immediately default to the warm and fuzzy piece of it. Caring, and I guess you can almost use the word love in synonymous with
Mhm.
this. Like, if you really love
Mhm.
a person, you tell them when they're right or wrong.
Yeah.
You're not really caring for a person when you don't, when you're not honest with them about their performance and you're sugarcoating certain things. You're not, that's almost more manipulative than caring. You know what I
It
mean?
is.
And so, no, I just wanted to, for the audience sake,
I love it.
I didn't want them to hear you say, well, I should go home. I should go to work and be kinder. It's like and
Yeah.
of course you should be kind. Kindness is a key attribute. You said that
Absolutely.
positivity is a good piece of it, and don't be lost in this. You can be positive and kind and hold people accountable
Yeah. 100%.
simultaneously. And so I just wanted to clarify that a bit, just for the people who are listening.
I'm
What?
glad. No, thanks, Alex, because I do not want to give that impression. A
Yeah.
bunch of people walking around smiling, thinking, "Hey, I'm a good leader now." No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the
While
care is a
while the
little
house
more
is
to it.
burning down, it's like, hey, we're happy. No. There's some things that need to be cleaned up here that we need to take care of.
Yeah, absolutely.
What advice would you give to aspiring leaders at Chick-fil-A or any other organization to help them make a significant impact?
Yeah, I would honestly say one of the first things I think is important for leaders, identify your purpose. Like, why? What's your why? Why is it that you want to be a leader? Why is it that you want that promotion or that next level position? What is your why? And the reason why I think you need to identify that first is because if you don't really get it right early on, you're probably going to create more challenges for yourself along the way, and at some point, you're going to probably arrive at this crisis moment and you're going to have to identify your why at that point. So it's really going to save you some time, some energy, some effort to just stop, learn yourself well enough to identify, why do I want to be a leader? Why do I want that position? And then once you've established that, you can start kind of moving in that direction. I think you'll actually move with more clarity. Honestly, mentors have been a big part of my life. I would say that'd be another thing. Seek a mentor out. And that's actually one of the questions that we ask when we interview for our leadership positions right now. Like when I have an interview for a potential candidate, I'm asking, can you tell me about a mentor that you have right now? I want people who are going to seek out mentors. And I think that's an important element of someone who's an aspiring leader. Find someone who represents qualities that you want, that you desire, you aspire to. And then honestly, like, don't wait for them to come to you. You go to them. You ask them if they'll sit down with you for a few minutes, and you ask them just 2 or 3 questions. You ask them to give you feedback from things they've observed. Like, seek it out. Don't just wait for a mentor to choose you. I'd also say learning. You and I have both talked about that, right? We've been lifelong learners. We think learning is important. I'd say learning is important in any way. And then I always tell people, like, if you aspire to be a leader, then lead where you're at right now. Remember that leadership is not confined to a title. Leadership is more associated with influence and with the ability that you have to be able to influence those around you to create something. And you can do that even if you have no title whatsoever. So start your leadership journey right there where you're at. That's kind of what some of the things I would say are important for someone who aspires to be a leader. And I'll even tell people in our restaurant who want to move up to lead from your current position and think like you're in the next position. So that way, the decisions that you're already making and the way you're already starting to see the business, the way you're starting to see the movement of what's happening around you is already at the level above you. And that's what's going to help you stand out when those internal hiring process have been initiated and they're looking for someone to fill a role, or you're going to stand out because you may be one of the only ones that's already thinking like you're already in that role. So those are some of the pieces of advice I would give to aspiring leaders.
And I think that rolls us into the next question, because I think you kind of answered some of it already. But what are some of the metrics, or what are some of the things you use to measure whether or not a leader is performing well or they're advancing at the rate that we like them to go? What are some of those indicators for you?
Yeah, for me, I have a few. I implement like 360 reviews, and even will provide an element of that through Elevated Leadership Group. Even if I'm working with leaders in other businesses, I think it is good to hear what the people who are experiencing your leadership, what are they experiencing it like? Their perception is often the leader's reality, and so 360 reviews are a way for me to be able to quantify the leadership impact of a person in a very strategic position. One of the things I sometimes get frustrated is in business like Chick-fil-A, we can have metrics for so much. How the customer satisfaction, the speed of service, the cleanliness, and just metrics for everything. But when it comes to leadership, it oftentimes ends up so subjectively based on emotions. I feel like you're doing great, or I feel like I saw you make a good decision. So what I've tried to do is create a review system that enables them to get legitimate, objective data, so that I can then sit with them and say, which I can now, our goal is that you would be at 81% on this specific leadership area. And right now you're at 83%. Great job. Like, you're doing well. We can put a subjective, a figure, so to speak, on our leaders. So 81% is what we expect for all of our leaders. And that's a way for every leader in our organization to know, okay, I am meeting or exceeding the expectations. So that's important for me. Another metric that's important to me is whenever we put out those reviews, we have internal. I know Chick-fil-A has their surveys, but we have internal surveys as well. And I want to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on the percentage of people that say they're recommending to work at Chick-fil-A. For me, if they're recommending to work at Chick-fil-A, it's because the leaders create an environment that makes them want to work there. So that's a metric I follow. Employee retention rate is a metric that I follow as well. If workers are happy with the culture, with the leader, they will stay. And then I'm also looking at OSAT that Chick-fil-A provides. I feel like if our leaders are leading well, that the guests are going to be getting an amazing experience. So I look at our OSAT numbers that our leaders are actually kind of producing during their shifts, and I'll say, hey, if you're leading a great team and creating a great culture, the business is going to experience it. So I do use the OSAT number as well. So those are some of the main metrics that I give to our leaders and say, this is how we know the effectiveness, and this is how we can measure your leadership journey.
Awesome. No, I love the objectivity that you're trying to create.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
one of the hardest things to do when you're talking about people performance. It's
yeah.
always intuition, I'm guilty of that.
Mm-hmm.
On my working genius, it's one of my working genius is discernment. So a lot of my decisions are kind of built off of an intuition, but I would rather it be systematic to where you can go, hey, definitively, this is where your gaps are. This
Yes,
is where you
absolutely.
excel at. This is where you have opportunities to grow. So I love that you're implementing that. So
Yeah,
Peter,
absolutely.
go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you. No, you go. You're good.
No, so I'm gonna kind of just close this up here. But what is
Yeah.
next for Peter? Like, what's next for you? Like, I know we got Chick-fil-A is in the scope. I know elevated leadership is in the scope. What is next
Yeah.
for both of those buckets, or just what's next for you in general?
Yeah, man, that's a big question, Alex. That you just threw my way, man. Um, Chick-fil-A provides me an environment to really foster everything that I really am passionate about. And I have been extremely grateful for that. And it's given me a platform to be able to maximize the elevated leadership group as well. Because when you're developing and implementing all of your processes and systems within Chick-fil-A, right? That it draws attention, right? It raises some eyebrows. So I am very grateful for that. Honestly, like I want to take that, and I would love, my mission would be to take that very same culture and feel to businesses all across communities. I figure that people are working like a third of their life is spent at their workplace, right? I mean, just a massive amount of time is at their workplace. If we can transform the workplaces that people are functioning and working in, it really has the ability to transform them as an individual. If you can transform them as an individual and improve and lighten them up and sharpen them, then they're going to take that into their homes. That could then influence people's homes. It could impact homes in a positive way, and ultimately all the way to communities. I know this sounds crazy big, but I genuinely believe that just leadership development within a business can create this ripple of improvement, of joy, of internal satisfaction that can ultimately impact communities. I would love to be able to impact multiple communities across the nation simply by working with executives and senior to mid level leaders so that it starts the ripple effect. I feel like it's the first domino. If we can hit that one, it's going to be great. So for me, I guess that means ultimately maybe expanding far beyond, just one Chick-fil-A. But, I guess I'm on the journey right now. So I'm starting off, and if I'm able to continue to doing that, that would be my passion, and that's ultimately what I foresee.
No, man, you gotta take it one step at a time, and I think you're really speaking to my heart when you say that. Like, and I know I said we was closing up, but I gotta add on to that. But
Yeah, go for it.
it's one of those things where you have to have vision beyond your four walls, to create
Mm-hmm.
impact that goes like, I heard a vision statement for Chick-fil-A a long time ago, and their vision statement was to be the brightest light in the community. And I felt like
Mm-hmm.
that was so big because whether we realize it or not, our actions as a business impacts communities, right? But then what
Absolutely.
happens when the individuals in that business get passionate about taking that same culture, that same
Mm-hmm.
feeling beyond those walls? Like, I
Mm-hmm.
know I know that the competitive, the business mind would say, well, we want to keep all this here. We want to keep all of
Mm-hmm.
our mojo in house. But our communities would be better if everybody adopted the mindsets that we have,
Yeah, absolutely.
and our cities will become more appealing. Like
Hmm.
everything around us will start to just grow. If more
Hmm.
people had the idea to prioritize culture and kindness and care and all these things that we've been talking about, that's and I know, one man or one entity can't change the world, but if collectively in our own
Hmm.
spheres of influence we all work towards making that happen, I think we can make some serious headway in trying to create something different and to create something new. So man, no, I've really enjoyed this conversation, Peter. Actually, I probably would love to revisit this conversation at a later
Hmm.
date, as both of our businesses continue to grow and to flourish. I'm kind of speaking that over us as we continue to just
I like it.
impact our communities. I'm sure there'll be more opportunities for us to have an intersection that's like this. And so I would love to continue to stay up with you. Speaking of that, how can people contact you? How can they get in contact with you, Peter? And how can they interact with Elevated Leadership?
Yeah. I have a web. You can go to my website. It's going to give you all the information. It's going to clarify a lot of the things we've talked about. It's elevatedleadershipgroup.com. A lot of my content is produced through LinkedIn. So you could look up Peter Lopez III on LinkedIn. And so those are going to be two primary areas that you can go to contact me. And on those, it'll have my contact information, my email. So absolutely very personable, individual based. So feel free to reach out if there's literally anything I can do to be a help. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. That's my passion.
Awesome. Well, there you guys have it. I think today was a masterclass on what it takes to not only operate and grow a great workplace, but also look into yourself to see what attributes you should be prioritizing as a leader. Thank you so much, Peter, for taking out some time out of your busy day. And sharing with our audience. Hopefully, I can return the favor if the opportunity ever presents
Mhm.
itself. I would love to do so. That's all we have today, TPE. And until next time, peace.
Tap into the Pivot Experience where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step.
What's up and what's happening, TPE fam? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every day. My name is Alex Seal, and I've spent 20 years with the world's most caring company. And as you guys know, I've been hyper active on LinkedIn, making connections and networking with some really great people who are doing some really great things. I had the opportunity to stumble across this young lady by the name of Amanda Finnegan. She is working at a Chick-fil-A really close to my hometown here in Houston, Texas. And I just loved the energy from the first post that I saw from her. She's incredibly passionate about her job. She is incredibly passionate about being a follower of Christ, and everything that we had a chance to talk about in this episode, I believe leaders need to hear it, and it will definitely impact your journey and impact how you think about your walking leadership. So I can't wait for you guys to hear this episode, and I can't wait for you guys to be able to be encouraged as I was, facilitating the interview, listening to Amanda and just how she sees people and how she views herself in the business and everything that she just kind of stands for. It's something that you can truly tip your hat to and pay respect towards someone who is a young leader who is passionate about getting things done and just making it happen. So without further ado, man, let's get into the episode. What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders get better each and every day. My name is Alex Seal, and I've spent 20 plus years with the world's most caring company, and I enjoy engaging with other leaders who I feel like will bring value and just perspective to our audience. Now, on today's show, we have another special guest. In transparently, and this has kind of been a reoccurring theme here. I ran across this individual on LinkedIn, and in 20 years of doing this job, there's a certain level of energy that you're looking for in the people that you want to serve alongside you. In today's time where talent might be scarce, we might be on the quote unquote war for talent. There's some people that just jump off the page when you see the energy that they bring to the table. And I ran across this young lady on my LinkedIn feed, and I couldn't help but to connect with her and try to follow her because every post that she makes, everything that she talks about really speaks to the heart of what I believe Chick-fil-A is. The way she thinks about serving and growing and just helping build a business is something that I've really had the opportunity to enjoy just watching. I just had to have the courage to reach out to her and try to get her on today's show. And I'm talking about Amanda Finnegan. Amanda, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. And I'm super grateful that you reached out. I have gotten super active on LinkedIn and never planned for it to really amount to anything, but I've made a ton of really great connections. And so I'm always happy when someone reaches out. Always glad to chat.
Yeah, definitely. So, Amanda, if you would please, for myself and the audience, kind of give us a synopsis of who you are. How did you begin working in, Chick-fil-A of all places? How did that become your destination? And just a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. So really my faith is the central part of my whole life. I have always believed in God, followed God. That's always just been the center of who I am and what I do. And so every day my mission is just to be a testament to God's grace. And I never thought that I would be doing that through the chicken business, but here I am. And so I was born and raised in Houston, still there today, and born to both my parents and one older sister, lots of cats in the house growing up. And I was homeschooled as a young kid and really learned a lot of just kind of how to teach and motivate myself through that, I think. And then I went to a private school later on, did community college, and then went on to university. And growing up, I was always involved in, extracurriculars, swim team, choir. Music was always kind of my thing, sports not so much. And so I was always just kind of the person that wanted to stay busy, do different things. I was really involved with church growing up. That was always something instilled in me, again, very like faith centric. And so just serving and caring for others was something that was a focus of mine pretty early on from a young age. And, growing up and kind of going through middle school, early high school, and some friends of mine starting to struggle with mental health issues and kind of just being exposed to a lot of just the darkness and pain in the world, just really opening my eyes to like, man, like life is tough and there's a lot of people going through a lot of different things. And what's the answer for them? What's the answer for me when things don't go our way, And for me, I found in my life, the only answer is Christ. The only answer is God's grace, like God's undeserved favor to have created me, to want a relationship with me, to guide me through life. And so just growing up kind of with that, the center. And so going into college, because of just kind of my experiences, I decided to study psychology. And I really was dead set on going into the mental health field. That was like my thing. So it kind of morphed. I first wanted to be a counselor because there's different licenses you can get, different kind of higher level degrees you can get depending on what you specifically want to do in that field. And so first I thought counselor, and then I had really narrowed down on social work. So I planned to get my master's in social work and work at a hospital was actually my ideal setting because in my mind, I had a lot of work experience at that point, working in ministry, doing like internships with worship ministry students, children's ministry, those types of things. And I enjoyed that and definitely was able to apply my passions of like service and encouragement there. But I remember thinking to myself, like, not everyone is going to walk into a church in their life, but everyone walks into a hospital. That's what I thought at the time. Of course, now it's everyone walks into a Chick-fil-A. But at the time, I was very dead set on that. And I was going into my final year of university at Houston, previously Houston Baptist, now Houston Christian University. And I just needed a summer job just to save up some money. And I loved Chick-fil-A, and there was a new Chick-fil-A being built right next to my university. And so I ended up going in to eat breakfast there the first day that they opened the dining room, because this was in 2021. So this was like somewhat fresh off COVID. So they opened the dining room. It was this whole big thing. And I went in, and the operator, Steven, just happened to be there. And so I got up and introduced myself and said, hey, I want a job here. And they interviewed and hired me on the spot. And then what started as a summer job turned out to be a whole lot more. And so I went into that semester of classes and found out actually that I could graduate early that December. And so throughout kind of that process of just adding on the classes that I needed, trying to figure out, what grad school I was applying to, different things like that, I actually started having a lot of conversations with Stephen and my operator, with other people in my life, with my family, and really realizing, like, have I put myself into a box that God never actually put me in by saying I'm going to work in the mental health field and, like, that's all there is, that's all I'm going to do. And realizing that was much more my idea, and kind of my idea of trying to control my journey and my story, essentially, and control how I wanted to apply my passions, instead of actually seeking the Lord and seeking, like, what opportunity might God have for me in some unknown space that I don't even know exists yet. And so that had really been my experience working at Chick-fil-A. I live in a very diverse city and I work in a very diverse Chick-fil-A. And so just getting to know people and becoming, close friends with people that have completely different backgrounds than I did was really something new to me. And I really just learned so much about myself, about others, about my faith, even in God. And there was just endless opportunity to influence people. I mean, even our corporate purpose at Chick-fil-A, right, to not only be a faithful steward of all that God has entrusted to us, but to have a positive influence on all who come into contact with Chick-fil-A, And so what does it look like for me to utilize every single guest interaction, every single team member interaction to point someone to something greater than myself, greater than them, And so finding that I could apply my passions of service and encouragement and all those things in this space that I never saw myself in. I mean, I'd never worked in fast food, never thought I would be bagging chicken for a living, but just loved it. I loved every minute of it. And so having these conversations, planning to graduate, realizing I think I'm about to let a pivot happen that I never expected. And so I ended up actually not applying to grad school. So I graduated with my bachelor's in December of 2021 and kept working at Chick-fil-A with really no idea what was ahead. At that point, I was a trainer, so I was like one step up from a team member. Had no clue what I was doing with my life at that point. And, just was honestly along for the ride. And it was kind of the first time I really let go of my ideas and my plans before God, which was really a shift for me. And so going into that season of life, I did get promoted to be the scheduling lead at my store, which I'm still in that role today. And so I'm in charge of the schedule, making the schedule for a whole restaurant, leading shifts, developing younger leaders, helping manage labor, those types of things. And then a little over a year ago now, I got transferred to our other store because we're a multi-unit. And so now I've been the scheduling lead there for a little over a year. And in that time of just developing as a leader, helping develop others, really just feeling the impact and the legacy of my operator and the way that he's influenced us positively, I really have felt inspired that I do want to make Chick-fil-A my long-term plan, long-term goal. Of course, I hesitate to use the word plan now. I say idea, because I've learned not to carve anything into stone, because that's just when God's going to start laughing and say, no, actually, there might be something else. So there might be something else. But for now, Chick-fil-A is what I'm heading towards. And so my goal is to apply for a leadership development program within the next year, and then apply for operator after that. And so that's where the journey's taken me. And yeah, I'm still to this day really involved with my church community, really involved with music. I write music. I have a song on Spotify. I'm pretty sure only like 25 people have listened to it, but that's okay, because I put a song on Spotify and that was the goal. So, really involved with worship ministry at church. Really love just walking with younger girls through life, whatever that looks like. Really enjoy going for walks at the park, going to the gym, painting my nails, all the typical, things during the week to fill my time. But really just living each day, trying to be a testament to God's grace and just be able to point to the ways that he's been with me every step of the way.
Wow. I love the fact, number one, that how in tune you are with your purpose and your drive, like what's pushing that, what's what gives it life. You almost just took all the steam out of my first question, because I think it's apparent to me after that I understand what drives your leadership, and a lot of the things that you say. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with Dan Cathy. I think you had to have been here long enough. It sounds like to me you've been here long enough to be under his leadership from a corporate standpoint. And there's something that he said a long time ago. I remember
when Chick-fil-A was second mile service has always been a thing. But when the operators go to next, or what was formerly called seminar, they would have the keynotes, and Dan would always give a keynote. And I never forget it. He had a waiter's towel on his forearm, to illustrate this idea of service. And and everything you said kind of brings me back to when he was talking about when we perform at an excellent level on the first and second mile. That's just the hook to get people to come to our establishment and do business with us, so we can really minister into their lives through being great people, by being good people. I mean, I think that's that message really sticks with me now. I know there's a lot of conversation around, there's tons of numbers and metrics that measure our performance as a business, and from Chick-fil-A to Chick-fil-A, there's this internal competitive spirit that we all have to be number one and to do all these things, and I love that, but I love really the foundation and the real meaning as to why we want to be so excellent. Sure, we're not a nonprofit business, and so we want to generate income for our operators, ourselves, the support center, Chick-fil-A in general. But the big thing is that we want to let our light shine so bright that when you do come in contact with us, you might have thought you was coming for a meal, but you were actually coming for an experience that goes beyond that. And you really very, very eloquently put things that I talk to our team members about when they talk about the things that they want to do, their plans, right? Quote unquote plans that they think that they have. And I say, a lot of those things that you think about that you want to do can be done from this building with these people, the team that you serve. If you just turn the angle, it's not about so much the what, it's more about your why, and everything that you just said there really just drives home this idea of like, hey, if I've got a big heart for people, I care about developing folks, I understand the grace that I'm afforded it, and I want to return that back to other people. And Chick-fil-A is just the right place to do it. And I don't know why Chick-fil-A just attracts music majors. I've been working with a bunch of music majors over the course of my tenure. That a lot of them have gone on to be band directors, choir directors, and music teachers. But it's really just refreshing to hear you stand in that idea of, hey, I understand my passion beyond the framework in which I thought I was going to do it. I understand my why can be facilitated no matter where I am. So that was powerful. It was potent. And thank you for sharing and being so candid and transparent with us today. Because that was, I think, whenever this episode releases, a lot of people need to hear your perspective, because I think it's important for people to realize that there's more than one way to skin a cat, and just what you thought was the medium that you was going to get your passion through, you never know what form that will come in. So that was awesome. Now I want to ask you, because I would imagine this question here, I'm curious to know what your answer is. How would your team describe you? I mean, just in the 10 minutes that we've been here, and the idle post that I see on your timeline, I can't imagine working with you 40 plus hours a week. So what is the perspective people have of you? And then how do you maintain that, or like your brand as a leader?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's always a tough question, especially because I tend to be very introspective and try to have and maintain good self-awareness. So I'm constantly evaluating myself essentially. And so it's easy to take that view that we have of ourselves and project it onto other people, whether it's good or bad, positive or negative, and assume that someone views us a certain way when they don't. So it can be hard to discern the difference. But I would imagine, and I think it would be fair to say my team would describe me as someone who definitely has room to grow, and particularly in terms of just my composure, kind of the energy that I put off specifically when I'm stressed, because as you can probably tell, I'm a pretty expressive person and my face says things before I say them. And so that can be good when I'm in a great mood, and it can be really terrible when I'm not, or if I'm even dealing with a difficult conversation with someone and my face is saying something different than my mouth is, that can get me into trouble for sure. So definitely room to grow in those areas. But I think they would also say that I'm very passionate that I am very hardworking, and that I care a lot, because I really do.
Awesome. And you know, that level of self-awareness is key as you continue to grow and develop. And we all have room to grow, right? Each, you know, none of us are perfect, and leadership is a never-ending journey. But you being aware of those things, I think, speaks volumes about your character. And I'm sure if your team has a chance to listen to this, that they probably appreciate, you know, you just owning that. And so I love the fact that you were willing to do that. Appreciate your honesty there. You say that you're the scheduling lead, and you are responsible for schedule, and you're also responsible for helping lead and develop other people. What are you working on right now in your restaurant? Either something new or something that's been ongoing that you were plugged into. What are you doing right now to help people grow in your restaurant?
Yeah, for sure. I very much have learned, you know, probably the hard way, that, you know, it all starts with self-leadership. Like, I can't lead anybody else to be healthier, be the best version of themselves, if I'm not a healthy best version of myself, right? And so how I'm leading others is ultimately going to simply reflect how I'm leading myself. And so I have to always make sure that I'm maintaining healthy habits, you know, staying true to my values, staying true to what's most important to me, what I know that I need to be filled up, because I can't give anything that I don't have. You know, I can't give out of surplus if I haven't filled my own cup first. And so that's just always an essential and ongoing work, I think, that I'm doing, is seeking to lead myself well, you know, and accept ultimately God's leadership well. And then in terms of, you know, towards others, after that, as the outflow of that, I tend to give more weight to just the day-to-day conversations, because I've learned that while I want influencing people to be this like big magical button that I just like press and like boom, it's done, I influenced you, it's really just a matter of, I mean, it's the Chick-fil-A slogan, even, it's the little things, right? It's the same with leadership and development and influencing people, right? It's the little things. It's those daily, you know, emotional deposits that I would call them. It's checking in with people and saying, hey, how are you doing today? It's asking how someone's family is doing. It's remembering something that someone mentioned 3 weeks ago and following up about it. And then it's getting into deeper conversations. Hey, what are your goals? Hey, tell me where you're at and where you want to be. You know, hey, tell me something, that a barrier that you're facing right now. Talk to me about that. You know, having and fostering those kinds of conversations to get people thinking about those types of things. And it's just doing that every single day, and doing that with different team members for the season that they're in my restaurant, you know, and in my scope of influence, because the reality for most people in the restaurant is they're not going to be there long term. And so how do I leverage the time that I have with them now to be intentional in the day in and day out? And so it's not, you know, something specific or like a project that I'm working on, but that's just kind of my mentality and how I approach the development of others. Really is, it's slow and steady. It's not, I'm going to do this one big thing and then it's all going to be done, you know. And that being said, I am planning one big thing, but that is actually a recent idea that I had, that I really just feel that we need, we being kind of the leadership team in my store, really just needs a time of encouragement and just kind of realignment with our vision, and not just the vision of our restaurant, but our personal visions, because I think that's something that I know wasn't on my radar until pretty recently in my life. You know, what's my mission? What's my why, as we would say in Chick-fil-A lingo, you know, but my personal why. Why am I here? Why am I part of this team? Why am I giving my best today? You know, why do I want to go into LDP? Why do I want to be an operator? Like, those questions all have to be answered as a foundation for anything that we're doing, you know. And so in the store, and for all the leaders in my store, like, all of them have a why for why they're there and why they're working to give their best and to serve others. And so I really want to create an event and just kind of a time for us to have a conversation and really just delve into all of those things and really get a good grasp on our own why, and then each other's why, you know. And my my organizational, you know, vision is to make this about more than just chicken. It's very simple. I really appreciate my operator that he made it simple, and he made it something that we can all relate to and kind of make our own, but making it more than just chicken, you know. And so I really hope to have this time with the leaders where we can kind of realign and just learn more about each other and kind of better connect with why we're really here and what we're really trying to accomplish.
I love all of that. I want to kind of rewind a little bit, and something that you said at the top of this portion of the show, where you talked about personal leadership, and you mentioned that you have to be in alignment first before you can try to get others in alignment, right? And so, what are some like practical things for anybody that's out there that heard that wants to do the same? What are some practical things, like what podcasts are you listening to? Are you reading leadership books? Like, what specifically, if you don't mind sharing, what are you doing to continue to keep your personal edge? That I always say, keep the personal blade sharp, right? Like, how do I you use a knife and you use it for so long the blade gets dull until you got to sharpen it. So what are those things that you're specifically doing to keep your blade sharp?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great question. And I think honestly, it's different for every person. And what I've really learned to embrace and what's helped me the most is realizing that it's different for me every single month, week, sometimes day. And it's really about knowing myself and not like shaming myself into thinking that it has to be one certain way or the other. And for me, I kind of just have a running list of there's my non-negotiables, like things that for sure I'm going to do this. So for example, for me, that's going to church. Like every Sunday, I'm going to be in church, every, day that I'm scheduled to work, I'm going to go to work. That's a non-negotiable. I'm going to make sure I get at least 5 hours of sleep. That's my non-negotiable, and so the non-negotiables, but then kind of the longer running list of just, these are my healthy habits that I'm kind of going to rotate through, and I'm not going to beat myself up if I don't stick to them, but I'm always going to pick 2 or 3 that I'm going to do every day. So some of those things include like writing a gratitude list, something super simple, but literally I just sit down, I just write everything I can think of that I'm grateful for. It takes 5 minutes and it totally changes my perspective. One of those things is going to the gym, and that's something that's a big, people can use it to beat themselves up or say that it has to be this way. It has to be 5 days a week or nothing. And that used to be me for a season, but then I was not in that season anymore. And so now I go to the gym 2 or 3 times a week. And that's what helps me the most, making sure that I am spending intentional time in scripture, reading the Bible, spending time praying, not just for myself, but for other specific people in my life, for specific things for them. And so that's something that I always incorporate into my day. Just the little habits, like this is actually something that I picked up from the example that my operator sets, where I have seen him do this, and I know that this is a practice he does, where he will get to the restaurant and he'll pray in his car before he walks into the restaurant. And so I actually started doing that. I started just like stopping and praying in my car before I walk into work, and it totally changes your perspective, And then now I started doing it when I arrive anywhere else, just like if I'm driving somewhere, whether it's the grocery store, coffee with a friend, or whatever, like I just stop in my car, pray for the conversation, and head in. It's not like I'm sitting there for an hour or anything crazy, but just that act of like surrendering that conversation or situation or work day to God really changes things, so those little habits for sure. Books, yeah, I am not on track for sure at all with my reading goal for this year, but slowly but surely I'm working my way through a list of some leadership books and also just some like theology books now and then, things like that. I just finished reading one that I would definitely highly recommend. It's called Purposeful by Kelly Needham. And it's basically just about, how our purpose is not a verb, it's a noun. Like our purpose is Christ, to know and love and be loved by, Jesus. And that's our purpose. And if we try to make it something else, it's not going to work out, So just finished reading that book. Podcasts, yes. Secret Sauce podcast. I was actually a guest on it. Super honored. But love Secret Sauce. Love all the guests on that. Winning Mindset Mastery, I think is what the title of the podcast is, but it's April Sprint's podcast, and it's just like 5 or 10 minute snippets about mindset. That's been super helpful for me. Just lots of things like that. LinkedIn networking is actually something that I consider to be a healthy habit in some sort of sense, where just connecting with people outside of my bubble has really given me a lot of perspective, and I've learned a lot and picked up a lot. I have a Google Doc that's titled Nuggets, because something my operator always says, is, in every conversation, every book, every podcast, every piece of material that you encounter, there's something that you can take away from it, and it might be one nugget, it might be a 5 count and an 8 count. It might be a whole tray of nuggets. You never know, but there's always a nugget, you know? So I have this Google Doc titled nuggets, and every like little piece of something that I take away that sticks with me from anything, I put into that document, whether it's a photo or a quote. And so I have a kind of running list of all those things, but those are just some examples. And like I said, it's not like I stick to them 24/7 all the time. It's not like every day I go to the gym and read the Bible and do gratitude list and pray for an hour and get coffee with a friend and get 18 hours of sleep. Like, obviously none of that is all possible at the same time. So I kind of just, pick your battles. That's what it really is. Pick your battles when it comes to healthy habits.
I love how you embrace the idea of being agile or having the agility in what you're doing. You know, a lot of people will get fixed on this, on their goals, and when they don't do it, they get discouraged, and then that discouragement leads them to just not trying at all. Like you said, like if it's not 5 days at the gym, it's nothing. You know, it's you have to, and I like how aligned your conversation is, because what you're describing currently, circles back to what you said at the top of the show when you're saying about grace. Like, you're affording yourself grace. Like, hey, I have a running list of what I feel like is it will be profitable for me as I develop myself as a leader. But you're giving yourself the opportunity to say, you know what, I might miss the mark today, and that's okay. I gave what God allowed me to give today, and you have to learn to be okay with that. And so that was very well put. I appreciate, again, your candor is greatly appreciated by myself and the audience. And I am a fan of the Secret Sauce podcast as well. I recently had the opportunity to have Josh on my show here, and I was able to be a guest on his show. It hadn't released yet, but I'm looking forward to that conversation, and I had a great conversation with him as well. But no, you said a lot of great things. That gratitude list, I believe, is something that people, particularly younger people, should just get in the habit of doing. In this fast-paced world where social media has our attention spans going from one thing to another thing to another thing, you really don't have the opportunity to take a step back and reflect on the things that you should be thankful for. The blessings that you have. And so I think that's something definitely a young leader should incorporate into what they do. And I love the fact that you keep a running list, a Google Doc, or for anybody out there listening, and it might not have to be a Google Doc. It can be just a note in the Notes app on your iPhone, or whatever your note-taking mechanism is. Start accumulating those lists of things that gave you perspective. I'm a little older, so we used to have notebooks back in the day, and I often leaf through those to see where what were we thinking, what was going on, what was impacting me 5 years ago, 6 years ago, just to get refocused and recentered on what our objectives are and how do we live out the vision that we're doing. But so I love all of the help that you just helped a lot of people with their own fears of, if they're not doing it and they're not rigid and they're not disciplined. Discipline is good. You did mention your non-negotiables. There is some things that you're going to do, that you have a short list of things that, hey, these are happening no matter what. But then those other things are seasonal. I can't help but to agree with you. I was talking to one of the other coaches here at the TPE. Her name is Giovanna. She's in Baytown, actually. You might know Giovanna. She's at the two Baytown stores, John Martin and Garth. I might be being too specific here, but whatever. Anyway, she talks about just the season that you're in calls for different things. And, so I definitely would agree with that. Like, in the wintertime, we might eat more chili and soup. And in the summertime, we're doing fresh fruits. So as our actual palates change from season to season, so do the things that feeds us, feeds our mindsets, feeds our spirits. And so I appreciate you articulating that in the way that you did. It definitely encouraged me for sure. And because you feel like you fall short as a leader when you're not doing all of those things, and you feel like at the end of the day, when you challenge yourself to try to chase a certain level of discipline, you miss the mark, it does give you some sense of disappointment. But just knowing that, hey, you have if it's in the cards for you, if God says so, you have another day to try again, so that's incredible. And so you've already answered this question a little bit, but I think I would like to, from a big picture perspective, look at this item. I understand you going through LDP, in which we have a guy right now that he's going through LDP in our restaurant. He's on his second interview. So we'll love to connect you guys, off away from here, just in terms of, because I love your energy and I think you guys could add value to each other. But what does the next 5 to 10 years look like for you? Obviously hoping within a year to apply for LDP. At that 5-year mark or so, you should be, grand opening your first restaurant. 10 years from now, maybe multi-unit operator. But outside of the actual work as an operator, what are you looking to achieve through that medium? I mean, you're achieving so much now as the schedule lead. As your territory begins to expand as an operator, what does that look like for you in terms of impact and influence?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that definitely, when it comes to my mind, is scary to think about, because again, it kind of goes back to, I feel like I have to fit into a certain box, or I have to say like, oh, this is the type of impact I want to have on the community. Like, I'm passionate about this kind of service work. And I don't really have an answer fully formed yet for that. That's kind of still what I'm discovering about myself, about my values. There's so many problems in the world. There's so many struggles and different types of struggles people can have, and I think I've learned that it's more so just being available, being available to support in the ways that people need it, and not just saying like, well, if you need this type of support, then I can give it, and if not, then sorry, but just being available, being humble to be able to meet people where they're at, but one of the things that inspires me to want to be an operator is just seeing the avenues of influence that Stephen has had in my life, being able to sit down at a table and have a conversation that maybe one of us thought was going to go one direction and it went a different direction, but being able to really just walk through life with the way that he walks through life with us, with his leaders, and the way that I hope to continue walking through life with leaders younger than me, I think just showing up in that space, showing up as a business person, just in and of itself can have such a huge influence on someone. And so, my goal and my hope is to have that influence on young people in a way that points them to Christ and that points them to something greater. And I really just value those individual relationships and those team relationships, and I think for people like me that didn't expect to end up at a Chick-fil-A, I hope to be the person one day that doesn't convince them that Chick-fil-A is the best and it's the only way to go for their career, but I hope to be the person that influences them to say like, Christ is the best and Christ is the one that is going to get you, through into whatever your next destination is, and that he is really the center and the purpose of everything. And so that's my more foundational goal, but in terms of practically the impact that I want to have, I am definitely really passionate about just language and just multicultural, aspects of community. The majority of my restaurant, about 90 people, and probably 85 of them are bilingual and Hispanic. And so I know Spanish more or less is what I say. I will never, well, not never say never. I'm working towards it. But right now I will not claim fluency. But I can, hold conversations and everything. But that is something that I've always loved, is just connecting with people through other cultures, and really just understanding people's, hearts, understanding what they are wanting for themselves, and being able to just work with them to work towards that and work towards their goals, wherever they come from, wherever they're wanting to go, And so really just, that's why, honestly, I hope to stay in Houston and see myself, becoming an operator in the Houston marketplace, just because of the diversity and the opportunities that are there. Like, you don't have to travel to go to 15 different nations. You just come to Houston and here they are, right? And so lots of opportunities for not just service work, but just being involved with walking with people through their lives, and just having resources at your disposal, to help with education. A lot of people want to pursue something and there's like an educational barrier or certification that they need to get, and so even as the scheduler in my role now, I try to work with people and help them out and say like, hey, you need to take this class for the certification. How can I work your schedule around it? And so how much more still as an operator will I hope to have that mentality and that ability to not just offer someone leadership development, but offer them financial stability, not just offer them financial stability, but offer them resources to help them pursue a higher goal, and all of those things kind of tying in together, but having those resources and those avenues to provide that support for people.
No, I love that, and I want to say first of all, thank you so much for sharing your story with us, sharing your why, sharing your passion. I you lived up to the hype, I guess I could say, in terms of what my expectations were for this conversation. I think you've shared so many nuggets. If I was, you probably fill up a few pages of docs if I was documenting this conversation this way. I want to wish you the best of luck on your big project that you got coming up in terms of galvanizing your team towards their personal wise. I'm sure I'll have a front row seat on your LinkedIn as you document that journey, as you develop that event. Hopefully that goes well. And before we get out of here, how can people find you, Amanda?
Yeah, well, definitely LinkedIn is the place to go because it's super active on there. You just shoot me a DM, connect with me, and let me know. And also, I have a Calendly, that's hard to say, link on my LinkedIn profile. And so you can actually go there and just schedule a meeting with me just to chat. I put everything on my calendar. So you can just pick whatever day works for you. And I would love to connect.
Awesome. Well, there you have it, TPE family. Another great guest, an excellent team member, an excellent leader, a person who is really in tune with their why. And I am looking forward to her continued influence, not only on the people that she serves with directly in her organization, but also the countless other people that she's impacting through LinkedIn and through conversations like this. Thank you so much for spending time with us today. And until next time, TPE family. Peace.
Tap into the Pivot Experience where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step.
What's up, TPE fam? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast. On this episode, we have a dynamic duo, some people that I've had the opportunity for over 10 years. And I've just admired the way they've met adversity and always have had the ability to lead their organization and come back stronger each and every time. We just experienced one of the world's most epic events in terms of the pandemic, and to watch how they uh, rebuilt and just got back into the game as it relates to growing their organization has been something to watch, and something to be, it's cool to be a part of. I'm talking about Dr. John R. Adolph and his executive director, Brooklyn Williams. They have given us the opportunity to be on our show. Actually, I've interviewed them separately in the past, and to be honest with you, I wasn't really satisfied with how those interviews came out due to whether that's connectivity issues or what have you. But man, I had the opportunity to have them in studio, and so we had a chance to have a great conversation about leadership and people and what they value and how they make those values stand out in their organization. So I can't wait for you guys to jump into this episode. There's going to be a lot of great words of wisdom and mindset shifters that you're going to want to pay attention to in this episode. So I'm going to get us into this episode. Let's enjoy.
Where's my love, my
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our aim and goal is to help leaders pivot into their next. I have two very special guests. I don't even want to call them guests. I would liken them to family. And I'll just say off the cuff, like every business venture, anything that we've ever asked of these two, they've always immediately said yes, even down to this interview. I text Brooklyn with no expectation on how fast she would respond. Within 10 minutes, hey, Tuesday at 5 o'clock is fine. I was kind of taken aback because I hadn't even looked at my calendar if there was something on it that we was going to move it around and make sure it worked. The day I stepped foot in their organization, I knew this was a well-oiled machine. Controlled chaos would be the tip of the iceberg when it comes down when I think about what you guys do organizationally. And I was just always admired, of course, and I'm talking about, this is my pastor, Dr. John R. Adolph, and his executive director, Brooklyn Williams. And from the moment in which I was introduced to y'all's organization, I just seen older leaders, younger leaders, mid-level leaders, if that's applicable to this conversation. I just see the tapestry of leadership that has been birthed under you guys' like stewardship, and I've always just been amazed by how you guys do it. And every time I get a chance to just be around you guys, I want to absorb as much of that wisdom as possible, and so that's the purpose of us being here today. I've tried to put together some questions that I think that would not necessarily challenge you all, but just kind of really kind of get a look at how you guys are doing what you guys are doing in today's landscape of leadership. And so, boys, I'm going to stop rambling on and kind of say, hey, how are y'all doing today?
Ladies first, right. Ladies first, ladies first.
Honestly, I'm doing great. Happy to be here. Excited to partner with Alex. Like Alex said, he sent out a message, and there's no doubt about it. If I receive a message from you, top priority, what is it? What can we do? Because what Alex didn't say is that when we send the message to Alex, the answer is always responded in in an expeditious manner, regardless of what it may be, no matter how crazy it may be. Alex, can we use your help on this? Alex responds, whether he tells y'all or not, he's going to respond immediately.
Yes.
So who am I to look at it and say he can wait? It's not up for discussion. So that's what I did as a response to that. So I'm doing great. I don't know about you. How are you,
Man,
Derek?
fabulous. So I want y'all to know this, man. There are people that God will place in your path to bless you. Don't forget that. There are some people who derail you, take you off course, rob things from you, whether it's potential or different things. The other people, God plants. There are people in your path that when God puts them there, they're there to bless you. Alex and Lindsay Seal and his entire family are people in our path that have done nothing but be a light, man, a beacon. Just so it's an honor to be here. I could have been out of town. I would have probably rescheduled that bad boy. I'm going to be with Alex and Lynn today, right now, to go do this because it's just that kind of thing. He's always on the cutting edge of something, always on the circumference of something new. And I'm just glad to be a part of it, man. Thank you for having us. I appreciate it.
Of course. And so, no, I just can't say enough good things about your organization. And I want, at Antioch, right? And I want to just poke you guys' brain a little bit in terms of like, how do you do what you do? And I guess the first question I have for you, and this may not be a direct question to what's going on in the organization now, but more so about the landscape of the organization over the next 10 years. What opportunities or challenges do you see in the scope of leadership as you do it currently, and how are you installing systems and processes to address those things?
So wait, I want to be transparent because that always helps. Administration has always been a weak suit for me. Hold on. Know how to set goals, tactical and strategic, and accomplish them. I've always been able to do that. But setting up systems of administration is not a strong point. So that has been an onward and continued struggle. I tell people all over the country, Alex, in my lane, make failure your friend, learn from those and get better. Just keep getting better. God has positioned people with great administrative mindsets. Rubik's Cube solving people, Alex. I don't want to solve it. I just want you to be happy you have one. Brooklyn's job and task is to resolve that for me. And so when it comes to talking about organizational structure, being able to juxtaposition yourself so that you're able to adapt to new trends, current cultures, different things on horizon. Mine is vision. This is administration. So her task, though daunting now, this is daunting, is to figure it out. She quits once a week. Once a week. She says, listen, this is it. I can't do it. And I'll say, listen, this is it. And I'll just wait until she settles down, the dust settles, and the confetti hits the ground. And then I'll say, what you think about it again? Because it keeps you afloat. The seas of leadership, if they were easy to navigate, everyone would be able to do it. So it's a gift from God. It's a spiritual gift. And so one of my assets has been able to have God bless me with human resources that can do it. And then the humility to say, this is not my lane. So I'm going to heavily depend on you to do that for me. Of course, we, set standards, be able to go back and have measurable goals and objectives. Did you fail or did you succeed? And then to go back and even reevaluate that, say, should we even keep doing that? Was that helpful or not? But the bottom line is to be able to have people who say, that's my gift. That's my calling. This is what God has for me to do right now. So when I look at our organization as an organizational structure, I just see so much development, man. When I look back at where I started, I just laugh and say, God, you just put your hand on that, just because I remember the day when I just had 4 little goals on a piece of paper, and that was about it. Maybe a little piece of a budget attached. And now it's so, man, it's vast. It takes, volumes and mid-year huddles and Sunday morning gatherings, and before we go to worship, meet me here. So we got to discuss this, that. It's so vast. Grown from maybe myself and 2 or 3 others that would help me to a leadership core of about 350. And it continues to grow. So I'm really happy about that. Volunteers to maybe right at 1,000 people committed to do it. So that's it's just been growth. It's been that kind of development, onward and progressive. But it has happened because of systems that people like Brooke helped me put in place. So I'm really happy about that. In fact, we were having a discussion just a while ago. And we're talking about how we can hear the echo in the canyon, and it's the same echo. That right now, it's almost like something that's been repeated. If you want to see if a system works, you can test the integrity of it by telling one person one thing who's leading, and see if the people in the rear get that same message. And it has taken us all of, I would say, 8 years to hear that echo, where these people say that is just, and it's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because she's in different parts of the same system that's been created, right? So she's at the table where the decisions are made, then she's also functioning in places where those decisions have to be carried out. And she told me it's so beautiful to hear those come out correctly, exactly like they've been planned. So just systems of integrity. What do you think, Brooke?
I can't say it enough. Like he just said, I wear many different hats. So, of course, I sit at the table as the chief of administration, which means when the decisions are being made, I'm a part of those decisions. But I've always valued the fact that I'm humble enough to take that hat off, and then have to say, "But Brooklyn, you're also a ministry leader," and then you take that hat off. And not only are you a ministry leader, but you're also a volunteer. So I take that hat off. So I wear at least 3 to 4 different hats. And the most humbling thing is to go to all of these different meetings and to say, he said that at the Chiefs table. And then what he said at the Chiefs table has been passed on to the coordinators. I'm not a coordinator, but I'm a ministry leader. So all of those leaders, all of those coordinators say something to ministry leaders. And I'm sitting there like, I'm waiting on them. Honestly, there's been many times where I'm waiting on them to add their little spices and add their own little flavor. Nobody ever does it. And I'm like, checkpoint, that marks the spot. And so I sit there as a ministry leader for Relentless that just says, yes, sir. And then I sit at the table of a clergy. I'm not the ministry leader of clergy, but I'm the part of clergy, which just says, I'm just a volunteer. So now I'm getting the most watered down version that one could receive. And even that, it is potent. That just says, oh my God. It works. Nobody changes anything. The terms are the exact same. The vocabulary is the exact same. Nobody changes nothing. I've been waiting for the past 6 months to say who's going to change it. Because what they don't know, or maybe they do know, was that I was at the table at the top to say, did you use this term or did you change it to what you thought would be best fitting? And everything is the same. And so I'm so grateful to finally be a part of an administration that says, Pastor Adolph, because I've always told him, you're the best, and I believe that you deserve the best. I believe that you deserve the best leadership. I believe that you deserve the best volunteers. I believe that you deserve the best workers. And I've been sitting here waiting to see who's going to test that system. Who's going to buck it? It's a system. Everybody bucks a system, right? And so far, even if they buck it, I can look at it and say it came from right there because I'm at the top, all the way down, all the way down. I'm at the chief of administration, all the way down to a volunteer. And I can look at it and say it was bucked right there. And not even mad, but it was bucked right there. How will we, as an administrative structure, address that? Right. And so it's just been an amazing picture to be able to go in and reassure him that just says, hey, what you're saying at the table is working because I'm the lowest of low. Not the lowest of the low because, these are volunteers at the church. But I'm at this point that just says it stops here. It literally stops here. And these volunteers are just like Pastor said. And that just makes me so happy. They're not saying it because I'm at the table. They're not saying it because of what they think is best or who their leaders are. They're saying it because he said it. And I just can't be more grateful that just says finally you have an administrative structure that respects the vision that God has given you and that you have given us. And all the way down, we're sitting here saying, he said turn left. And if he says turn right, shift gears and we're turning right. And so just grateful for that. That's an administrative structure. That's to me an organizational leadership piece. It came from, just messing up along the way.
Oh man,
We messed up
mistakes.
along the way.
And even now have places where we got to go back, redo,
Yes, Lord.
revisit,
Yes, Lord.
and
Because the
ask
system has
yourself.
been booked.
Like I love, man. Listen,
It's okay.
it's almost like a Chick-fil-A. I always ask myself, who taught them to say my pleasure? It just
Yeah.
comes out so beautiful. You know what I
Who
mean?
said it?
But there is a culture, and that's what we're really trying to get to.
Mhm.
Organizational constructs, man, have to develop culture. It's what we do here. And culture, man, is learned. It's gained.
Mhm.
Some of it's written. It's not written. But I promise you, you have one whether you know it or not. And so, what we've been working on and asking God to help us is a culture of excellence
Mhm.
where we look and say, I don't want that. Who is that for? That's not for God, is it? I mean, that's not for us. Just wait, just cut that off.
Yeah.
I would rather not have that at this point. Whereas in my infancy, anything would be good. Great. It's almost like being on life support. Is that a breath? Well, we're past that. Now I'm at a point where I'm like, is that the best that we can offer that? Whether it's a summer program or whether it's a group of people that we're getting ready to meet needs for seniors. Like, man, I had lunch the other day with our seniors ministry, Alex. My God, I was so blown away. It was just on the schedule. Man, they have, when I tell you, impeccable. I would join it. But they tried recruitment. They said, listen, Pastor Adolph, you're supposed to be 55 years old to join, and you need an ARP card. I said, I'll be that 70, I'll catch you on lap 70. But they were phenomenal. And I had never been. It was my first time. I never engaged them. Of course, during our morning when we welcome people, I always honor the elders of the house. All of those who are 70 older, raise your hand or stand if you feel like it, and we clap for them. At the same time, I've never been to frequent any of their meetings. It was a first in my 28 years. And when I walked in to see their construct, made me come out and say, look at that. So it's a system, it's a culture, it's what you have to put together to really put creases in. And we're still developing it
Oh, yes.
and still working on it. So we're far from, if I had to grade my own system, I would give us a C plus, Alex.
Absolutely.
Right now, a C plus. Hold on, I'm just at the juncture where I can say, I'm expecting this and actually get it. And then like right now on Sundays, Alex, we have a huddle in the morning at 7 a.m. That huddle is designed for the purpose of communicating what we plan to go out and effectuate, right? Then at 8 and 10, we see how the play goes. And then at about 12:30, Alex, I have another meeting that can last 5 hours. Depends.
No, that will last. Let me interject. He's being kind because he's here. It will last 4
Sir,
hours.
we're going to sit down.
And he's
and
kind
go
enough to
back-
give us breakfast, but we're hungry after it. Make note, we're hungry when the meeting concludes.
Alex, we have breakfast. That is brunch. But we really need dinner by the time we
We
leave.
need dinner.
But here's what we're going to do. We're going to hear committee reports. I want to know those. I want to know what happened there. This was the play we designed to do. How close did we get to that? What went wrong? Some days, man, the reports are shallow because God just blessed. It went well. Everybody fulfilled their assignment. Other days, you were like, what the heck? Who authorized that? And then we go back and we fix that. Whereas before, that wasn't the case. So when you start talking about structure, organizational structure that really works for us, man, that has been a work in progress. I'm glad to say that we're at a C plus, and I'm not going to stop till I get an A plus. Never forget a little boy asked me one day. We give out dollars and for kids who make A's on Pastor Scholar Sunday. And Alex, I remember the time it was like $20. It's now 2,000
yes.
bucks. Wait, so Alex,
Yes.
wait, I told Lady Dory, I said, Dory, this gets got
Yes.
Had to revise
Yes.
things. Yeah.
Imagine going to the
it
bank
comes out of,
asking for that.
wait, Alex, I gotta make you laugh. So y'all, I go to the bank and take the money out of a personal account. Okay, so wait, but you have to get it in the denomination. The children win it. So they'll say we need 961 ones. You know, you'll need $485
Tens.
and 5 or tens. And so now I walk out the bank, man, with this money. I say, please, don't just somebody else come do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because their question is, why do you need this many wands?
Right.
Yeah.
I
Make
get
it make
everything.
sense.
But nevertheless, a child asked me, he said, Pastor Adolph, said, you give $1 for A's? I said, yes. He said, what's better than an A? She said, because that's what I want. And that's my heart for us administratively, to have that kind of attitude that says, that's great, but I want even better than that. And that's what we're trying to get to. Mm-hmm.
Man, this is such an encouraging conversation because most organizations, particularly post COVID, do not have the luxury of stamping that level of excellence. Like particularly, and I don't know if you guys have heard of this. There's this silent quitting and all this. You know, people are doing the bare minimum at their jobs, and then to hear you guys being able to extract everybody's absolute best from what it sounds like a high level of delegation, understanding what you're really good at and what you're passionate for, then identifying people that can help along the way, and then major checks and balances. Really leaning into accountability. I know that I've been, I guess I've had the chance to experience some of that firsthand, but just kind of hearing it in this current form is definitely elevated. So like for you, Brooklyn, or either this level of checks and balances and accountability and delegation in a multi-generational workplace has to be difficult. Like when you're dealing with so many different people at different age levels, with different levels of understanding, different backgrounds. Like, how do y'all manage? Like, I've seen some of the videos of you kind of show a glimpse of the 7 o'clock huddle before it starts, right? Like, how do you get to where when Pastor says turn left, every age demographic takes it and they adhere to it happening? Like, what does that look like for you all?
Okay, so like you just said, it can be a little bit different. One part of our vision statement, which is what we talk about a lot and we pride ourselves on, is meeting the needs of the total person. The total person also encompasses every person. So you have to take into consideration, well, Brooklyn, you're talking about young adults, but then you're also talking about the golden years that he just said that he just met with. Then you're also talking about a lost generation that just says they're at Antioch, but they don't want anybody to know that they're necessarily there. And so what we're looking at is saying who's speaking up, who's choosing to be silent, and how can we meet those needs. And it is a little bit different, Alex, to be completely honest. We're learning as we go. The Chiefs team is saying, where are the young adults? Alex, you were a part of me with the young adults. We're talking about God's chosen. Then we're talking about the relentless LU crew. Well, the relentless LU crew, that's college students, but what happens to that young adult piece? We're looking at, that's the last, the least, and the left out. These are groups or students that are just saying, we're here, we want to help, but then at the same time, we're good. We're just saying we're here when we're here, and we're not when we're not. But the organizational leadership, the system that I personally, because I'm big on administration, I love administration, I love logistics. My job is to say, where is it broken? And if it's broken, what's being left out? And I'm literally going after that. They're just saying, hey, they're left out. They don't want you to know, but they're left out. Look at them. They're over there. They're forming their own huddle. Not in a bad way, but they're just waiting to see who's going to care about us, right? And so my job is to go and say, hey, Pastor, I know that you met with the golden years, and I know that we have this, this, and this, but there's a system that says they're left out. What can we do for them? We oftentimes talk about the lights in the church. Lord have mercy.
That's a hot
Are the lights dim? Are all of the lights on? What in the world do we do? Alex, that was the most difficult piece for me, because I'm like, well, we're looking on social media and everybody else's lights are just like cool, and they have stuff like this. They have the neon lights. Well, with Annie, I can see the lights are on or the lights are off. Well, does that generation that's lost, do they come with the lights on or off, or do they come with neon lights?
Mhm.
And so, just working with pastor to say, hey, we have two services. Can that morning service be more of that traditional service? And then that 10 o'clock service, can we play with it just a little bit and see will they come? And Pastor knows I pride myself on that college ministry. Alex, I learned that college ministry will just surrender to God when all of the lights are down. They don't want anybody to look at them. Turn them off. Turn them off. But that was at Lamar University. So then I had to say, hey, Pastor, what do you think about if we play with the lights just a little bit? What will it be like? And so that's what I look at when I say, let's see if we can meet the needs of all of them. Let's see where they're humble at or where their most vulnerable spots are. Sometimes it's in the dark.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's in the dark. And, we look and say, what comes out of, what's done in the dark will come to light. Well, guess what? What's in the dark? They're giving their lives to Christ in the dark. Let that moment then be exposed to everybody that just says it wasn't bad. Everybody is looking at that just says, well, what's done in the dark will come to the light. But what if what's good in the dark comes to the light too?
Right.
And that was that point right there that just said, we're going to be all right. That generation, that piece, that multi piece that just says, yeah, we have a 8 o'clock a.m. piece, which used to be 7:45. Antioch used to have 7:45, 9:45, 11:45, and then pastor would go to 4 o'clock service in Baytown, trying to meet everybody. But then what happens after a pandemic when we're forced to two? I believe that he's done an outstanding job. But you're looking at 4 different lanes that just says now into 2. And so here we go. That just says, all right, let's turn them off. Let's turn the lights off. Where are our people? We're so much down to a QR code.
Yes.
Not just altar call. Back in the day, you're looking at everybody. Go to altar call, sit in the chair and tell everybody what you want to do. Let's make a decision. And it's okay to make that decision in personal and make that decision in private. We have a QR code. Now you tell us what you need to do. And our numbers are outstanding.
Oh my God.
Our numbers are outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about baptism, new members. That's what really happened during the pandemic. We took what was done in private and said it's okay. We loved what was done in private and said we love you in spite of. And we're going to lead you to where you really want to be in private. We're not going to make you feel, out of place. We're not going to make you feel bad. We're going to say, shh, it's a secret. Okay. I will literally love you in that secret. Pastors always said, or I've learned to say, that hell in that person, we will love the hell out of that person.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Love them. And they make decisions at that moment. And so now you're looking at Antioch growing by leaps and bounds. You're looking at new members orientation, our baptism numbers, just insane.
Mm-mm.
Why? Because we're not forcing them to do anything, but we're meeting them where they are. That just says, I don't really want to tell anybody, but will you accept me? And we're like, yes. Fill out that information on the QR code. Our member services team, or Brooklyn, will reach out to them and say, hey, it's Brooklyn. I got your information. And we're excited to have you to be a part of our family. Pastor's going to be there. And they're just like, really? Pastor Adolph? Absolutely. Because he is a pretty cool guy. Just take this off the camera, right? He's not that cool, but he's a pretty cool guy. And when people know that he's going to care for them and love for them and actually reach out to them and meet them, they're just like, I'll be there. And to see that in total fruition from conception to completion, it's just like, wow, they really wanted to meet him. They really made a decision. And so, that's what I look at when I'm just like, there's these multi pieces, these generational pieces that just said, in our new members orientation, you're talking about from 5 to 85. I would say 95, but I'm going to be kind because I want the people to believe me. But from 5 to 85, in this same room, making the same decision. How does that even happen? 5 to 85 that says they want to serve. How does that even happen? Love. Pure love, right? That just says, come on. Come on, 5 years old. Come on, 85. How do you, and no matter what our title is, no matter who we are, we just say, come on. I don't care if I'm Brooklyn. What does that even mean? Who are you? I say that all the time. Who are you? Love them. Pastor, you already know he's going to love on everybody. Right. Sometimes I have to say, hey, we're about to start the next service. Stop hugging on people. He's just like, did you meet them? Yeah, I did. But you need to stop hugging on people because we got to go to the next service, So I think that love conquers all. Just being genuine conquers all. And that's really what's gotten us to the place that just says, after this pandemic, forget everything else. You literally have to put all those rules to the side and just says, what works?
Mm-hmm.
This is what works. And
Mm-hmm.
what works, we have to conform to that,
Mm-hmm.
not what we were already doing and make it
Mm-hmm.
conform to us.
Mm-hmm.
Please, you're gonna be by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
you're, you're
That's
gonna
what makes a
you're
church close. That's what
gonna
makes
have
organizations
nobody
close.
on that roll.
You know, just no one will make you stop using your 8-track if you want to keep using it.
Keep playing
But
it.
there is a whole nother system of music,
Yeah.
you know, just it's online. You can just
Mm-hmm.
hear anything whenever you want. You
Apple
can keep
Music.
using cassettes. No one's angry. Go ahead, use them. But Doc, the paradigm changed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're faced with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the things that I think, and Brooklyn, that was great. I couldn't say anything else about it, really. That's exactly it. For us, in terms of organization post-COVID, I would tell you that one of the most interesting things to try to weave together is different socio-cultural constructs in one group. You got one group who says, you know what, can you turn that volume up? And another one says, it is killing my hearing
Yeah.
aid.
Yeah.
You have one group who says, do you have to, you know,
Turn the
sing?
lights off.
Right, just, hey, Doc, we have heard it and seen it. And here's what's been happening. There's several elements, and Brooke touched on all of them to me. One, we got to find out where their needs are and then meet those. Whether it takes compromise or contrast, whatever it's going to take, find a way to meet that because people will go where their needs are met, period. So we find ways and means. The older people need a hymn. We're going to sing
Yeah.
that joke right
Sure.
now.
Sure.
And then the younger people need fast and loud.
And we're gonna
Turn
do
that
that.
up. Yes, we're going to find a way to make this be an interwoven synergy here with every group that says this is for me. The other part is, Alex, is having a system of values. So here's what's happened. And I could even hear that she was speaking. We have 3 core values, Alex. 3 core values. These are what a church are supposed to do. I don't care whether it's Methodist, AME, CM, I don't care. Lutheran, it could be anything. If it's a church and it's akin to Jesus Christ, it has 3 core values. The Great Commission, it ought to be reaching the lost and teaching them, making disciples. The Great Commandment, love, pure and simple. That's whether you like how they look or like how they're dressed or not. Love is the capital piece. Another piece is being fishermen, what we're going to have to, what we call the great calling. And one of the things we've learned is you fish on the fish's terms, not yours. You can go in the middle of the day, but if they bid in the morning, you're going to get a nice suntan, but you're not catching any fish. So for us, it's been that. And it's been a bend. Because I get people all the time, Pastor Adolph, you know, we just didn't do it like this. And I say, yeah, I know. It's okay. It's going to be all right. You know, just 17 joined last week.
You're right.
And we have another 22 to
Yep.
baptize.
Amen.
So, you know, right now the fishing is great. So we're going to keep fishing with the QR code for right now. Because people make decisions where they're private. Hold on, it doesn't mean that you can't make them publicly. But right now we have literally, and COVID helped us with that, Alex. COVID pressed us to that. If you would have told me you could join church with a QR code and I scan, I would say you're losing your mind. Man, I'm raised in church. I'm a 5th-generation pastor. So, you know, just you're supposed to walk down the aisle and sit in a seat or something. You know, if you were to tell me you're going to go online and worship, are you kidding? Alex, we have watched online people, man, drive 17
absolutely.
hours to Antioch to get baptized.
They're coming from Philly.
Wait,
This month.
we have a group that's going to come from Philly. Alex, to watch people, like let's say we may have 20 people to baptize, and they'll give me the list to Darcy, and they'll say, Pastor Adolph, we have some special guests. I'm like, okay, cool. What is it? These people are from New Orleans. How many churches did you pass up to get to us, to get baptized? Why would you do that? It's because there's a connectedness. There is a core value they can understand. There is something that pulls them to us. And so I think it's just us being intentional with God's leadership to meet that particular need. We have some we're missing, and we're working on them, Doc. I just think you should know. Like the group that y'all grew out of is not at our church. Well, that's not true. They're there, but we don't have anything for them. Man, I have a young man who is so dynamic, Doc. I literally did his baby blessing. His name is Landon Richard. Landon told me one day, he's Brooklyn's counterpart. So you can't see Antioch without knowing Landon. In fact, people know him so much that Brooklyn normally travels with me. But they'll say, "Did you bring Landon?"
Yeah.
No.
You know, because we won't help him.
And I
Wait,
don't mind saying no.
where's Landon? Pastor Adolph. So wait, they do ATV, right? Landon told me, he said, "Pastor Adolph, can I be honest with you?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I may not belong in this church if I wasn't doing ATV because there's nothing here for me." Whereas maybe 15 years ago, man, y'all were the muscle. I look back at that Cornelia Hall, man, it was packed to capacity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just, you know, it grows. And if you don't put a system in place that can continue that, it erodes and it falls apart. Well, right now we're rebuilding it, but differently this time. Right now we have a relentless group. Man, they are at least 500 strong, Alex. But we fish like in a fish tank on the campus.
Mm-hmm.
We're there for everything. Alex, I have been to everything. What you call it Wednesday night? What do you call that?
For Relentless?
Yeah, what do you call it when it
Hump day.
hump? Listen, y'all, I've been to hump day. I walk in, they be like, "Oh my God, they go past it off. The cues are cussing, the alphas are stepping. It's a whole, it's a, you know." But I'm there, Alex, because I want them to see me. I want them to touch me. And the more you touch them, the more you care about them, the more you answer a few text messages, the more she gets on and says, "Hi guys, I missed you this week," the more they just keep coming because you are meeting them where they are. So we're trying to build a structure right now where young adults, man, 18 to about 24, we become great at that group.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where we just, you know, at church we continue to struggle, and we are working on it. In fact, my daughter, I just texted her before we got on the broadcast, and I needed a favor, do me a favor. I said, "Where you finna go?" "To a meeting, Dad. I'm gonna meet with young adults." She 22 after she finna be 22. Well, she trying to get to law school out. She doing a whole other thing, and she wants a church that says we care about y'all. So she is on a committee, a team that's at that church right now, figuring out what can we do to not only win them, retain them, grow them, bless them, and build a bridge so that that bridge never collapses again, where it becomes a norm, a standard of culture. Well, we have that. So it's that. It's having core values. It's compromise and contrast. Even if we don't agree on something, if we have the same core values, the outcomes help us be able to say, "Okay, I can accept that." You know, so just, and then at the top of the administrative tier, we have some chiefs that are there, man, that really, man, so Brooklyn has counterparts. There's a young lady that's over ministries. And Alex, initially, I said, "Lord, what is she doing?" Right now, I don't question that, but Alex Seal, we will have for the first time in my 28 years a volunteer core base of about 1,000 people. That's that girl. She is finding ways and means to make that work. We have another young lady who's been with me the longest. She's the CFO. Alex, she told me, "Pastor, if you just let me help us, I'm gonna be able to get this note paid off." So in 17 years, man, I have watched God pay off $22 million. Alex, we didn't do no gumbo sales, no raffles. And contrary to popular belief, man, because I hear so much about me, people say, "You know, you got to show them your W-2 and your 10." That's not true, y'all. I've heard people say that, you know, they have an ATM in the foyer. They don't have ATM nowhere in the building.
Yeah,
People,
come visit us and see.
right, come visit. You know, people come with a mind to give. They want to give. Pastor Adolph, here's my gift. I want to give this. And man, 22 million, it's gone. So, you know, you have this table of people who are really working to say, what systems can we put in place so that we can find ways to merge the older ones who are retired with good incomes and stuff, the working class who are just jostling house note, car note, marriage, family, and children. And then how can you get this group that says, "I'm broke and I'm sick of being here and I got to," you know, we find ways and means to do it because you have that group at the top who is sitting there saying, "What can we do? How can we do it?" And I got to say this, Alex. We are learners ourselves. I would be wrong if I would not say that on this broadcast. We have ministry constructs around the nation we watch and admire. We love One Community Church of Dallas, man. That Joker Conway, oh my God. He's a maniac. He's crazy, but it works. Man, my friend Marcus Cosby Wheeler, may be, in my opinion, the finest Baptist church in North America. It would be a good toss up between him and maybe a few others on the eastern seaboard and maybe a couple of others like a Lily Grove or something. But when you start talking about the muscle of a black Baptist, man, Wheeler is the finest that we possibly. Would you agree? It's the finest that we have. I don't know of it. So we learn, we watch,
Yeah.
we go. Their excellence doesn't threaten me, it encourages me.
Right.
It makes me say, wow, how'd y'all do that? Now tell me that again.
So much so that you would set us up to learn from them.
Yes.
What was it, the 3
Uh-huh.
C's or something?
So here's what we did. COVID again helped. So if you don't train leaders, you can't expect nothing from them. That's new. They're gonna keep doing what they've always done and expect different results. That's insanity, right?
3 L's.
Yeah.
Listen, learn.
So we had this platform we did called Listen, Learn,
Lecture.
and Lecture. And I would have one of my friends who's the pastor of a mega church in this country do a live Zoom call with us. And let me bring your COO and your CFO and all your administrative cohorts that really make your church work. And we want to just talk to y'all for about an hour and a half. And we would sit and talk with them. So we had a chance to sit and talk with people like Dr. Ratliff out of Houston, who's been doing mega ministry for 35 years or longer. All of us have copied him, Marcus Cosby included. So, Jamal Brown included. We just sit and say, listen, will you please help us with this and that? And then the encouragement was, we wasn't that far off, man.
Right. Thank you, Lord.
So wait, when we got to hearing theirs, we said, hey, we're kind of close, So, and the problem is many times, Alex, is if you compare yourself to someone that you're stronger than, then you tend to think you're great. But when you compare yourself to someone with much more strength, much more muscle, you start saying, I got to work on my abs, I got to work on this,
Yes, sir.
And so that's what it's forced us to do. And I love it. I'm so thankful for friends all over the country, man. I was able to go to school with Jamal Brown at Newburgh, Howard John Wesley at Alfred Street, E. Dewey Smith at How. These are friends of mine who, Keon Henderson, man, who is just tearing a new path in Houston, man. These are friends, they are brothers, they're text men. Hey man, what you do? They're friends. So I'm able to sit and say, now, how did you do that? Like, man, here's what's so crazy. Just the other day, we were talking about reshooting some material for online web-based learning purposes, right? I'm 350 pounds on those. I'm 258 now. So we're gonna reshoot it. Okay. So the gentleman who shot it, we're having a talk with, and he was about to apply for a position at a friend of mine's church. Alex, that position paid 170 grand a year for their multimedia director, didn't it? Wait, sir, we look at each other like this.
What you know?
Right. So wait. Now, mind you, my friend who was going to apply definitely qualified.
Yeah.
That his Vita resume dossier was meaty enough to handle that. So that's why whenever I'm going to record something with his excellence, it's going to come out great. But he was looking for a job, and I was able to send that pastor a note and say, "Hey, man, I got a buddy of mine. You don't want to miss him." But just to show you, that's we don't have it. None of us make that kind of money, right? So yes, sir.
Not for one job. We might have 5 different jobs.
That's right. That's right.
Right.
That's
You
right.
gotta have multiple.
Yes,
But
sir.
so I guess that my point of that is when it regards merging, synergizing, harmoniously putting things together, we work hard at it. It's intentional. We have core values. We support each other, whether we have to share our differences and celebrate our uniquenesses, whatever the case may be. And then I'm a student, Alex. I'm a learner. I'm a learn from my friends, man. Whether they have big churches or, it's churches where, they just have 5 on the pew. We learn. We do.
Mm-hmm.
We do. So we're students of it. We really are.
Well, I don't have a whole lot to say after that. Like y'all addressed every question that I've had, like above and beyond. Like again, at the top of this, I spoke into just how much I admire the way y'all think, the way y'all approach things, and I think you guys just I don't know if we can get any college credit hours for this lecture, the people who listen to it, but it's
there's no better way to run an organization, but other than the way you guys are doing it. You expressed a large level of humility in terms of just saying like, hey, we know we're not the best, you know. And then even though even if you are the best, with the mindset and mentality that we always can get better, we always can learn, we always can do, can just go a little bit further. I just love it. Like, I watch you when we're in the same age demographic, and I think about this, like the challenges you may face in the age that you are with. I mean, we go to church together, so I know what's happening. So it's like to watch you be able to navigate those rooms the way that you navigate them. You know, of course, I know you know you have the support of Pastor Adolf, Dr. Adolf, but it's just amazing to watch the work that you guys are getting done, and the way you're just describing like the constant pursuit of excellence. I think a lot of organizations can. I'm encouraged by it, honestly. You know, y'all know what I do. You know, I work at Chick-fil-A, and that's one of the things that we always hang our hat on. But here lately, I think I felt like that's waning a little bit. But I'm really encouraged by the level of conversation that you guys have given today. I literally, I'm almost forgot we was recording. I'm just kind of sitting here absorbing, everything that you guys are saying, because I think it's amazing to see the level of winning that you guys have, and y'all not done. It doesn't sound like y'all are done. That's one of the questions I was going to ask you, just how do you do it? But I see, like, I can hear how it's done. I don't even need to ask the question, like, because I can imagine that your life on a day-to-day basis dealing with, I mean, older and younger leaders could be taxing, but you're doing it because the support system is clear, the chain of command is clear, and so I will just ask this last question. And I think you guys have already addressed it, but I will ask anyway. What are some of y'all's biggest organizational opportunities right now? Like, I know y'all mentioned a demographic of people that y'all want to reach, but like, what other things that are big on the horizon for you all? I know you're involved in some things that aren't necessarily a part of the church, but outside of the church. Like, what's the next big opportunity for you all?
I'm going to tell you, in my mind, the opportunity for us always begins with the look of an obstacle first. It looks like a problem until you begin to realize it's the blessing and the benefit. So one of the things that I just can't wait to do is have this piece we're going to do, Alex, that will almost rival a church who's having an AA meeting, man. Where everyone has a struggle. People say things like, that's why I don't go to church. The pastor isn't right. The deacons aren't right. The choir ain't right. They're all hypocrites. What if you discovered that it's a human dilemma? That none of us have this thing all together. What would it be like for you to go to church one day and hear the preacher say, hi guys, I'm struggling, and everybody else say, hey pastor, us too. So I'm getting ready to do a series of an inclusive healing piece where all of us have brokenness, issues. Stop making people Jesus. He's in a category alone. I don't care what Paul, Mark, President. And so I'm working toward that because I see that as an opportunity. So when people look at the church and see hypocrisy, I want to paint a picture of dependency and say, this is why you fit. So wait, yours is not drugs. Got it. It's just overeating like mine. Put that bag of Cheetos down. You see, just wait. Yours is not just this, is that. But everybody brings to the cross of our Christ this inward and sometimes outward brokenness. It says, God, here I am. So because of that, I want to be able to say, people are often frustrated with the church because of the facade. Man, we're living in the most open generation of people you could ever imagine. We're so open, you could tell people I'm born male, but I'm going to be a female, and no one has a problem. We okay, go ahead, do your thing. Wait, we can say I want a ring in my nose, a tattoo on my neck, and I want to paint one up on my face. You can do it. Knock yourself out. No one's angry. What we don't like is hypocrisy. Don't fake it. Don't tell me you're going to do this and do something else. Be real with yourself. So I want to be able to fish in the sea of that. That's my opportunity. It's coming. We talked about it today. Just hold. I can't wait to fish in the sea of total transparency that says, nope, I miss on a regular basis. Here is mine. What's yours? and be able to open a Bible and say there's still a balm in Gilead. There's still healing from his him. There's still hope for us because he who hath begun a good work
Right.
shall perform it. It's not yours to finish. It's his. He's the one. So wait, so hold on. Let him keep doing construction. He's really great at it. But since we're talking, here's another verse, another verse. So I'm looking for, and to me, that's one of the biggest obstacles. You people say it all the time. I don't do the God thing. No, people will tell you I don't do the church
The
thing,
church thing.
but I can do God, not the church. Those no, I don't like church people.
And to spin off of that, that's his piece. What I would say is my biggest opportunity that I would like to say on behalf of pastor and the Antioch Church is that I'm looking to implement a 5-star church. You know, to where it just says, what does a 5-star church consist of? Well, the same as any other 5-star element that you've ever been exposed to, be it a 5-star place of employment, a 5-star hotel. What do you look for when you go there? My goal is to implement that at Antioch. You know exactly what it is and what it's not. I literally want to be able to present that level of customer service. Were we able to meet your needs? Were you satisfied when you left? So the church part is one thing, but just the simplest things. Was it clean? Did you like this? Were you greeted properly on the parking lot? That's my biggest piece of opportunity as it pertains to just the church itself or administration. We're 5-star all the way. And you can ask anybody. No, we are not a 5-star right now. That I don't even want them to tell me we're a 3-star. Like what Pastor said, we rated ourselves at a C plus. Okay, cool. We are not a 4-star. We're not a 5-star, but that is it. We're definitely on our way to that. Be it the administration that we have, the systems that we have in place, the organizational leadership that we have in place. Trust me and believe that they are linked together. Pastor keeps doing what he's doing, and the team keeps doing what they're doing. Our biggest piece of opportunity is to say we have the opportunity to be a 5-star church. Not a 5-star hotel, not a 5-star grocery store, not a 5-star, no, we're a 5-star church. Have you ever heard of such a thing where you can leave church and tell us, how was your stay today?
Wow. I can't wait.
What happened today? Did anybody rub you the wrong way? It's a church. I mean, but it's still people. Somebody was rubbed the wrong way,
Right.
And it's not to say that we can fix every piece, but at least let us know how you feel. Everybody really wants to know, do I have a voice here? Yes, you do. And I want to be able to say, I heard you. I was able to look into it, and this is why that happened, or it will never happen again. But my piece is to say, our biggest opportunity is to say, hey, I'm bringing us to a 5-star church level. Give us 5 stars. That's why people will travel from near and far to come and see. And I'm not saying that they don't do it to other churches. In all honesty, that's not my concern. What they do for Antioch, what they're doing, they're coming to Antioch. And when they come, Pastor will literally say, hey, can somebody go to HEB and get them some Zumo sausages? Because that's what happens when you come to Beaumont, Texas. When you come to Beaumont, Texas, can you make sure that they have this? Can you make sure that they have this? Because they've come from so far. Why would you come all the way here and not be exposed to what's here? That's a 5-star church. So I want to make sure on my behalf that we can do this. All of the other leaders, they do what they do on theirs. The chief of ministries, you do what you do on yours. Chief of finance, you do what you do on yours. Pastor, he's going to knock his out. Well, what am I going to do? We're coming in with a 5-star church. And I want to make sure that, they flew. They got on a plane. Who would you ever think? And I laugh at it all the time. I'm like, who in their right mind? We'll get on a plane to come see it. What is it?
Right.
Like, honestly, they must really believe that he's cool. I mean,
drove.
at this point, at this point, I have to go ahead and say, I guess he is that cool because they're going out of their way. Wow. But when they go out of their way, when they actually get here, was it really what they thought? I want to make sure that it is. Wow. I really want to make sure that it is because it is. It's not just something that we've built. Well, I don't have to build this for anybody on the outside. I'm building this for us. And so when you come to the Antioch Church on 3920 West Cardinal Drive, it is what you saw on live stream. And then when you get there, even if it's not the exact same thing, you can see where we were going. You can see where we were going. We were trying, So that's the biggest piece of opportunity that I say on my behalf. Pastor's going to do his thing always. But there's a team that works with him that just says, well, what are y'all doing? That's what I'm doing in this seat of administration. That just says the 5-star church is coming, and we'll see. We'll see if we can make it work.
And I guess just to close this, I think everything that we talked about reminds me of a quote that I was exposed to from Truett Cathy. Truett Cathy is the founder
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
yeah.
And legend has it is that one of the things that he used to say is I expect perfection, but I'll tolerate excellence.
Wow, that's
And
rich.
and
You might want to
and
borrow that, Doc. You might want to. Wait, Doc. You might want to borrow that.
well, I think to me it just speaks to the brand that you
Yes.
guys currently have and or are building on top of. It's like, you know, the constant pursuit of excellence, you know, and you know that you'll never be perfect, but that's where we're
I'll
aiming
expect
toward.
it,
Yeah, yeah,
but
you know,
I'll
I'll
tolerate.
tolerate excellence. You
That's so
know,
humble of
yeah,
him.
yeah,
But
yeah.
doesn't that set a
It
standard,
does.
though, man?
It shifts the mindset for sure. In terms of how you look at what you're doing and how you're thinking about going about, you know, when you put your hand to the plow, how excellently are you doing that work? And so, you know, I'm always reminded of Colossians 3:23.
Yeah,
That's one of my,
sir.
like, I hold on to that, you
Me
know,
too.
like,
Me too.
yeah, so everything that I attempt to do, you know, even though I know I don't, I
Do
might
it.
fail at it, but I try to do it as if I'm doing it to the Lord and
Yeah,
not for
unto the
man.
Lord. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
and so no, I can't thank y'all enough
Oh man, it's
for
been our
this.
joy, man.
Man, and I'm encouraged by everything that I've heard. You know, again, I got into the audience mode a little bit, just listening to just the mindset around what you guys are doing. Even you know, if you're operating at 60% of what you said, that's a feat.
Yes, sir.
You know, and so no, thank y'all so much for y'all's time. TPE family, I forgot y'all were there, sorry, but no, I appreciate everything that you're bringing to our audience and platform, and I just hope to be able to continue to repay the favor, man, in a way that lives up to the standard. I'm almost afraid to be to participate at y'all's levels, a level of excellence that y'all operating at currently. But
Going in the water's fine. You're already doing it.
Yes, sir, Doc.
He's
He in
already
the
doing
deep
it.
end.
He's
He
already
in the
doing it.
deep
That's why
end.
we
Right,
answer
right,
so
right.
expeditiously. That's exactly why.
That's
You
right.
don't just answer quickly to anybody.
Sir.
well, no, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, please like, share, and subscribe. Before we exit, where they connect with you guys socially? I know you mentioned online how you know. I always want to make sure we point our audience to where they can connect with y'all. How did we get in touch with you all?
So for us with the Antioch Church is AntiochBMT.org. Pastor Adolph, of course, he's always on YouTube. John R. Adolph Ministries. Maybe you should say that. But
Oh, you
John
doing
R. Adolph
good.
Ministries on YouTube. He's there every Wednesday, every Sunday, and every Thursday. Don't worry about me. I'm just here to make sure that everything goes afloat. But yeah, so that that's exactly how that goes. If you're looking for me, just go ahead and follow one of those, and at some point, in some way, shape, or form,
it'll be right there.
Well, no, thank you guys so much. Thank y'all so much. And until next time, TPE family, peace.
Man, thank you.
Tap into the Pivot Experience where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step. What's up and what's happening, TPE fam? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience, and this is a special one. I just wanted to intro this one and kind of give you guys some context of what happened recently. Had a coaches meetup here in town, and we had the opportunity to record some content, and we had the opportunity to talk about leading up. I think this is something that we all experience on both ends, whether that's from having someone trying to lead up to us or us leading up to our superiors. And so I think we had a great conversation around this idea. And I can't wait for you guys to jump into the episode and really get a grasp and an understanding of what we think about leading up, and some of the things that we can do in our organizations to create an atmosphere where people feel comfortable leading up and adding value. So let's dive into the episode. What's up and what's happening, TPE family? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast where we're focusing on helping leaders pivot into their next. And today is a very special episode. A little awkward for me if I was to be transparent, but we have full on TPE in the house today, where it's myself, the other coaches that I have the opportunity and I am blessed to work with are here with us today. And we're going to be talking about
how to lead up. Whether we realize it or not, no matter what position we are in, we've all have had to face this idea of impacting change from leaders that are above us, and also receiving that same level of feedback. And so I think this topic can be discussed by us because we all have experienced that in some form or capacity. And also, full disclosure, also a number of the spouses of the coaches are in the room as well. They are not on camera, and they probably do not want me to say this, but if you hear them in the background, or you hear some other chatter that's not on camera, that's going to be from them hoping they'll care to join us in the conversation. But before we dive into the topic, I would like for everyone to introduce themselves. You guys know that I'm Alex. I've worked for the world's most caring company for the last 20 years, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to run this. I don't know what you want to call it. It's currently a coaching business, but it's kind of from podcasts to speaking to content creation to this current iteration of what we're doing. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of great people over the last 20 years, and I think none better than the people that I'm currently working with in TPE. And that's no disrespect to anybody who's listening to this that I currently work with over at the other place. But I truly have come to know these individuals. We've learned each other's strengths and weaknesses, and I would like to think that we're leveraging those to our highest capacities from one to another. But that's enough for me. I will kick it off to the person to my left. Introduce yourself. Who are you, and what are you about?
All right, I'm Javonna Roach, and I have worked for the world's most caring company as well for over 23 years. Can't even believe that when I think about it. But I've been a part of TPE. Alex has brought us on all because he was kind of a solo act. But I've worked for TPE for maybe 9 months now. 9 months,
Yep.
I think it's about
Yep.
9 months. And I have several clients, and it's one of my favorite parts of my week is I get to talk to people about them leading up in their businesses. And I just really enjoy getting to share the knowledge I have. But also, I think one of the biggest things that I really enjoy is getting to grow as an individual as well and as a leader, just learning from other leaders how things are going in their businesses, and just getting to see all the different sides of the business. So that's what makes me excited about TP. And I'm excited today about today's podcast because, yes, our spouses are in the room and we would love for them to join in at some point. And they all have a lot of experience in the restaurant business as well. So
Yeah. I'm Ashley Allison. I'm a wife, mom to almost 2-year-old. And I've been in leadership for a little bit over 7 years. I also work at the world's most caring company. But also with TPE. And with TPE, we get to coach and develop leaders, all ages, all aspects of their careers, and just help them become a better leader and a better person in and outside the restaurant.
All right. And I'm Natali Franco. I've been with Chick-fil-A for about 10 years now. And then now with TPE for about 6 months. And it's been a huge blessing to be able to work with this group of people, be able to talk to other leaders, and I'm excited for what's ahead of us.
but can you say like a little bit of that in like Spanish? Like just a little blurb.
Mi nombre es Neftali Franco. He trabajado con Chick-fil-A por casi 10 años y llevo como unos 6 meses trabajando para TPE, para el negocio de coaching. Y yo me encargo del lado de español, para la gente que necesita ayuda para mejorar su liderazgo o poder cambiar resultados en el negocio en el que te encuentras.
I love that.
Yeah, TPE Espanol all the way. And just, for reference, this group isn't just together by happenstance. I think we all had some history with each other. I think Neff, you came and worked at the restaurant. What was that, like 2-3 years ago, 4 years ago? My timeline is mad.
Your timeline's mad messed up. That was in the winter of 2016.
Yeah, okay, that was a long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago. I remember that, and I remember, this happened off camera. Nev's kind of the techies in the group of the four of us. Not to say that y'all aren't techies, but
Y'all are the techies.
I think
I'm
y'all
definitely not.
did you have iPad Pro? Was it,
Yeah.
or it was he was like one of the first people like outside of myself that had an iPad. I was like, it was like that moment you see like hey, what's up? It was like this, when he came on and worked for us for a little while, and I know Javonna, I've had run-ins with you several times because of our affiliation through the world's most caring company. We've had some interesting interactions. We've challenged each other for a long time, directly and indirectly, and it's been kind of cool just to be able to work with you. And Ashley, we kind of do the work thing on a day-to-day basis. I think we try to keep what we do and keep each other as balanced as possible. So I'm just grateful for the connection between the four of us, and thank the spouses in the room. Appreciate you guys for. I know there's probably sometimes just transparently for folks out there listening. There was one point in time we was meeting every Wednesday, every Saturday in the morning time, absorbing all of the time. And I'm sure maybe not the newest wed it couple in the room. Maybe not didn't have Rob, but the other folks that got kids and other things involved were kind of maybe side eyeing what we were doing. But I appreciate you guys allowing y'all spouses to participate in the capacity that they have been. It's truly been a blessing to not only ourselves, but the people we've had an opportunity to impact. I know, Giovanna, you mentioned, and also you, Ashley, just being able to speak into the lives of other people, that transparently that you don't have to work with all the time. So you can really just be upfront about what you feel about what they're doing. And I think we've all had the opportunity to see the fruits of that labor and see the fruits of what people's actions and just their development as a whole. So I kind of want to kick our conversation off and leading up. It's like, what inspired you to get into leadership? Like, what was it about the world's most caring company, Chick-fil-A? I just say it. What made it about Chick-fil-A or the world's most caring company that you wanted to pursue a career in leadership?
I would say first, just influence. I mean, if you read anything from John Maxwell or you listen to any of his podcasts, 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, that's probably one of the best known leadership books out there. But leadership is influence. That's what he says. And so I think just wanting to make the biggest impact I can on the world is through other people. I can't go to other countries every week. I can't, but what I can do is I can make a difference in the lives of those around me. And I think that's what leadership gives you the opportunity to do, is to make a difference in somebody's life. And a lot of times we don't even know the difference. Like, our jobs is just to plant seeds. And so I think I've always wanted to make a difference. And how better can I make a difference by making sure that I worked into a leadership position to where I could make a difference in people's lives.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I think as a Christ follower, I think it's a perfect platform to be able to share and plant seeds, like you just said, of what true love is in Jesus Christ. And it allows us, and thankfully we work for a company that allows us to share certain values that align with those. And it's been really helpful to be able to kind of get a platform where you can do things for other people and really show other people what that love means. And it's a love that comes through knowing Jesus Christ. And so I think, although it's a little bit off and to the religion side of things, I think it's been a really great place to be able to do that and be able to display some of those characteristics that we're called to show as Christians.
Yeah, I agree. I guess I'll come from, the generation. I never thought about like being in leadership when it comes to in the workplace. Like, during youth group, I was part of like leadership, youth group, church, things like that. And then I was messaging Alex one day. He's like, "Hey, have you ever thought about being in leadership?" And I'm like, sure. But I think just, to whoever those out there who aren't in a leadership title, it's like leadership isn't a shirt, it isn't a position. Like, you can lead from wherever you are. So it's like just making sure like you're doing the right thing all the time, no matter who's watching. And that really does allow you to influence those around you, right? Just because if I, change your shirt to blue today, like, you're the same person. Like, those values don't change overnight. So it's like always being willing to, be your true self and help those around you to better themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I guess for me, I never, to Ashley's point, I never really thought about the prospect of being a leader, from the
Mm-hmm.
title. Like, it was just, I did my first grand opening in 2008, and prior to that, I was going to school for mechanical engineering. That was going to be the thing. I was going to be an engineer. That's you couldn't tell me any different. But then I went uh and did that grand opening and got a chance to kind of listen to a GOS talk about his ability to make decisions and get the immediate hey, this is the bottleneck, this is the idea, and he had the now thinking back on it, he had the respect of the people around him for him just to listen to the idea and implement it, and you can see immediate change. Something about that was like magnetic to me. Like I wanted to be able to, all right, I think in the engineering capacity, you'll be able to use your mind to create ideas, but it won't be nothing immediate. Like if you come up with an idea, you have to test it. You got to do this. You got to do that. With Chick-fil-A, like it was like, so I just love the idea of being able to solve problems, and I think being a leader gave me the access to being able to solve issues and help other people solve issues and set lofty goals and go, well, how do we get from point A to point B, and then working towards making it happen. So I think that's been the allure of the job for me in terms of being a leader, is those aspects of it. All great answers in terms of just how we like people, or not like, how we love people, how we're motivated towards helping other people. So that's fantastic. So to get really like into the meat of our conversation, and today we're talking about leading up, and again, leading up looks differently from each person. I'm sure you guys have different levels of perspective on that. And so, can you talk about an instance where you've had to lead up? Like, is there a time in your leadership career or before you were a leader that you felt like you needed to lead up? What was the situation? You ain't got to put no names on those on the situation, but how did you navigate that, and what was the outcome?
I would say, I'm having a hard time of like coming up with one instance right now, but I think we're called daily to lead up. Um, and one thing I think about when I'm thinking about leading up is like parenting. Several of us, actually three of us are parents. But not getting, tit for tat, not getting on their level, like making sure that we stay above. And in leadership, I think it's kind of the same way of like making sure that when we're leading our team that we're not leading in such a way that it's at their level, but really pushing ourselves and pushing the leaders around us to think differently. Because that's what creates really great results is really working towards. So I mean, I don't know of a like exact example. I don't know if y'all have exact examples, but I feel like daily I'm called to lead up, and I'm called to have my leaders lead up. And so I don't know if I have like a specific example. I just feel like it's every day there's a situation where I'm like, okay, I've got to lead up, or I've got to call the leader next to me to lead up.
So I love that answer, and that was very like diplomatic of you to answer that. So like, I guess for additional context for those of you who are watching, so like, aside from our roles here at TPE, right, we both operate in a similar capacity for the entities that we work for organizationally, right? So for most people who are watching this, most likely, and then for the folks who are in the room, we all work in a business structure that has an operator or a owner operator, and then there is a hierarchy thereafter, right? So let's just hypothetically speak, not in specifics, right? Hypothetically speaking, let's just say in your organization that you currently fictitiously represent is you're so there's the operator and there's you, right?
Mhm.
How do you lead up to your operator?
Interesting question. I honestly think it's like getting on the same page and really talking about, are you there for the same reason? Like that's been a conversation that me and my operator have had a lot, is like, hey, are you like, do you want what's best for the business? Yes. Okay, answer that. Okay, do I want what's best for the business? Yes. Okay, so who's going to take leadership in this matter? And I think that's like realizing that you're all on the same page working towards the same thing then helps when there's rub in the road of like, hey, I might want one thing, or Ashley might want one thing, or Neff might want one thing. At the end of the day, we want the same thing. We want what's best for the business. We want what's best for our team. And there's two parts to it. There's that results side of like making more money as a business, or spending less money as a business, and then the people side of the business, which costs a lot of money. And I'm very results driven. So for me, we've taken this different assessments, but like I'm very results driven. Neff's more people driven. So making sure that you work with those around you and you use them to their strengths, I think is what makes us a pretty great business. Is, you know, we're all called to lead in different manners and fashions, and we all have different strengths and weaknesses. So really understanding those, but then understanding that the outcome that you want is the same. And there's, you know, y'all have heard that phrase, there's a million ways to skin a cat. There's a million ways to run a business. We run our businesses very differently. But at the end of the day, if you were to ask us what were our top 3 results that we wanted, we would probably say the same thing.
Sure.
And so just realizing that we're all different, we all have different strengths and weaknesses, or we care about different things differently, but in the end of the day, we want the same result. And that's, you know, we want our people to be cared for. We love them. We want what's best for them. We want them to be able to go to college and learn and grow and give them the tools, training, and support. We want to do that, but that we also want to turn a profit. And so I think just realizing that you're all on the same page, your operator, the ones you surround yourselves with are on the same page, and then saying, hey, I'm not going to really care about the process that you want to do to get to the result we want, but hey, this is the result we want. You go make that happen. So I don't know if I answered that question well, but
No, I'll get you. But I want to see, did anyone else before
I mean, you asked how to operate. I guess I think me and Neff do the same thing. But I think like
So how do you
like,
all
Alex was like, how do you all do this?
know? Yeah.
I guess like every day our job is to lead up. I think we're between like people in the organization and like how to shape and develop like the people who are newer to the organization. I'll speak for myself. Alex is big visionary, like how can we change this to another thing, and then another thing and another thing. But it's like taking that big, you know, vision and implement it, but also too it's like also you have to bring the people along with them. And I think that goes to the relationships. It's like you can't, you know, like you said at the grand opening, that leader had relationships and he had the people who had buy-in and all the things that you need to switch the flip, to change the system. How much we change things, you know, for the better, because we were trying to get faster. We're trying to have a, you know, a larger profit, and also too, we trying to maintain and grow and develop the people we have. I think and relationships are important, but also too is just realizing you have to have both. You have to have the results and the relationships to run a business. And I think it's like we talk about splitting plates, but I think it's more juggling. You might have to throw one higher while you focus on the catching the one that's closer and the one that's need the most attention, but also to realizing you gotta, you know, toss it up and focus on the other one. So I think, you know, that's, you know, it's an everyday battle, but I like it though. So.
Yeah. I would say getting to know the other person well. So like obviously like I've known Javon for 9+ years now. And you know, not always at the capacity of where we are now, but really being able to understand just even body language, tone of voice, like those like tics that people have, like to where when you have conversations with somebody, you're able to really like know like when they make a face, like you're like, oh, that probably wasn't great, or like, or okay, I'm going down the right path, and you just learn how to read people. And so I think when we talk about leading up, like you have to know your audience, you have to know who you're talking to, who it's for, how you're presenting the information, where you're getting your information from, and making sure that you have everything necessary to be able to back up your points and be able to deliver in the correct approach depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah. And I think
with
that's
heart.
Yeah.
I think knowing their heart too.
Yeah.
Because that's a piece. Like you can know their body language, you can know their tone,
Mhm.
you can know their face, you can know like all the things that they do, but also know where their heart is, because the heart is what controls all of those things.
Mhm.
And so, you know, lots of times, you know, Neff will say something to me and like my face might go south, but he knows that my heart is, you know, in it for him to learn and grow.
Yeah.
And so
And I think that's a big thing, is like bringing also too, like you said, like the information, the facts. You know, I think oftentimes, especially younger leaders, they just go off of feeling
Mhm.
and, you know, jump the gun to say, hey, let's change this based off of how one shift goes.
Mhm.
But then if you, hey, I'm going to look back over the last 2 months worth of Saturdays to see how things went, the results and things like that, to change that system. So I think just, you know, advice to younger leaders, like to look at the data to help, you know, drive that results and system change.
Alex, you have something to say though. I want to hear what it is.
And now I had no. So I guess I guess the one question, and this might not, y'all might, we might be past the moment to answer this question, but I ask it anyway. Like, so any moments where you guys are leading up, and some of those things that you might notice, has that stifled you in your ability to lead up? Like one of those facial expressions or one of those like comments, has that, like, if you did you have all your eggs together to go lead up, and then you were met with a face, and then did that deter you from leading up?
I guess I would say like Nev says like knowing the person. Like I guess me and Alex were like, are we reading too deep into the facial expression or whatnot?
Yeah.
But I think just too like just not being afraid of like I think knowing each other's point of view, perspectives, and like at the end of the day, we really want like our businesses to be successful, and just I guess having that level of respect for each other to just go with it. I guess for me, it's just
Well, and when you make a mistake, being willing to say that you made a mistake. Like, I think that for me, like, I have to whisper sometimes to my operator. And he just kind of looks at me. He's like, can you say it a little louder? I'm like, you were right. Like, being able to say, like, when, there are times where we say, hey, we want to do this. And there might be a little bit of a hesitation on the other end, whether Neff comes to me and says, hey, I want to do this. And I'm like, well, but then when you do it and it doesn't go well, being able to say, you were right, I shouldn't have done that. Or when it does go well, not flaunting it like, hey, this went really well and you told me not to do it. I've done that before as well. But going back and saying like, hey, I tried this out and this is the results I got. And I just want what was best for the business, even though you didn't agree with it. So I think the vulnerability of like saying, hey, like you were wrong in a situation, that's also leading up to me. And when you're right, not throwing it in the other person's face of like, I was right. You didn't trust me. I was right.
And I think also to being willing to like say your raw idea. Like, of course, you're gonna have your data, but like in the beginning stage, because oftentimes one of us might come with the idea, and then we get an even better idea when we bounce ideas back and forth. So not letting that oh no or you can't do this right now stop you from coming up with a great idea.
Yeah.
No, I love that. I think I probably should do better in the area, that one area that
saying you're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not easy in the beginning, but
Yeah.
I think you kind of get you like it actually kind of makes you feel good of being able to say, you know what, like there's always somebody out there better than you.
Yeah.
So when somebody doesn't trust your idea and you do it and it doesn't work out,
yeah,
being able to come and say like, I was wrong. I don't have all the greatest ideas. Like that's okay.
But I guess maybe our fault is like, okay, that idea wasn't great, but I'm gonna find a better one now. We're gonna work harder.
Like, right. Yeah. And so I think you guys, both of you all, everyone has mentioned like having to empower the other leaders to work with them to do this. How would you say you were able to help someone lead up? Like what did you do you have an example of someone who you recently had to help with this? What strategies did you deploy, or what things did you do, or what things do you guys normally do to help leaders lead up better?
I think recently one thing that I've realized that we don't do well, that we could work on, is foster an environment of failure. I don't think we do a great job of fostering an environment of failure. Fail first attempt in learning is FAIL. I know y'all like that. So we, if we don't foster an environment of failure, leaders don't try. And I've realized that because they don't want to disappoint us, And so I think one thing recently that I've been trying to do a better job is fostering an environment of failure so that they understand that failure doesn't mean like, oh, failure is the first attempt. Like, what's your second attempt? What's your third attempt? Like, how many bad decisions have y'all made in the business? I know I've made a lot.
Yeah.
But it came from a leader who was willing to let me fail. And when I failed, didn't say, I told you so. It was like, okay, that was like, you failed. Sometimes even our failures cost us money. A lot of money.
Yeah.
And so I think one thing we could do a better job in is fostering an environment of failure.
So practically, because you're going to help me and others out.
So I was like,
practically, what does fostering fostering an atmosphere of failure? Just because when you say that,
Alex,
when you just say that, no, when you look behind you, I mean, this is that man did not look for. We're not fostering. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want clarity. What do you mean? Can you unpack that a little further?
I think a lot of times
Or do you want to phone a friend?
I could,
No.
but I think when somebody makes a mistake, we make it a big deal, or I wouldn't have done it that way. Like that's the first response a lot of times when somebody makes a mistake is, well, you just did that the wrong way, or I wouldn't have done it that way. Well, of course you wouldn't have done it that way. It's not you, it's somebody else. So I think, the way we respond, the things we say, instead of asking a lot of questions in the environment, we give a lot of statements. Okay, explain to me what was your thought process around that. Like there's actually there's something around this that's the 5 whys. You should be asking, okay, well, help me understand that. Okay, well, why did you do that? Okay, well, why did that not work? Like ask 5 whys before you ever give a statement of, that didn't work because you didn't do this, and this is how you should have done it, and this is what you should do next time, and next time the situation comes up, make sure you do it that way. That was a lot of statements.
Yeah.
So let it, like, asking a lot of questions, and when they make a mistake, don't make it a big deal. Like
I think too, it was like if somebody does make a mistake, helping them figure out a solution, like in a moment, versus like you said, downing them, like, oh, just get out the way. I got this. I'm gonna do transition.
I was working with a leader today, actually, who's going through our director program, and we were talking about checklists that we have. And
I think I fail at this miserably, by the way. Go ahead though. I think I am the
well,
like anti
and
foster of failure.
well,
I'm like the opposite, and not to say that that's right.
Right.
That's probably wrong. Actually, it is wrong. Actually, look at that.
So we were talking about solving problems for good, right? A lot of times we like band-aid problems, right? So we miss something on a food safety audit, right? And we're like, okay, well, we need to put that on a checklist. Well, then we have a checklist and it's got 82 things on it. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
We don't evaluate the checklist. We just go say, okay, let's add that to the list. And then you're wondering why leaders are submitting lists at the same time. Like we have a 9 a.m. list and like a 1 p.m. list, and it's like they submit at the same time. And like, why do they do that? Well, because they never had time to finish the 82 things on the checklist. And so we started talking through it today, and she was like, yeah, I've been asking some questions around, like, why are they submitting them at the same time? And she goes, what I've realized is, though, there's just way too much stuff on there. And I was like, okay. And she goes, and I've been the one adding it. She's like, I've been adding all those things for them to check. And she's like, next week, what I'm really going to do is I'm going to go through those lists. I have extra time next week for an hour, and I'm going to read through the list and I'm going to edit them to what we really need to focus on. She's like, why are we checking this when we already checked this at 8 a.m. and then we're checking it at 9 a.m. and then we're checking it at 10 a.m. Like, I really need to go fix those lists. And instead of me being like, yeah, I would have done that a long time ago. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, like, make the list smaller.
Yeah.
Let her fail in that area. But we started talking about, well, that also costs labor.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have to do an 82 point checklist, that's costing us a lot of labor. That could be an area that we're failing in as well. And so I just started asking her 5 questions about it. And it got her to a point where she was like, man, next week I'm going to spend an hour and I'm going to look at this checklist we do, and I'm going to look at this checklist we do, and I'm going to make sure that we're not like overdoing things and just checking things that we don't even need to be checking. I was like, okay, great, go do that. But that gave her a sense of confidence. She kind of failed in that area. But I wasn't going to point that out.
Whoever she is.
Yeah.
So, I think
I didn't say he, so it's not Neff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think another thing is we get caught up in what we've built, that we forget that it took trial and error to get there. And we don't want to have other people do that trial and error. We're like, it's already good. Like, I'd rather just like give you the answer because I don't want you to mess up the trajectory that we're on. But the trajectory never just goes straight. It goes up, it goes down, and it's like the stock market. But over time, it's still going up. And so I think we sometimes can forget that real easily when we're in these roles that like we're like, oh, like we've done it this way and it's worked out for us. So like, don't mess it up. And I'm like, no, it took errors. We probably cost other people money with the failures that we made. But it's now their time to figure that out so that they can be there one day, just like we are, and hopefully one day be even better than we are.
Oh, I remember I used to say to leaders when they would bring an idea that I had already tried, and I was like, that doesn't work. And I'd move on. And it's like, I'm not even listening to them anymore because I had tried that. And I'm like, yeah, but I had tried that 3 years ago with a different staff with like, it was just different at the time. And so I think now I try not to say that.
Yeah.
Because
they were picking something.
Yeah.
No,
What's over there, Alex?
no, I'm good. I'm reconciling things within myself.
You're growing right now.
You're growing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I guess we have maybe a different struggle over here. I think just more so like leaders taking that leap to even try to fail or try to make a change. Just like they're too scared to even like move the waters, like to make something happen.
Or have we made it clear that we can move the waters and that there's a safety net and that they can fail only so much before we're gonna go in, because I think it's also important that they know that you're gonna go catch them at some point. Like, we can't let them just like drop. Like, there's certain things that are gonna be out of their comfort zone, but then there's other things that are even way beyond those things. And so
you don't recommend like
knowing,
crashing and burning and like total like
just because it worked for you or worked for me doesn't mean that's the correct way for everybody else to go down.
No, I think it's more so like working. I think they might come up with an idea, but I guess maybe they get too, lost in the possibilities. Okay, so you have this, idea of what you want to do. You just taking that time out of your schedule to like work through the process, to bounce ideas off, because I think we take for granted, like, I have Alex every day, we bouncing ideas off each other, and they might not have somebody who's like minded, in their same path to bounce those ideas. So I think just pausing to work through that with them has, helped.
and I think y'all have all kind of said like something very similar that I that resonates with me is just we're in different seasons and different generations of the business. Like, there's different, you said it very well. It's like, hey, I tried that 3 years ago with this configuration of a team. You know what, it might work this go around, so let's give it a roll, and we'll lean all the way into it to see if it give it a shot to work. So but that's valid though. That's real and valid.
I don't want to I don't guess I stifle the spirit of somebody trying something.
Yeah.
Because I honestly think I'm almost 40. It scares me to say it sometimes, but like the generation now, if they're not going to be good at it, they're just not going to try. And I think that that's a very different mindset from my generation. Is we're big like, let's go do it. Let's try this out. Let's try that out. Whereas this generation, like, if success isn't written all over it, I'm just not gonna do it. And I'm like, I had a leader recently, that I made her go look up 3 of the most successful people and look up their failures and bring them back to me. And she looked up Bill Gates. Who's the guy that
Zuckerberg or Bezos?
I mean,
people.
Yeah, like three very well known people, and she brought to me a list of failures of all of them, and I was like, they're people who are willing to try.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's like when they spend majority of their off time just scrolling, and all you see is the best part of someone's day, and they compare that to the worst part of their day constantly. I think that that has been a struggle, for the newer wave of leaders, for them to overcome that, because it's not every day isn't gonna be a smooth shift. Like, you're gonna have call outs, you're gonna have just different situations that happen, and you have to just learn how to shift in the moment and get things done.
I think risk is the price you pay for opportunity.
Yeah.
And in opportunities, you're often going to find some success, but you're not going to find it when you take no risk.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Without risks, there's no great reward. So I don't like to stifle people who at least want to try.
Definitely.
But they're also not going to do it. And like, I think you've got to think through, like, if they don't do it in the way that I would have done it, don't stifle that as well. Because I know that's something for me that I'm like, you could have done this faster, or it could have been done differently. And if you want it done in a certain time frame, for sure, give them the time frame. Hey, by Friday, I want you to bring your idea fully fleshed out. Like, bring it to me. Let's talk about it. So, but I just think that you've got to like cultivate an environment where failure is okay so that people do want to take risk and take chances. And I mean, those typically end up being your really like your best leaders is ones who are willing to even take risks that maybe you wouldn't take. So
Definitely. No, I think that it reminds me of something that Dan Cathy said. He was like, we marry the vision and we flirt with the methods. And so, the way we go about reaching the goals that we have, the way we go about, just getting the things that we want, the vision of what we wanted the finish line to look like can be the same, but just how we run the race could be different. So no, very well put. So and I guess this conversation as a whole is it really kind of for the time at the time of this recording resonates with what we've been talking about in our lead betters. Like we just had a lead better. We talked about, self-awareness and different things. And I think, having a true ability to lead up is really a reflection of how emotionally intelligent you are. And to add to that, not only the emotional intelligence piece, but being on the same page. I heard a lot of what you guys were saying, just was about, are we here for the same reason? Not only did we state that we're here for the same reason, but are our actions a reflection of us wanting to be trying to accomplish the same thing and doing the same thing? So I think that it sounds like to me the foundation to leading up and what everything that we've been talking about really rests in, hey, are we here to do the same thing? And are we emotionally intelligent enough? Are we aware enough of what it is that each of us bring to the table? Are we aware of our strengths and weaknesses? Are we aware of the things that we possess to make the business go forward as it relates to the guardrails that are present? And so I think everything that you guys have said so far speaks directly to a leader's ability to lead up. And I guess the last thing, and this might be a little redundant, but I just kind of wanted to just kind of zone in on this and specify, but like, what are if you had to list out the qualities that a leader would have for us in our position, if someone's trying to lead up to us, what would give them credibility in your mind to be able to substantiate you validating their opinion in them trying to lead up? And there's been some things I think we've said it at large, but just quantifying it, as we wrap up this episode, kind of just like as our last piece, what are those things you'll be looking for in a leader, maybe your top 3 to 4 attributes that you look for in a person to really hear what they're trying to bring to you in leading up.
so I've talked to Neff a lot about this recently, but for me, I'd say the number one thing is a growth mindset. Like, I want people who are pushing themselves past what they think they're capable of. And there was a speaker at one of the conferences that Chick-fil-A just put on, and I've kind of been watching some of the reruns of it. And one of the leaders, he talked about dark work. And it's the work that you do in the dark, the work that nobody else sees, the work that you do for free. We do a lot of that. And I think in a leader that wants to be in our position, you have to do a lot of that. You have to be willing to put in the time, the effort, sometimes even the money to get to where you want to go. And so for me, I like that growth mindset and like willingness to push past where you think you're capable of. I need to see that, or I don't think you'll make it. So growth mindset and willing just to do the work.
I think one for me would be, are you able to listen and anticipate? Are you able to take cues from conversations that we have to understand what matters and what's important to me right now in the season, and be able to go on and like take it and run with it and do something about it? And that's something I've had to learn to do with Shabana here. Like, she'll talk about something and I'm like, and without her saying like, hey, I need you to go do this, like I'll be like, okay, we probably need to focus on this, or like, and then like it just tells you like they're paying attention to what's being said without it being said physically. And so I think that's something that not a lot of leaders have, and something that they don't know really how to foster. But it's something super important and super helpful to have people around you that can just listen and anticipate the needs that are going on in that season of business.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, both say good. I was like, That was a great thing. I think also too, I guess just to piggyback on both of what y'all said, being coachable, like I guess your growth mindset, but also to seeking wisdom and feedback from whoever you're leading up to, and just to see how they would like you to grow, or their feedback about you, but also too with what you said, Neff, is just getting it done. Like those tasks, it's like normally whoever you're leading up to, they have even a bigger plate of things to handle, but they can use somebody to get those things that they're thinking of, just getting them done, knocked out. But also too is you staying connected to the people below you, because that's going to help whoever you're leading up to be successful if you have those relationships with those under you, because without those people we wouldn't have a job at the end of the day. So maintaining those relationships also, I think, will help whoever's in our shoes be successful. What would you say, Alex?
Did we give you anything good here? So I said growth mindset, doing the work.
Yeah.
Neff said
listening
and anticipating.
I guess mine, like
coachability and relationship. I would say, like, relationships above and below.
Yeah, no, I guess the one that I like the most, and I guess I'll just rephrase it, is what Nev said. Like there is some value of having somebody who is, or a group of people who are in tune with what you're thinking about, and then their actions just complement what you do. Like, I don't know how familiar you guys are with like NASCAR driving or anything like that. Like, and for those of you who are really into it, I'm probably gonna mess this concept up, but like, there's it's individual sport, but there's teams of cars driving together, and there's this concept of like drafting. Like if you're behind the cars, like the car in front of you should be able to accelerate you around. There's something with the dynamics of the wind that goes on. Jeremy, am I in the right direction? Am I in the right vein? And so for me, I think like that's what I think about, like when you're like clicking with people on your team. It's like, yeah, you might be in front of them, but then like they're gaining momentum off of you, and then you're able to slingshot them forward based off like the synergy that y'all have. You just know what's going on. So like, I mean, I share in those moments, and I think sometimes like when it's someone new, like they might have been watching what you've been doing and kind of paying attention to how you think about certain things, and then they act out of nowhere in the direction that I would have made the decision. Oh, okay, cool. Not to say that it's all about them making a decision like you would. It's more so understanding like, okay, we're in the same field here. We're in the same ballpark of like foresight. So like, yeah, definitely having like just being around people who can anticipate, like, okay, just by the look, you can tell just by you about to turn on the head, you know what's about to happen, you know what's coming. You know what I'm saying? So I think that when it's a time for that individual like that to lead up to me, I'm kind of like, what, because I feel like we're in the same lineup here. What's up? What do you think? You have, and then people can tell you, like the people I don't say I respect. That's I respect everybody, but like the people who really got my attention is the folks who I think do that very well. Like if I feel like we're in sync, like you can tell me, hey, I think you do this terribly. I would really listen to it. I would really give it like consideration to go, maybe you're like, okay, maybe I could do that better for real. Because I feel like we're, like and again, like if it's a new team member who said, oh, well, why do you do that like that? Well, you don't have any context of why this is happening versus somebody who got that. So yeah, I really like that. I don't mean to just dwell on that too much. This is good too.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. Like I think a person who has a growth mindset, there's various roles. Everybody can't just be yes to what Alex, Robert, or Ashley wants, or whoever the DLs, however the structure is. There are some people, contrarian thoughts are valuable too, but like it makes it easy when some people are on the same page with you and you want to run. And they're willing to run with you. But so this was a fantastic episode. Thank you all for sharing. I think I let me tell you this. Y'all saw I was sweating bullets when I first walked in. Cool as a fan right now. I'm in pocket. I've been in pocket for like the last 30 minutes. Like for the first 15 minutes y'all was here, I was like, people in my space. People I know everybody, but like y'all just never been here before, so it's a little awkward. But like no, like literally I'm dry. Like I don't need I'm dry as a I don't want to be dry, but like I'm good. Any closing words, comments, remarks? before we close out?
Yeah, I guess just check out our monthly free lead
Hey,
better.
there you go. There you go. Get us back on track. That's what I'm talking about.
Our next lead better is emotional intelligence part 2, and me and Neff are gonna lead the emotional intelligence part 2. So
Bang. Yep. No, and then go to tpenow.com to find out about everything that we're doing. TPE. We have free content on our Instagram at TPE Now. All right. I'm sorry, the Google went off. I'll just be transparent on the recording. It kind of threw me off a little bit. But until next time, TPE family, peace.
Tap into the Pivot Experience where we help young, hungry entrepreneurs move on to the next step.
You do these skills analysis, right? Like, okay, what am I really good at? Okay, I'm really good at these things, but of these things, what do I really enjoy doing? And once you get to, like your zone of genius, right? That's another great book. So once you get to like your zone of genius, you realize it's beneficial not only for you, but for your audience as well.
Take this mind of mine.
What's up and what's happening, TPE fam? We're back with another episode. As you guys can see, we have a special guest here, someone who is from Houston, Texas, and you guys have been hearing me talk about, and several other leaders in the space talk about collaboration and connection and networking and really getting outside of your comfort zone as it relates to the people that you interact with, the people that you want to be in your circle. And it's really all about getting around people who are thinking the same as you, who are pursuing a higher level of passion or a higher level of dream, or just want to do better for themselves as a whole. And so just listening to Dr. Eric Thomas in his newest book, talking about getting into miracle territory. We heard that the Social Proof podcast was coming to Houston, Texas, and I follow David Shands on. I mean, some of you guys probably out there listen to David Shands and listen to his work, and just to have the opportunity to see him in person was pretty cool. So my wife and I went to the pod in Houston. Fantastic time. But one of the things they emphasized during that time we were together, it was about connecting with the people in the room, because if you made the investment to be in the room, that is a signal that you might have something, everybody in the room could offer somebody something in some mutual form, and it's not all about what you can get from a person. Is how can we advance together? You have an audience and some insight. We can share those things and grow and exponentially. In 2023, we want to focus on collaboration, and this is an attempt of doing so. And so I want to welcome to the Pivot Experience, the TPE, Miss Janie, and I'm going to let Janie just tell us all about who she is, where she comes from, where she's at right now, and just talk about her journey in her business. What's up, Janie? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me on. Thank you so much for reaching out and creating this space. I'm a consultant. I know I kind of chatted with you a little bit whenever we met at the pod and also at the VIP. So I'm Janie. I'm a consultant. I file LLCs for busy entrepreneurs, and I create business plans for busy entrepreneurs. Like, that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Awesome. So, tell me a little bit. How did you get into this? How did you get started doing this? What did you do before this? How did we get to this point?
Sure. So we got here by a lot of people picking my brains. And truthfully, my best friend bought me a book in 2014. It's by Steve Harvey, Act Like a Success, Think Like a Success. And that's probably the first book that I did, I read not for pleasure. I do enjoy reading, but I read like for pleasure mostly. And so when I read that book, it kind of like turned something on. During that space, I was working in youth development. I was running nonprofit programs like after school, summer camp, uh, kids, families. And I just kept climbing the ladder, and you get to the business side of that work, right? It's still in the field of youth development, but I got to the business side and I was like, dang, I like this. Like, I love the numbers. I love admin. So I just started like niche, niche, niche. I know we say it. I know it's like overkill, but it's so true. Like I just kept going down and down and down and down. So I figured out what part of business am I really good at and what part of business do I enjoy helping others. Because sometimes we're good at stuff that we don't enjoy doing. So
Yeah, I guess sometimes I look at things like your gifts kind of manifest in ways that you didn't imagine them showing up. Like how did you know that you would enjoy the administrative side of business through your work through a nonprofit? You know what I mean? Like, so is it sometimes I think when you answer the call of doing the right thing, you get a chance to see, those things come to light. So that's pretty cool. So so you said you got this book in 2014. So how long have you been in business in this capacity? And what's the name of your business? Where can we, if we needed this service, how could we get to that business? Let's get some of that on the front end and on the back end too. But
sure. So Power Consulting is the name of my business, power-consulting.org and at Real Power Consulting on Instagram. I'm on Facebook as well, more active on Instagram. But we got to this space, I think, through self-development. You keep on reading those books. It starts with the Steve Harvey book and then it moves to, Big Magic. And it moves like these are some of the books that kind of led the way for me. And I think as I continue to read it, you do these skills analysis, right? Like, okay, what am I really good at? Okay, I'm really good at these things, but of these things, what do I really enjoy doing? And once you get to, like your zone of genius, right? That's another great book. So once you get to like your zone of genius, you realize it's beneficial not only for you, but for your audience as well. And a lot of times we operate in our zone of excellence, which is just right under our zone of genius. So in my zone of excellence, that was me in youth development. That was me pouring into like on the front end. I mean, I'm sweating, I'm throwing, I'm putting the activities together and I'm in the activities. And then I had to realize like I could do more if I stepped back, if I wrote grants for these programs, if I developed business plans to get funding, then I could do even more for the families and the communities that I serve. And then I could just kind of pop in. And then when I get hot, I could pop out, but I'm not responsible for a group. I'm not responsible, I'm not in ratio. So man, that was a journey and it was something figuring it out.
well, I mean, I definitely can hear how you kind of had a methodical climb in this journey, and I guess sometimes hearing you speak of the different phases that you've interacted in the same entity, but being able to scratch, multiple itches. It's kind of cool to be able to start out maybe at the ground level in a place and work your way through to see like how did your work at the ground level impact what's going on at the top level, quote unquote, in terms of the administrative side of things and stuff like that. Like having those full circle moments, I think are moments we can appreciate along the journey. So that's awesome. So I kind of just want to touch on just when I'm imagining you are helping people open businesses in all kinds of different categories and all kinds of different ways. And do you see any like common problems that most new business owners are facing, and like how are they working through those things? How are they getting, past those barriers? And what are the common threads? Just for somebody who's out there listening who may want to get into a business, I'm always of the mindset you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. And so if there's some things some hurdles that you can help them, kind of bypass before they get there, what are those?
The very first hurdle is like seriously getting out of your way, like getting out of your way mentally and then doing the work physically. So once you decide I am going to open this business, you open it. Like even if you can't afford to file your LLC, you go to your Secretary of State and you reserve the name, right? You start building the plan. I think the number one thing that I see is people just get stuck and kind of like analysis paralysis or, paralysis analysis, however we say it. But I think they just get stuck and they won't make a move. And then once you show them like, you don't have to know every single part. You just got to know this block. And then once you get halfway through this block, then you can start forecasting what the next block looks like. So I would just say, get out of the way and move.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think a lot of people, because I have a debate with this conversation. I think social media has made it to where we need to feel like we have to be ready. Like social media made it feel like, when you first drop that product offering, it has to be perfect. The marketing has to be perfect because you see
Mm-hmm.
the ratio of people who are succeeding that you see these days is so much higher. It just looked like it's easier, but no, those people are putting in the work. You didn't see them until they kind of learned how to get past their failures. And so, no, that was very, very timely advice. And I think most people, there are a lot of people out there who are waiting to get to their genius level. I forget how you said it. I think you had a great phrase there from a book, but waiting to get to that genius level, but they are the ones that are stopping themselves. And so, no, that's cool. So, do you have any experience around this an area of maybe helping a business owner determine whether they have a home run product or not? Like, have you ever been trying to open? Well, this might be this might be a stretch of a question here. Have you ever helped somebody and as you were helping them, you was like, "Hey, girl, I don't know. You sure you want to do this? Tell me how did you get to this point and wanting to do this? Do you ever have those? I mean, I don't know if you act in like a consultant's posture, but do you ever feel the need to intervene, or how would you go about telling somebody they got a good product or not?
So I think kind of like to unpack the question. It's a yes and no to your question. Like I have seen some things that could work. Like the way they say it, sometimes it's like, okay, hold on, let's dial it back. Let's start right here. And then we can get, there. But I really feel like people can accomplish anything they desire to do. So even if they came to me with something that was like so huge and just it felt like unreal, I would still tell them you should do it and you can do it. But we got to lay out like how that's going to look, how that can actually happen.
Yeah, I guess that really speaks to your service of writing a business plan. So, like, do you, is that something that a lot of people come to you for originally, or do you find yourself like kind of funneling them into that service once they start to talk to you about just the LLC formation, or is it vice versa? Like, do they want to come to you for the business plan? And I'm sorry, I'm kind of deviating from the script here. But do they come to you for which one do you see yourself like upselling? And I don't know if you want to call it that or not, but do you find yourself getting that add-on sale from the fact of okay, we preach LLC, that's a buzzword, right? And so
Yeah.
everybody's running to that, but then do you find yourself saying like, okay, this is a funnel opportunity because hey, do you have a business plan? It sounds like what you're doing is ambitious and I know you can do it, but do you have a do you have a plan of action of being able to do so? And if you do use that as a funnel, can you talk through like, what do you do, what's your technique, or just like what's your mindset behind it, if that's the case?
So I don't use it as a funnel or like an upsell yet. So if
Okay.
anyone who is watching this wants to help me get started with funnels, please, because I know there is an opportunity to kind of clean up my operations. But I'm really doing the things that I'm advising other people to do, which is right now I'm just niching down. A lot of people come to me for consulting. So it starts off really, really big, and I just tell them how to do it. Like, I don't gatekeep at all. I just tell them exactly how to do it. Now, if you want me to do something, it has to be within the scope of the things that I provide. So right now I offer group coaching. So you can come in, you can get group coaching, you can get consulting on Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. every Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Ask those questions, pick my brain. Let's, go through the layers of your business. If you want me like done for you business plan, then that is the service I provide. And then the LLC filing, like incorporating a business, whether that's nonprofit or for profit, that's an actual service that I provide. But kind of some of the funnel type of things I haven't really taken advantage of yet, just because I have one focus right now, which is business plans. Like let's master these business plans.
Okay, no, I just, like I said, I just thought, that might be just a way of doing it. It's like, okay, you come from me for this, but then but most of your people are already coming to you for in a consulting standpoint. So it kind of, I think it just naturally flows, and that's how you could, roll it in there. So that's pretty cool. So what are some, when you're hypothetically speaking, let's say we're talking about a business plan here, and I'm asking for some light advice, some free advice, right? I'm asking for some free advice, and so what would be some core things that you would say every business plan needs to have? Like, what are some staples? Like you got to consider this, you got to consider that.
The most important thing you're going to start with. what is the challenge or the solution you want to provide? Are you going to provide that via a product or a service or both? You want to consider your buyer persona. That's very, very, very important. Like to know your audience, to know their buying habits, to know their pain points, to know what do they even need you for. So I think when I'm developing a business plan, that's probably the part that I get most to the nitty gritty. Choosing the right competitors, knowing that you will have a right now competitor, which is kind of like maybe my lateral competitors, and then you need to see like, okay, then who's my next level competitor? Because when I write a business plan, I don't want to just write it that it's going to be for this year. I want to write it, with the projections of what the market is doing and also what you potentially could do, with your business.
Okay, no, I think that's pretty smart. I think a lot of times people miss out on I think just that component of who is my target customer, what's my market, and then really taking it a step further, it's like who am I competing with? No one really ever thinks about who they're competing with, and I think that's important. You want to be able to safeguard yourself from that. Have you seen any instances where that was missed in a business? Do you have any examples or stories where you feel like maybe they missed the mark and you kind of saw it? Like, what are your observations from it, or what were your learnings from it?
Yeah, I have seen it before that sometimes people have a vision that's so big that they only see their vision and they see a glimpse of the competition, but they're like, oh, I'm not worried about that. Or you have the people that's like, oh, there ain't no competition, sis. Like, no. But you have to understand as a business, even if like your morals and your core values are like, you're not, you're collaborating, you're not competing, you still have to know your business. You are competing if with whomever is also providing the solution that you're providing.
Right. No, true that. True that. So what advice would you give a struggling business that's like they can't get any customers, like they're having a hard time attracting new business? What are some things that you would tell a business to be able to turn that around?
So back all the way up, start from ground zero and give yourself 90 days of a habit. So whatever the marketing plan would be for that, this in this scenario, let's say they're not getting sales. Is that what you said? I think we
Yeah.
kind of were drawing up a scenario here. So I would say we want to determine what is the behavior like right now, and then we're going to change that. 90 days will tell you, do I need to post more? Do I need to email more? Is there something that my competitors are doing that's warming the audience up that I'm not doing that could warm the audience up? But it's really like looking at the behavior and then the results of that behavior, because then we'll know what's not working and then what we can try. And I think I preach, I'm like, don't tell me anything for 90 days. Like, I don't want to hear, it's kind of like that. Like, if it's the stock market or something that you're looking at long term, even though 90 days is like short term in business, when you're struggling, you want to look at something for at least a quarter, right? 90 days, let's figure this out. What does this look like? What's working? What's not working?
Okay. All right. No, no, that's very solid. You're doing a great job fielding all of these questions. You don't seem like a person who maybe have not done this before. I think you're doing pretty well. So I guess just okay, backtracking a little bit, I'm kind of deviate from the next question I have for you. When you were in high school or in like, did you go to college maybe? Yeah,
I did.
yeah, yeah. And so talk to me about the things that you did at those levels, because I do um, have a younger audience as well. I do a lot of stuff with college age kids and seniors and juniors in high school. And when I try to talk to them about their behaviors now, their habits in that they can, they don't necessarily define them, but definitely if they learn to get those things together, it'll help mold their future quicker. Can you recall of any things that you experienced at that, whether the collegiate level or towards the latter part of high school, that pours into who you are now? Any experiences, any things that you did, any like organizations you were a part of that you feel, and I'm sorry, this is putting you on the spot for real, but I just want to kind of let's get a little bit more, I guess, personal into you and who you are and how you how what makes you tick and how you operate.
So when I hear that question and I kind of hear like the background of what you're asking for, it one thing that I always tell adolescents, young adults is like trust your gut. Like really trust your gut. I know you're young. I know the brain is still developing. I know you know what I mean? Like I know all of those things, but in the core of who you are by that time, you should be able to trust yourself. I think when I think about like high school, probably the things that make me tick is kind of beyond that. It would be like, for me, it would be my dad, like Joseph Gaines. Like, I'm from the country, from East Texas, and forever, I just remember him always telling me, you can be anything you desire to be. And my dad passed when I was 10. So imagine like the impact that he had on me. He passed when I was 10. So in my high school, when I graduated, latter part of high school, it was everything was disrupted. I ended up moving from Texas to Colorado. It was very culture shock. Like it was a lot of things. You can imagine unpacking that, being a 15, 16-year-old girl moving to Colorado from Texas. So I was trying to make my mark in this new high school, meet these new friends, and friends wasn't friending. I'm like, my daddy said I can do whatever I want to do. Like, so I could be who I want to be. When I moved there, I didn't think I would be on the cheer squad. I didn't think I would do anything. I was just, let's hit the books and let's get back to Texas. But I ended up like having the time of my life in Colorado just because I gave myself an opportunity to do anything I wanted to do. I started taking college level classes in high school. It was just like such a great experience to feel you can do whatever you want to do. So earlier in the interview, when you were asking me like, what if they come to you and they're like, I really feel like people can do whatever they want to do, but don't tell me you want to do it if you're not going to do the work. You know what I mean? Like that's even for myself. I hear my dad say, "Oh, you say you wanted to do this, you want to build that. Are you doing the work?" And when we talk about how we collaborated, we already know Dave and Donnie, they don't take anything. And seeing them and seeing like their whole brand and what they stand for, I love it. It's like, let's move. So I would tell adolescents, trust your gut and move. That's it.
Man, that was powerful. I wonder if I can find another one of those questions. Now, let me quit. No, that was good. No, appreciate that because I think you speak to, and one of the things that I feel like we need to take more heed to and be more aware of the power that we have in the leadership and development of our households. Like you just gave a wonderful story about having a strong father that has a strong message, a memorable message. Like, I try to tell my kids the same thing, you can do what it is that you want to do, and you know that you have our support. We're going to try to guide you into the direction that is so invaluable to be able to have that strong background, strong enough, is for sure to be able to put that level of will into you, man. So that was incredible. So last thing I want to say, unless you want to, we can definitely extend the conversation forward. But do you have any just financial tips? And I don't know if do you necessarily delve into finances specifically with the client, but when you're talking about a new business owner and how they're managing their funds, what are some just principal financial information or tips that you would give to somebody about the financial side of opening a new business?
So on the finance side, I would say this is where we don't cut corners. If we are not the expert, we are going to invest in the expert. So whether that is partnering with someone who's going to run your bookkeeping services for you, whether that's getting QuickBooks, Rocket Money, using these apps that are available. A lot of them are today, you can get them low cost monthly, right? You just pay whatever. Um, so my tip for managing like ongoing is to get a software or to get a bookkeeper or an accountant, someone that can do that if that's not your love language. What I do, like as far as business plans, I do financials and I do financial projections, but I don't like doing day-to-day finances. So I'm not going to be able to be your bookkeeper. Not that I can't, but it's going back to that zone of genius and zone of excellence. Like I just can't operate there because even though I'm good at it, even though it's going to provide what my client needs, it's going to drain me, and I want to keep my energy for the things I enjoy doing.
Man, no, yeah, this is something that I feel, and I'm glad you led with, let's not cut corners here, because I feel like that's one of the things that most businesses cut corners on. That most businesses kind of, you mentioned like, hey, it just gets started. They'll get started, and that'll keep getting pushed off, pushed down the road, and not tended to. So, because that's very important, especially if we want to play a high stakes game, we got to have the paperwork in place, because they're upping their efforts in being able to critique our ways of doing so in the form of an audit being more blatant.
Right.
But yeah, no, I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I hope that you've feel like you've provided a tremendous amount of value, because I think you have very, very, very rich conversation about starting a business. For those of you out here who missed, I think to her, maybe not her benefit, she just kind of gave up all the game a little bit in the pod. But I definitely would encourage you, if you want to take yourself to the next level, I would reach out to someone just like Janie, if not her. It sounds like if you have a focus of wanting to try to create your LLC, if you have a focus of needing consulting or business plan creation, sounds like she's your lady. And do us a favor, can you please tell us all the avenues in which we can connect with you if we want to do business with you?
Sure. So I am Janie Johnson at Real Power Consulting on Instagram, just Power Consulting on Facebook, and my website, www.power-consulting.org. You can get connected with me there. Anyone who just maybe they think they want to work with me, but they're not sure, I have a very short form that they can just tell me what they need, and we can go from there.
Awesome. Well, there you have it, TPE fam. We have just had another incredible conversation that was geared towards helping you pivot into your next. And so I'm so grateful for having Janie on air with us today. I think she delivered a tremendous amount of value. I know if not for you all, at least I'm walking away with something from this conversation that I think I can apply into my business and help other people, if they need it, steer them towards somebody who I feel like can help them get off the ground and get their affairs in order at minimum when it comes down to their business. Thank you so much for pouring into us today, Janie. We're definitely going to be a much better business men and women because of this. And until next time, TPE family, peace.
Thank you.
Where's my love, where's my love,
What's up and what's happening, TPE fam? We're back with another amazing episode of the Pivot Experience, where we're all about taking you from where you currently are to your next. I've had the opportunity to do some pretty cool things in my lifetime, but I never would have thought I would have someone who is, I don't know the proper term of saying this, across the water. Somebody's from out of the country. To be specific, he is from Australia. I had the opportunity to do his podcast that released back in April, the Principles of Hospitality podcast. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go to Instagram, type in Principles of Hospitality. This gentleman's podcast should come up. I've enjoyed this content for quite some time now. I really appreciate him showing me a great amount of hospitality by allowing me coming on his platform, and I'm going to try to do my best to match and come close to what he is done. And here we go. We are welcoming Sean from the Principles of Hospitality podcast onto the TPE. How are you doing, Sean?
Hey, Alex. I'm great, man. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
For sure, for sure. No, I think when we agreed to do your show, you brought up the prospect of doing mine, and that didn't even cross my mind, to be honest with you. I wasn't even thinking about bringing on your show. I didn't think I had, well, you being on my show, because I know if you would agree to it, but you're the one that brought it up, and I'm really appreciative of the friendship. I think we are fostering a relationship, a long distance relationship, as it relates to just the content that you're producing, the impact that you're having on the landscape of hospitality in Australia, what we're doing here in the United States as far as just the number one I work with as operating partner for Chick-fil-A, and then the outside things that I do that push leadership development and really just speak to things that you're passionate about as well, man. So for those of us who don't know you, in a nutshell, could you explain, one, who is Sean? What are your interests and passions, and two, what brought you to hospitality?
Great question. Thank you so much for having me on your show. I think the one thing that definitely connects us is the hospitality industry, and that's what always connects people, no matter how far or close they are together. I've been fortunate to be in the hospitality industry for just over 25 years now, so I'm lucky to be in my early 40s. The reason I really joined it was I've always had an appreciation for food and really loved to cook for people, have always been deeply empathetic, and just loved the idea of making a product for someone and seeing their excitement about it. So started pretty early on when I was 16 in the baking industry, and learned to be a baker quite early on. And then owned bakeries early on in my career from the age of sort of 21 to my late 20s, and then started to work in a lot of QSR restaurants, fast food restaurants at that stage, and sort of learn the craft of fast service, and a bit like what you do, Alex, but just in a not as amplified format as Chick-fil-A. And then worked in a lot of different sort of independent venues, where they be cafes, salad bars, desserts, fine dining sort of stuff. I've been fortunate enough to be up and around a lot of different brands for my career. The podcast Principle of Hospitality, as you said, that's been going the last 6 years under a couple of different names, and we've had it under Principle of Hospitality for the last couple of years now. We're about 250 episodes in, so really fortunate to have those conversations over the last 6 years. And we talk to people in the industry about the industry, really around leadership, innovation, technology, management, a whole lot of different things. And we're leading into different conversations now, which is fantastic. And I have a consulting brand as well called Open Pantry Consulting. So we work with hospitality businesses to either start up or scale up, working on basically operations and also training and development of people. So that's kind of where we sit. And I've been really, really fortunate to be in the opportunity, have the opportunity, I should say, to be in the industry for such a long time.
Yeah, man, no, that's incredible. I did not realize you were in the industry for 25 years. You probably said that during our conversation, but they kind of maybe missed me at the time. But I guess I want to kind of sit on something you said toward the back end of your intro, and I just want to kind of talk about the podcast a little bit. And it kind of made me think about one of the first things I wanted to ask you, and that was probably, if you can think about it, what is one of the most memorable guests that you've had on the show, and then what made their story stand out to you? I mean, to say you're 240 episodes in, you've gotta have. This might be hard for you to do, just given the amount of conversation that you have. Like, give me something like either that really was intriguing to you, or wonky, or maybe both. No need to put you on the spot there, sure. but yeah, no, let's yeah. So I'm curious to know, who was that and what was the story?
Yeah, I think, outside of our conversation, Alex, and of course that was episode 239, just to let everyone know if they want to have a listen to that. I always think like the last conversation I had is the most exciting, because it's the most fresh in my mind, and every week that we release a new podcast, I always feel extremely overwhelmed with the fact that we get to have a conversation with someone that's so deep and meaningful at that point in time. So I'm always beneficial and really thankful for that. When I look back on the catalog that we had, I probably look back to episode 131, which we did a couple of years ago now, because we release every Thursday, and that's with a great person that we know really well, with the principal of hospitality team, Leon Kennedy. So after this conversation, he actually became a host about 6 months after. So we've got a couple of different hosts that we use for the podcast. And Leon comes out of a extensive experience in the coffee industry here in Melbourne. And the last sort of 6 months since the podcast has actually happened, he's running a hospitality group, which is independent, and they do a lot of fast casual offers, wine bars. They have their own coffee brand, a very, very normal thing which is happening in Australia at the moment, this diversification of people's hospitality portfolios. And the reason why that was impactful to me was he's just such a great leader. He's such a great conversationalist. He deeply cares about the industry and the people that he leads. And he just has a love for all things hospitality. And the great thing about a podcast, whether it be visual, audio, or both, but especially if it's audio, you can hear someone's warmth and personality through their voice. And that's the real thing I love about podcasting. So if people are going to listen to that one, they'll definitely hear that with that conversation. The other thing was, at that point in time when we recorded that a couple of years ago, probably most of our podcasts sat at sort of the 30-minute to 40-minute bracket. And that podcast with Leon went for 76 minutes, and it could have gone a lot longer than that. But we recorded that. I think we started recording about 9 p.m. at night, and we were sort of just getting tired. And what happened was we sort of just rounded it out, and then he became a host, so we can learn more about his story in time, as well as he interviewed other people in the industry. So that's probably the one that comes to mind the most, Alex.
Oh, awesome, man. No, I think it's in the beauty of podcasting, it's really personal to you, or you can make it personal to you. I've had the opportunity to be able to talk to some people who I felt like, wow, we've had a long relationship already, but to be able to document and record and engage in thoughtful conversation with somebody who you have a lot of respect for, it's just, I think it's remarkable what this platform and how popular it has gotten, has given us the opportunity to be able to do. So I think that's awesome that you have that opportunity, had that opportunity, and have had several other opportunities to be able to replicate what that feeling is. So with all that being said, I would imagine it would make sense that you need to stay on top of what the current trends are. Like, if you're talking to all of these restaurateurs and these people who are focused on about hospitality, I would assume that you wouldn't want to come to the plate totally as a novice as it relates to the craft, right? And so,
Yeah.
how do you stay up to date with dropping episodes every week, with what you do in your consultancy? How do you stay like abreast and aware of the latest trends in hospitality and in your area?
Yeah, I think the podcast actually gives me a lot of information. And when I sit and talk to people about their career or about the brands they're working with, it usually after the podcast it leads to more conversations, right, in which I get to learn more. So the one thing I've done, sort of in this part of my career, Alex, is the ability to listen more than talk. And the more I listen to people about their experiences and what they're seeing within the industry, I find that really helps me with my investigation and my knowledge of the industry for other clients. Of course, there's sort of the normal stuff like the industry publications that happen, a lot of different online resources, and things that we subscribe to get information. There's some great industry conferences which happen here, both in Melbourne and in Sydney, most likely. There's monthly events that we go to for a couple of different brands that have panel discussions or just keynote talks. And obviously social media platforms, right? Like that's how we connected, obviously through Instagram earlier on this year. And we find obviously social media a really good driver for us to understand, especially what people are caring about in the food and beverage scene, and what's really popping. So the one good thing about the Australian market in regards with what comes through as being popular is we can look to America because they're probably about 3 to 6 months ahead, especially on what we see on the West Coast. They're probably about 3 to 6 months ahead of what the trend that we'll see in Australia. So it actually gives us a bit of time to push on a trend if we need to. But those timelines have sort of shortened up the last couple of years, but it's still usually the trend that America is the leader. So we look to the US a lot for inspiration for sure.
So you say that last line with a bit of humor, and I kind of want to I want to kind of poke at that a little bit. So it's because
Sure.
it's sounding like that Australia is starting to catch up in trend. That's what it sounds like you said. At least so it's getting
Yeah.
the gap is getting shorter in terms of catching up with trend. Is it that you feel like it's catching up with trend, or you guys are developing y'all's own trend, like apart from the U.S. or
Yeah, like it's interesting. I think Australian culture is very much to not be as proud of what we're doing as what a culture like America does. The one thing America does really well is be really confident about what they're producing and what they're talking about. The Australian sort of understanding is that we're a bit more laid back. We're a bit more shy in the fact that we don't want to promote what we're doing, and sometimes that means that we're following trends rather than actually at the head of those trends. I definitely think in the coffee industry, especially here in Melbourne and in Sydney, it's like pretty well renowned that it has some of the best coffee roastering and drinking facilities in the world. And it's definitely feedback that we get from people who are from overseas. So I think in regards with amazing coffee bars and cafes, I think we're definitely industry leaders in Australia. But when we look to other things like QSR and fast food, I think definitely America is ahead of the game just by sheer weight of numbers. Like America has close to 10 times the population of Australia, but Australia is the same land size as what America is, right? So just by the opportunity to have more brands and have more creativity in a space like America, it's usually going to be ahead of the trend of what we're seeing here in Australia. But definitely, like if you look at there's an Australian brand that's sitting in America with about 50 odd venues at the moment, and we've had the CEO on the podcast before. It's a brand called Bluestone Lane Coffee, and they're with an Australian vernacular and cuisine type going through their whole brands, and you can sort of see that Australian cafe environment coming through to the US market. So I think those kind of things are above trend with what you would classify as like American kind of culture, because it was born from an Australian CEO. But other than that, like definitely America is still ahead of the game for sure.
So when you talk about coffee and when you compare Australian, and I apologize if I'm minimizing it by just saying coffee, right? I'm not trying to be, yeah, I am not trying to be disrespectful or anything. But when you compare, when I don't drink coffee, so my knowledge around coffee is very limited. I just know I don't drink it, but I know that Starbucks is a big deal here. Like it's a huge deal, and so is Starbucks a big deal in Australia, or B, what would be comparable to Starbucks in Australia, and C, what's the difference between what Starbucks does in your observation and what you guys do in Australia?
Yeah, so I think in most sectors of the market, what doesn't work well is, especially in the coffee industry, is chain-based brands. So Starbucks came here, it would have been probably close to 15 to 20 years ago initially, and they rolled out and they did really poorly, right? And they pretty much closed all their sites, and then they got taken over by new ownership, and then basically revamped, and they've that although they're not sort of in the high street more than anything else, like they're much more in the sort of outer suburban market here in Australia, so they're not sort of in the city centres nearly as much. So they sort of found a place in outer suburbia and a bit, and inner city slightly, but definitely it's not a massive brand here. Everyone knows what Starbucks is, of course, but it's definitely not seen as like a front runner in the coffee scene. So Australians really love an independent brand, and they like things being small rather than things being big for most parts of the hospitality industry. It's a complete flip on what the American culture is like. We sort of back the little guy, we back, the smaller brands more than anything else. And it's a case of like when something gets too big, people become a bit more worried about that, or like, why are you becoming big? Like, you should remain small. It's kind of like the thinking of like, your favorite band and how they release like their first album, right? And then they release their second album, it's not nearly as good, or you think it's not. You want them to remain small. So it's kind of like that analogy with Australian culture with food and hospitality. It's super flip from what happens in the US. But I think that all definitely changes as the population changes. We become a bigger industry.
That is crazy. There's literally a Starbucks everywhere.
Yes.
and we where we live is considered somewhat like a small city, a small town, but just like there's a Starbucks in the Target, there's a Starbucks outside of the Kroger, there's a Starbucks inside of the Kroger, there's just like you can get Starbucks everywhere. It's crazy. Sorry, I digressed. I got a little distracted. Okay, now what would you say? Okay, with the current layout of the economy and how you guys have a high sense of, I guess, local shopping small, which is awesome. Transparently, I would like in our area to be more like that. I mean, we have a lot of great small businesses, a lot of great small entrepreneurs that would do well if they got more support. But everybody usually goes big box, so those smaller guys doesn't get as much opportunity as the bigger guys do. But what are some of the challenges that you guys face in the area of hospitality in Australia right now? And then how do you think? And I think you kind of maybe touched on this already. How do you think it's going to be remedied?
I think the challenges in Australia are very similar to what I'm hearing in the US, right? So we're obviously labor shortages are obviously very challenged. The last 3 years, so much talent, long service talent has left the industry and decided or changed the way they want to work in the industry, so they don't want to work nearly as much as what they used to. Increasing competition here, so as we get smaller brands that start to grow and do really, really well. What we're seeing is a lot more food and beverage establishments be part of like new housing developments or new commercial developments when you have, a different footfall here, which isn't nearly as high as what the US is. It makes it incredibly challenging. And obviously increasing costs. So rental costs, leasing costs are now growing post-pandemic. Obviously wages costs with the fact you've got labor shortages mean you have to pay people more. And obviously supply chain, like the just increases in things, simple things like oil and potatoes and chips and things like that. Like it's just astronomical. We work with a lot of different brands across the sector and just see consistent increases in cost of goods, which is obviously affecting menu pricing, which then affects inflation, right? So there's just a trickle-on effect which happens there. So there's a lot of challenges at the moment. There's a lot of people who are still growing their brand. The one thing which I said before the pandemic is the brands that really stood for something, the ones that really had a point of difference, will be the ones that survived, and the ones that what I call vanilla brands, or the ones that just turn up and do the same burrito or do the same cup of coffee or whatnot, probably won't survive. Like they'll probably struggle to grow. So that's what we're sort of seeing play out now that we're post pandemic and we're on the sort of new trajectory of what food and hospitality is going to be.
And so it's basically the brands and companies that are leaning into their uniqueness and what kind of what they stand for. Is it socially or just their story and values, you think?
Yeah, I think all of the above, Alex. So what we're seeing is a lot more talk about founder-led stories and actually what the brand is about, but also a changing of the guard in who's leading these businesses. And the one good thing that we'll see in the long run about the labor shortages at the moment is that leadership is changing. So it's less people who less because so much talent has left the industry. Now what we're seeing is a lot more diverse ranges of leadership, which was definitely needed in a market like Australia, and that's only going to, in the long run, going to build to better and stronger hospitality industry. So that's what we're sort of starting to see now, but that's just going to take a bit of time. But that's really exciting for me that the hospitality industry and the leadership around it is evolving and changing.
And I think the idea of hospitality is taking on just a different level of appreciation when it comes down. I think COVID has kind of assisted in that thought. People are appreciating the human touch a little bit more because we were being so out of the human touch for that period in time. And it's funny that you kind of equate the changing of the guard in leadership as going to be the boost and the spark, because you're starting to get younger people with the perspective. The people who are spending the dollar now, who's making more of the dollar now, are going to be at the helm in terms of, you know, what we do to make decisions. And so I think that's important, and not only in hospitality and just, you know, multiple phases and facets of life. I think at the core of what we do, and when we talk about hospitality, is usually relegated to food. But when you think about hospitality, it goes so much further than just food. You know, I mean, I think being hospitable, you know, is applicable and should be managed and grown in all areas of your life. I mean, I think things would just be better if we adopted that mindset. But I don't want to go on a tangent. So in your opinion, my man, you know, what makes a business successful from a hospitality standpoint? Like, what in all your conversations, again, you know, just, you know, leaning on all that knowledge that you have, you know, what have you seen in your opinion that drives that success? Are there any like common traits, any common threads or patterns that you see from those businesses that make them successful?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really great question. I think definitely the ones that have a story behind them, right? So how the founders chose to do what they do, and why they're making the decisions they're making around their food and beverage and service. Obviously, brands who have a strong customer focus. Like, we're seeing so much tech come into the industry at the moment, which is fantastic, and will lead to the opportunity to balance out the staff shortages that we have. But as you know, like with your role in Chick-fil-A, like the importance of the customer experience and the human interaction like far outweighs any technology. Well-trained and dedicated team, right? So making sure you're onboarding your staff correctly, you're really caring about their training and involvement, will lead to a better customer experience because your employee experience is on point. Always thinking about how you can continuously improve the brand offering, and making sure that you can look after your team. Unique selling proposition, like what is going to make you different? What is going to be that one thing which popped through, which people are going to know about for your brand and signify as being your brand? The ability to be adaptable and flexible. Like, your brand will have to evolve and change over time. Most people will sign 5, 7, 10-year leases. It might still be a cafe. It might still be a QSR venue. It might still be a fast food venue, but it's going to evolve and change to meet customer demand over that period of time. So be adaptable. Make sure you got great employee development programs, and you're really making sure that people stay for a good amount of time in your business, but not too long as well. Like, give them an amount of time they want to stay for that to be a revolutionary with inside your business and change it for the better. And the last thing is like a positive work culture. Culture is so important. I know you know that all too well, Alex, but you know, workplace culture is so subjective in some venues and in hospitality. The one good thing coming out of COVID is I think we're developing a better culture in the hospitality industry, and we've got to push that through, because there's a lot of things which we can do right on the backside of this pandemic, which is so positive for the industry.
No, man, that was, if you missed the boat in school, if you didn't, if you missed it in training, you just gave, I think, a great snapshot of what it means not to run a great business, not just a business of hospitality. Like, if you take those core, those things that you listed out, I'm going to have to go back and listen to this again to make sure that I get it written down, or if I need to document it a little bit better, because the way you put that was very well put. Thank you so much. For the listeners out there, if you did not catch that, rewind 5 minutes back and grab that, because here's the thing. A lot of us believe that if we have a great product, that's all we need. Or if we have the prime location, that's all we need. Or, man, running a great business is a medley of things going well, you know, all at the same time. It can't be January, we're focused on customer service, and that's all you do well, and the product is bad. And then February is about the product, but you can't scale at a level as some of these brands well, not so much in Australia. I guess you guys don't want to scale like super scale, right? But here you don't scale unless you encompass all of those things that my man Sean just listed out. I mean, sure, we can go into great detail about each silo, but those are the silos. The only thing we really didn't talk about, which like I said, may have missed it, is the financial return component. You've got to have, we're not nonprofits, and he didn't touch on that, but everything else, we got about 95% of the pie covered. Thank you so much for that, Sean. That was an incredible response, for real. And so last but certainly not least, man, I want to just kind of pick your brain a little bit, and if you could just peel back the veil. No, you've already opened the curtain. It's not even peeking back the veil. I think I've gotten I take that little zinger out of there. Like, you've kind of kicked the door open. But I will say, what is some advice that you would have for somebody that's just starting out in the hospitality industry, given everything that you know about long-standing businesses? I'm sure you know how they began. What would you tell them to help them get started and then attain success in the field?
Yeah, for sure. I think if you're looking like for your first job or your first role in the hospitality industry, the one great thing about hospitality is it's so broad. Like, you can literally stay in the hospitality industry for your whole career and do many, many different things. But your first start and your first job is like incredibly important. So really research what kind of role that you think you want to do, and more importantly, what kind of brand you want to work for. The benefit in things like social media now is we get such an understanding of what brands stand for. So that's really, use that as your smell test about what kind of brand that you actually want to work in. So when you obviously come into that brand and hopefully you're hired, like, the normal things apply, right? Work hard, listen more than talk, develop communication skills that are really important. The great thing about the hospitality industry is it teaches you so much about soft skills that you can't really learn in many other industries at all. Those soft skills are going to benefit you in so many other forms of your life as well. Maintain a passion for the hospitality industry. Really learn from customers, learn what they're talking to you about. I don't believe that customers come in and want us to have a bad day. Like, just learn from those experiences, because the 99% of people that you serve are going to be good and great. So make sure you learn from those. Always adapt to sort of new situations that are coming through. Always make sure you're seeking mentorship by those above you. Like, there's always going to be a person with inside any business that you're working with, which is a great leader that you can learn from. So make sure you develop that. Learn new skills all the time. Like, the benefit of being in the hospitality industry, as I said, like, you can do so many different things. So make sure you can do different roles within inside the business. And as you get older and you start to learn those management techniques, like, build those industry connections as well. Like, you'll get an opportunity to sit at the table with different people and build those connections and those kind of things that are really going to benefit your projection in the your trajectory into the industry. I've been fortunate, when I was 16 and my first boss, I still talk to now, and I see him as a really important mentor in my career, but also my personal life. Like, make sure you're seeking out those people and you're open to those conversations. If you're starting out and you want to do a business in the hospitality industry, all I'd say is be patient. Like, really think about the venue that you want to open, why you want to open it. As you said before, Alex, like, we're not for profits here. Like, we're here to make money. Like, the benefit of making money in the hospitality industry, the offside of that is that we get to deliver great experiences for people, we get to build community, and we get to change people's lives in different ways. That's the benefit in that. But the first thing we need to do is actually make money so we can do all those things. So making sure you're patient in the space that you actually want to do, and you research deeply before you make decisions, because hospitality is not a cheap game, and you need to make sure you make the right decisions that you can stay in business and you can do all those great things that are so important to hospitality.
Man, thank you so much. I'm sure if anybody's out there who's interested in wanting to open your own restaurant, advance where you currently are. If you're in a partnership, I think Sean has given us a master class. I wonder if I can figure out how to package this and sell it over here. Just
You're welcome.
just kidding. No, man, this is going to go out on all our platforms. Anywhere you can find our content, will in long form and in short form for sure, man. Sean, I can't tell you thank you enough for agreeing to show up here today. And I didn't mention this. I meant to mention this early, and I apologize if I did, if this is redundant. The time difference. I don't know if we talked about that, at least on air. I did not realize that when I told Sean the time that I told him that it was going to be 7:30 a.m. his time. And so I don't know if Sean has family that's sleeping. He's in the corner, maybe trying to make this work. I'm not sure, but I definitely appreciate your time because it was convenient for me. I apologize for that. And if it was inconvenient for you, man, I can't wait till we get a chance to do this again. But before we get out of here, what can we find you? Your website? How can we do business with you if we ever decide have an opportunity to do so?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, thanks, Alex, for having me on the show. Don't worry about the time difference. I'm a former baker, so early mornings are good with me. Definitely either go to principleofhospitality.com. That's where you'll find everything about the podcast, and you can also link into me. Or the consulting part of what we do is openpantryconsulting.com. So those are two places to find me. Really active on LinkedIn, really active on Instagram as well, where we connected as well, Alex. So I'm sure people can find me pretty easily.
Yeah, and check out the episode that I was on. I'm not going to tell you the number. I want you to just look through the different episodes, the different content. Don't just go to the page and come find me and get out of there. Try to get some value, because as you can hear here on this platform, Sean is well versed in what he's talking about. I believe that he understands hospitality, and if COVID didn't teach us anything, is that hey, the food folks are here to stay. Okay, no matter what's going on in the world, the people who produce food and they do it well will always have a home in this economy, this global economy. And so, man, thank you so much, Sean, for pouring into not only our listeners but into me. Definitely appreciate this, the wisdom that you have shared on the platform. And TPE family, if you don't get anything out of this one, I don't know what I'm doing. I might have to hang it up. Anyway, just kidding. Until next time, TPE family, peace.
Great to be sitting here with my boy Alex. We're talking all things hospitality, all things leadership. It's amazing to see what he's doing with the pivot experience and everything he's doing, the leadership boy. I'm Sean DeVries, so I'm from Australia. You'll see me from Melbourne, obviously, here with Principle of Hospitality and Open Pantry Consulting.
What's up and what's happening, TPE fam? We're back with another episode of the Pivot Experience podcast, where our goal is to help leaders pivot into their next. On today's episode, we've got a very special a lineup of content here for you today. Recently, we put out an episode where we had our coaches all together in one centralized location here in the studio, and we had a chance to talk about leading up. That snowballed into a greater conversation where we had the opportunity to bring in our guests that were in the room that day to join in on the conversation. So I'm excited to be able to have a conversation that revolves around leadership and different perspectives on what it means to be a leader. Let's jump into the episode. What's up and what's happening, TPE family? I'll tell you, the blessings just keep flowing. On our previous episode, we were talking about leading up, and we had some special guests in the audience, and those individuals have decided to join us on the show. I am excited about having these people here. They have just as much experience as we do as coaches here at TPE. They've been a part of the world's most caring company for as long as we have. They're leaders in their own rights, and we're going to be talking about advice you would give to a new leader. And so my friend Nayeli is going to kick us off here. And so what would be that advice you would give to a new leader?
So my first advice would be, don't be afraid to make mistakes, especially when they're going like from a trainer to running shifts. I feel like there's a big gap, and it's a lot more stressful than just training someone. So just don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid of like having people judge you. because it takes time to find your own leadership style, how you want to run shift, like what you want to be known for. And so it'll take time. It's just trial and error. You just need experience, and once you have that down, like, you know, you'll be fine.
Yeah, no, and I think that's very good. I think just to add to that, I feel like when you are the leader who's training that individual and you express that you failed too, I think having that vulnerability really opens up the door for that new leader to feel like, hey, I can do this too. Sure, I'm going to mess up along the way, but that was very well put. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I told them that too. I'm like, oh, I've done this, so like, you'll be fine because I've been there.
Yeah.
To kind of make them feel better.
Somebody once said, don't die being a copy when you were born as an original. And so it's like, look for your own style, be who you are. Like, you're not meant to be the person next to you or the person in front of you. Everybody has a style, and like, we have to figure out what that looks like for each and every one of us.
That's real good.
It's interesting that Chick-fil-A's motto lately has been "Stay original."
Yeah.
Because I think that's like in leadership, that's a really good thing to think about. I think we think about it in other areas, but in leadership, I know that there's always that person, and maybe this will be something that one of y'all can answer. Like, there's a person that when you were not a leader, you looked up to, and you're like, man, I really want to lead like so and so, but you're not so and so. You're not that person, and so you do have to find your own voice. You have to find your own way. And I try to with my leaders, like, that are, you know, starting as a team member or, you know, moving into the training program or whatever. I try to say, okay, well, what's that one word that you would want to be known for as a leader? And go ask your peers, like, hey, what are the 3 character traits that define my leadership? And try to find that one thing that kind of stands out and really figure out if that's what you want to be known for as a leader. But I love stay original. I like that enough. I think that's great. Like, and it takes all types. If we were all the same person leading the same organization, it would be a really bad one. Yeah. Even though some of us are really great leaders. Not some of us, all of us. We're all really great leaders. Like, it takes all types. It takes quiet leaders. It takes loud leaders. It takes dynamic leaders. It takes.
Did you put it, Alex, as a loud
leader? Yeah. So it takes all types, but I like to stay original. I think that's really great.
Yeah, and I think just too, not being afraid to pick off what the leaders around you are good at and learn from their great skills to help develop you, you know, as a leader. And just owning your strengths. Like, if you're out of your wave, if you're the organized one, you get your wave organized. Or if you're the people person, you get that wave, you know, all those people you're leading rallied up for your wave. You know, just owning your strengths. I think that's good.
So, Nayeli, I'm going to pick on you a little bit, but we did this assessment as a team, and one of the things they asked us was, like, what's one of your favorite tasks that you do daily? And what did you say it was?
I said checking things off a list.
Checking things off a list. She's like, when I get to check that checklist and check them off.
And submit it.
And submit it, like, it makes me so excited. And what we found out is Nayeli's a process person. And so with that strength, she's been leading our leadership development programs and, like, making sure that we're following it step by step. And that's her strength. Yeah. And that's really great. And so it does take, you know, finding what your strength is and then finding the right fit in the organization for your strength, which is a lot of what we do, Alex, is like looking at our team members and looking at our leaders and saying, okay, what are their strengths and how can their strengths be utilized in the business, so that when I think about this, it's like it goes from all the way from the top to the guest. The guest gets to experience that. And that's not something, she sits behind a desk and, you know, puts in hot schedules things and, you know, make sure that the leader is checking all the boxes. And, you know, and sometimes people are like, well, that's not really making a difference. I'm like, that's making a crazy difference, because they're actually getting trained correctly and they're leading our team, and then our team then gets to care for our guest in such a way that's the same every time, is consistent, because we have somebody like her leading our leadership development programs. So I love that. All right, Roderick, you got something?
Yeah, I would say don't be afraid to lose people. As far as in the workplace, I think as we get more responsibility, you know, our mindset changes and we start to walk differently in a different space in our leadership journey. And a lot of times your peers that were once, you know, close to you in the journey in the workplace, they kind of look at you with a side eye. Oh well, he's changing or he's different. Well, no, I'm not. I'm the same person. I'm just walking in a different place with different responsibilities, so I have to walk with that different mindset. So I just don't be afraid to lose people on the way to the top, you know. So that's mine.
No, and I can't. I mean, I've seen that time and time and time again, where just as leaders start to develop, and I think it's tough. You know, you speaking on just Chick-fil-A specifically, we create this family atmosphere. You create relationships, you create friendships, and a lot of times there's some things that are natural to you that the person above you noticed that, hey, you could be a leader, hey, you could do this, and then they start bringing you along, and in that bringing you along, some of those other people might get left behind, and there's a tension that's created there.
Yeah.
And I think that that's great advice to a new leader, because it's I think you don't want to look a certain way amongst your friends, and this might be wrong to say, but I said, well, who would you rather be frustrated with you? You know, your friends or your superior? Would you, Robert in this case, our operator? Like, who would you rather be frustrated with you? You know, in your performance and what you do? And the answer 99% of the time is, well, I would rather frustrate my friends than frustrate my superior. So it's like, I think that's probably one of the biggest hurdles that most new leaders face, is just that rejection they may get from their peers as they're growing in the process. So no, that was really good, Roger.
And also to add, I think if they really respect you as a friend, they'll appreciate, you know, your different mindset. So I mean, if it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, and hopefully they learn from it. Hopefully they get an opportunity to, you know, through you changing, you know, again, if they respect you, they'll start to go on that journey with you. No, that's excellent.
I think too, just like a lot of our leaders are young, and when I think about young leaders, that I remember, so I used to be a teacher, a high school teacher, and I started teaching when I was 21, and so my very first night of orientation, like I'm in my classroom, like I've set up my classroom, like kids are coming in, and I had multiple parents say, well, where's the teacher?
Wow.
Because I look like a kid. Like I was young. I mean, I hope I still look like a kid, but no, not really. not at close to 40. But, you know, I think that we forget sometimes with leaders, like they're the same age. Sometimes we have a younger leader and an older team member.
Yeah.
And an older team member who's been there a lot longer. And so there's that's a different kind of tension, right? But I think that's great, Roderick, for you to say, because I've had so many leaders come and say, man, it's just so hard. Like, you know, this friend that I have that works on my shift every single night, you know, they don't respect the change. And my response to that is, well, then are they truly your friend? Because I think true friends respect the change, that there is going to have to be change. There is going to have to be, you know, that you're going to have to at some point hold them accountable for something. And that's hard when you're the same age or you're younger and they're older. And so I think that you've got to realize that that's just going to be a thing. But if you want to push your boundaries in leadership, like, you're going to have to let people go at times.
And I think just to help with that is like you being consistent. Because if you act one way when your superior's there, and then when they're gone, you're acting all cool, like kiki, haha, with your friends, like that's going to create an even larger tension with them. But if you're acting the same no matter who's around, then that was like, okay, they're taking this serious. You know, either A, how can I get to where they are, or B, you know, they might distance, you know. But hopefully they'll want to, you inspire them to be where you are, you know, in that leadership role.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's great.
That's real good. Jeremy, you learned you about that.
I was gonna say, kind of segue into what I was gonna say is, to me, the first thing is gaining knowledge. Like, and I'm saying this from where I'm looking back, and I'm like, man, I wish I had done this better. But especially the amount of resources available today, podcasts, books, audiobooks, whatever be your thing, the knowledge that I see people around me that have gained, that's allowed them the capacity to be able to lead up. Like, you only know what you know, and if you don't grow that, you can kind of see a barrier that people can hit. And I think that happens what we see in the restaurant with folks that aren't growing and folks that do want to, and they'll pass them up. So I think the first bit of advice is to gain the knowledge. Anything that I'm saying pretty much
throughout the day. Y'all know that when I hear something I like, I'll repeat it over and over and over, and they're like, "You always say that." And I was like, "Well, I heard it and it stuck," you know.
Yeah.
But and to me, the second thing is once you have that, I think you can get in front of the line and you can lead. And when you think about that concept of being the first one to go, you don't know what it's going to be like. You're doing things that it's going to experience something that the people in the back of the line will learn from and they'll benefit. So by you stepping out and leading, the others are going to be better.
Oh, that was fantastic.
You
seem
comfortable.
Comfortable. That's the word I was looking for. That's the theme of this segment of our time together. Is comfortable. It seemed like we all walked in with a little angst and edge, and not everybody's just is fluent. So just to, and again, this is not meant to be long. Unless Nayeli, did you have anything else? No, I got you. Good deal. Thank you so much for your contribution today. So if I hear you correctly, number one, being vulnerable, right? And not being afraid to fail is one bit of advice that we can definitely lean into and lean on. Number two, not being afraid to lose people along the way. Like as our responsibilities change, we become more accountable to what's going on. We are more accountable to our organization than we are to the relationships that we have. And so sometimes people you have to shake the tree. Yeah. Sometimes, and then Jeremy, I like what you said, like just learning, being a sponge essentially is what you said, right? 100%. Trying to absorb as much as you can, learn as much as you can, and feel out, just what's going on here, getting curious. Like, I think that was going to be and then you said it, Dan Cathy said a long time ago, it's like just tinker. Like, do not, and I think we use the word being curious, I said it already. But like tinkering and being curious, I think those are the things that are the separators between the leaders who are just in the middle of the pack and then those who really set themselves apart from what's going on. So no, very rich conversation. Thank you guys so much for getting on mic, getting on camera. I'm gonna say it anyway. It's probably a little bit too much information. But when we met and talked about this very moment very recently. And it was like some of the reactions on the call were like, definitely not going to happen. No way that this is going to happen. I got the affidavit here. This is and look at us now. It's happening. So it happened. It's happened. So thank you all so much for agreeing to be on this episode. I look forward to more. I would love to set up. Roger, you've already been. I would love to talk to you on an individual basis. I feel like we got hours worth of conversation, and I feel like we could figure out hours worth of conversation for us to go. But no,
I want to say one more thing before we finish. But like, if we were to go around the room and say how much leadership experience we have over 100 years. Like, I was doing the math in my head a little bit of leadership experience. And so kind of to piggyback off of what Jeremy said, and you said, like, find a mentor, find somebody better than you, find somebody who's led longer than you, find somebody who you trust in their leadership to really push you to that next level. Because at the end of the day, you won't be your best self and you won't be the leader you were created to be unless you find someone to really, bounce those ideas off of. Hey, like, this is what I'm thinking. What are your thoughts on that? So push yourself to find a mentor. At TPE, we got some mentor coaches. I mean, there's 4 of us right here. But even a friend, like, find a friend who has led longer than you, who has great leading experience, who you like their leadership style. I think that's a key thing. Nayeli and I are very different, and we know that. So you got to find somebody who your style kind of matches theirs so that you can really figure out who you are as a leader and never stop learning. Like 24 years, I'm always pushing myself to learn and grow more and find people who push me. So I think that's key.
No, I think that's very solid information. And I just, for context for you, those of you out there who are listening, sometimes mentorship doesn't come in the form of like a direct relationship with someone. Mm-hmm. I think all of us here have been mentored by Craig Rochelle in one way or another, mm-hmm. or Andy Stanley in one way or another. Like, there's so many different people out there, and the thing that and then this is the last thing for real this time, I think. But I think sometimes new leaders are intimidated because they're looking up to other people who are at different levels. Like, all of us are at different levels in our leadership. For sure. Some are further along than others in certain areas, but you would not have a seat at the table if the people who are above you didn't believe you had something in you that to add value. So appreciate the level that you're at currently, and just know tomorrow you'll be better, and then the next week you'll be better than that, and then the next month you'll be better than that if you continue to do all these things plus what your mentors are telling you to be able to continue to grow. Like we always talk about, leadership is not a destination, it's a journey. And so I think everything that was said here and things that we will continue to say and things we said before all contribute towards you being the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. So man, thank you guys so much for tuning into this bonus episode. Again, thank y'all for being a part of this conversation. I think our peers, and then the ages here represented are not all over the place, not being wild.
The old people, the young people.
I think there's some different generations represented in the room, and I feel like we have something to say to somebody that will help them get over the hump. I mean, I think we know that like leadership is in demand now. You know, the call for leadership, what that looks like, and I think just by us working for what we work at, we have been polished professionals in that regard. So I would love, and that's just my sales pitch to us to be able to do this more often, because I think that even though this was a little bit impromptu, I think it went very well, and if we can figure out how to do this, I think we'll help a lot of people. So I would for real close out on that on that note. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, you can find us on YouTube. Type in @TPE Now, on Instagram @TPE Now. Go to our website www.tpenow.com. You can book a free discovery call to get connected with us a little bit further. If you like the things that you've heard today, and you feel like, man, I want to grow in my leadership, I want to continue to expand who I am, and I want to pivot into our next, myself or Giovanna or Ashley or Neff or anybody that will, I guess, make themselves available, will be able to help you get to that next level. And until next time, TPE family, peace.
Take this, my love, mine.
What's up and what's happening, TPE family? Welcome back to another episode of the Pivot Experience, where we help you pivot into your next. First of all, thank you guys so much for tuning in, whether that's via YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, or Anchor. I definitely appreciate you listening to what we are bringing to the table and bringing to the landscape of leadership development. On today's episode, we have an extraordinary individual who has over 2 decades of Chick-fil-A experience. Now she is managing a multi-unit restaurant system near Houston, Texas, specifically in Baytown, Texas. And we dive into a discussion where we talk about balancing life, pursuing our passion, and really what gets us going on a day-to-day basis. So I definitely hope you guys get a chance to enjoy this conversation, because I know I did, because I believe this individual is currently in a phase of work that is very similar to my own. And so if anything, I really enjoyed the conversation. But I definitely think if you are interested in any level of management, organizational leadership, this conversation is a good one to tune into. So let's dive into the episode.
Take this, my love, mine.
All right, today on the TPE, we have up next Miss Giovanna Roach. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for so much for. I know you're busy. I know you have kids. You've got family. You've got work. You are somebody who I look at as I would consider a peer, in terms of just the tenure of time you've been with Chick-fil-A. And for those of you who don't know, this is a team member of the Chick-fil-A's in Baytown, Texas, and she has been doing this. How long have you been working for Chick-fil-A?
About 20 to 22 years. I had a little break because I taught high school for a little bit. So
okay, well, I mean, just elaborate there. Just tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, I kind of know who you are, but just for those who might not know, who is Miss Roach?
Sure. So I started at Chick-fil-A when I was 16. My boyfriend at the time was working at Chick-fil-A, and so I decided to apply at Chick-fil-A. And back then it was a lot different. But when I was 16, I was hired on. I became a team leader pretty quickly. It was a mall unit, a cook up front mall, which is pretty rare these days. And I loved the business, but I didn't know that that's what I'd be doing long term for sure. And I'm sure, Alex, when you were 14 and started at Chick-fil-A, you did not know that either. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. I think I talked to somebody today, and the original plan for me was mechanical engineering. I said when I was in high school, this high school I went to was an engineering magnet school at the time. The game plan for me was to go build engines in Detroit. Because I like diesel engines and I wanted to design my own. Not necessarily just be the mechanic. I wanted to like full on develop a new combustion system, but that's neither here nor there because we're definitely not doing that now. So,
Right. We build chicken sandwiches and nuggets.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
but I thought that I wanted to be a teacher and a coach. I played high school volleyball. I actually got a scholarship to a school in Mississippi to play college volleyball. So I went and played college volleyball. I would work every single break. That's how I survived. That's how I got money to eat out, gas money, things like that for college. But so I worked Chick-fil-A intermittently all throughout the breaks. And then after I graduated college, I got a teaching job. But the summer before I went to be a teacher, I went back to Chick-fil-A. And that's where I actually fell in love with my husband. We're a Chick-fil-A ship. He actually works for our organization as well. And he was going to work at a new freestander in Pasadena, Texas. And so that's kind of how I stayed committed to Chick-fil-A, is through him. But I went and taught high school and was a coach for about 4 years. And after that, my dad actually had a brain tumor. And so I quit teaching and I wanted to spend more time with my son, who at the time was 3. And so I kind of did that. And then I went back to being a team leader in Pasadena, Texas. And from there, things just grew. And I started working for Taylor, my operator now, who is actually the son of your operator. And correct. Yeah. So I started working for him about 9 years ago, and things have kind of just grown since then. I started out as like a director for him, and then moved all the way up to GM, and then now I'm his operating partner. So run 2 different restaurants, and I've gained a lot of knowledge from Alex as well, just asking him questions from running 2 restaurants for a while, and what does that look like? And we run our organizations a little bit differently, but I think what makes us great, and eventually what can make other Chick-fil-A's really great, is being able to collaborate and work together. Even though our organizations are different, we get to work together to see how we can be better. And so kind of that's where my passion lies. And I think that's why I've stayed with Chick-fil-A for so long. I think one, flexibility. I love business. I love to impact people. I want to make a difference. That was true at Kathy's vision, is, we're in the people business selling chicken. And so that's the one major reason that I've stayed with Chick-fil-A, is because I get to do what I love every single day, and that's work with people.
Okay, so it sounds like to me we've killed 2 birds with 1 stone here. And I don't know if you wanted to. So I guess you've definitely addressed why you still with Chick-fil-A. It's because of the passion, just the overall philosophy of what the brand and what the business represents. And I would imagine that Taylor is a good operator. I've known Taylor for quite some time, and we've had some history. That's a great way of putting it. We've got some history, but I think, from what I can tell in terms of feedback that I've gotten from you, and then just conversations in general with the leaders that you work with, Taylor seems like to be a great guy to work for. So and I guess the one thing I would like for you to maybe just go into a little bit more detail in terms of your real thought process behind what makes you get up and get after it every day. I know sometimes I definitely know that the love for what you do and that passion is there, but literally though, when you couple your personal life and you couple just different things that may take away your priority, how do you still get up and want to give your best every day?
So I think there's several things behind that, and I tell this to my leaders a lot, is that I don't know if you've heard the saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work another day in your life. And I truly believe that. I had almost every one of our Christmas parties. We just had our Christmas party this last Sunday. And my thanks to Taylor is, thank you for allowing me to do what I love. Because I think if you absolutely do what you love, you don't wake up dreading it. Now, there are rough days. There are some really rough days when you have to fire people you love. Like that is really, really tough. But I think when you're working in your sweet spot and ultimately what God's called you to do, then that's what causes you to want to get up and keep doing it every day. I actually even had a leader recently that's working for us. He wants to go into LDP, and he was kind of in a rough spot recently, and he had tears in his eyes in the office, and he asked me that exact question. He said, "How do you keep doing this every single day?" And I told him, I said, "Love for people." And that looks very different daily. Some days my love for people drives me to do things that are really, really hard. And some days my love for people is fun, exciting, getting to see your team members be successful. And I think that's kind of the bigger thing. And I was just coaching a director recently of like, what does success look like? Success isn't always numbers driven. And if you realize that as a leader, I think you're going to be a more successful leader. So for me, when I think about success in my role, I see like a team member who didn't have a car, now they're able to afford a car. That looks like success for me. Because ultimately, if my team is successful, my guests are going to feel that. And that's what truly caring looks like, I think. And that's what being the world's most caring company, that's what Chick-fil-A is about, and that's what we're about. So that's what drives me to really, really get up is in the morning and do what I love, is that I get to see people be successful, and I have a passion for people, and I know that I'm doing what God called me to do.
That's awesome. And, we talk about in our organization a lot, if you work on the person inadvertently, like inevitably, they're going to be a better teammate, a better employee. So now that's rich, and I definitely can understand on when you say success looks different every day. And then what a lot of people don't understand is you're in charge of a lot of different successes. There's just not a profitability success. There's just not a sales increase success. But there's a lot of things that are really woven into the fabric of what we do that really doesn't speak to a number directly. And I think that kind of brings me into the next thing I want to ask you is just like, what is your contribution to the workplace culture? Because I think what you're talking about when you say those other successes, the ones that are not tangible, the ones that are not numbers based, I think you speak more to what the culture is. And so can you speak to what your role is in culture, and then how do you think you contribute to that?
So I think the big way that I contribute to that is casting the vision for what I want the culture to look like. So in any business, there's the critical success factors of a business. The vision piece is that first puzzle piece. That's that middle piece. And ultimately, one of the reasons I really love Taylor is he lets me be part of casting that vision. So it's not just the owner operator casting the vision. It's me, Giovanna Roach, casting the vision, and it's my executive team who gets to cast part of that vision. And I think we've really worked on the last couple of years, like identifying what we want to stand for, and that integrating that into our leadership team and really living that out every single day is the most important thing that we can do. So I think I would say probably the two most important core values that we have at Chick-fil-A Baytown is excellence and growth. Those are the top probably two things we value. And I was talking to a leader actually today. I was training one of our team leaders who wants to be a director, and we were talking about excellence kind of encompassing all of our other core values. And I said, one thing that you've got to really think about is excellence is pursuing distinction. That doesn't mean perfection. And I think sometimes people get those words mixed up of like excellence versus perfection. And I don't think that that's something we'll never achieve perfection, but we can achieve excellence. And so I think my biggest part in that is casting the vision. And then I think the next part that I play in that is knowing the stories of my team members. Because ultimately, if you care deeply about your team, they'll care deeply about your business. And so I try to tell my team members, and one thing that I do is try to connect with each team member on at least one thing. If you like movies, connect with them on that. If you are both math nerds, connect with them on that. Like whatever it is that you're passionate about, somehow find a way to connect with your team members on that. And I think that's something I've really struggled with, Alex. Have you struggled with that in 2 organizations?
Well, when you add the multiplier of the other restaurant, that definitely makes it 10 times harder. And I think that makes you more reliant on you said your executive team, that makes me that much more reliant on the other directors to foster that relationship. Because I think you hit the nail on the head when you said, just find one thing. That used to be my big calling card. Like, hey, I might not know your entire life, because realistically, how effective can I be knowing 200 people's entire story? But I can be really effective if I said, hey, I at least know one thing that you're interested in, and I'm interested in that too. And so at that point, I can have a genuine, in-depth conversation. If you like Marvel movies, let's go at it. If you like, you just said engineering, mechanics, cars, sports. I use sports a lot, and that usually resonates with a lot of the team members. And so it's like you try to find that single thread of connectivity, because realistically, you realize you can't do all of it with everybody. I think we went to something recently, and I don't know if you guys went a few years ago in Lake Charles, and they brought in a speaker, and they said you truly are only effective with 7 people. Like truly effective with 7 people. And so for me, is that, how do I multiply that effectiveness? And I think that goes into leadership development. And I think you may have mentioned that in a few instances during you were talking, that you will kind of steward leadership development in your restaurant. And I assume that adds to the culture. Can you speak to your role in leadership development? And I know this is not exactly on the list of questions, but can you speak to your role in leadership development? Guess kind of briefly, just talk about how important that is to you, how important that is to the organization, and then what's your stance on just keep on deepening the bench, keeping leaders flowing through.
Yeah. Okay. So leadership development, I would say that's pretty much my whole entire job. I don't do much outside of leadership development, because ultimately that empowers my team to run a business. I was telling that leader that I was working with today, I was like, how often am I at the restaurants? I can only be at each restaurant 3 days a week or 2 days a week. So I can't, if I went in today and said, hey, let's do 200 cars, could I make that happen? 100%. But if I'm not there tomorrow, then I won't be able to make that happen. And so sustainability, I think, is a big thing with leadership development, is figuring out, you can't just say, okay, well, what did we do today? You got to think about long term. Okay, how do I create results? And I don't necessarily need to be there to create those results. And so I am really responsible for the director program. So anybody who wants to go from a team leader to a director, I mentor them for about 12 weeks in a director program. And then I would say I have 7 executives that work directly with me. And so I really focus on their development so that they can then develop the leaders around them. We do a lot of leadership development activities. So we just actually, as an organization with 30 from team leader up, read Atomic Habits. And I helped, with the homework and things behind that and fostering conversations around that. But leadership development is pretty much, I would say, what my main role is. And I say consulting too a little bit, making sure that I'm asking the right questions in order to spur thoughts for leaders to come up with the answers. So in leadership development, they have to be the ones coming up with, how they're going to make an impact. It can't be just me telling them consistently. And I think that was a big struggle going from 1 restaurant to 2, is figuring out how to get leaders to see problems and solve them without me always bringing up the problem.
Okay.
So,
All right. That is awesome. So I have a kind of a curveball question to ask you in relation to this. How your role, I mean, I'm assuming, so this might be a 2-part question, maybe not, depending how you ask this first question. Since you guys went multi-unit, had your role in this as being a developer, has that increased since multi-unit? Like, did you share this responsibility before you guys went multi-unit, or has this always been your primary focus, and has this always absorbed the majority of your time?
I would say it's always absorbed a majority of my time, because I think that that's probably my strength. And so I find leaders that have other strengths in my weak areas, and so I work with them in order to, grow our organization. And so, since I think leadership development is probably one of my strengths, I've always done a lot of leadership development. It's just changed. Before, I was able to kind of put my hands in all of the processes. So I would help design or help lead or whatever in all of the processes. And now I'm only able to really affect the director process. And then, like, I want to spend as much time as I can with our directors because they're the ones who are directing and driving change in the restaurant. Does that make sense?
No, it makes
Whereas
perfect sense because so that was a phenomenal answer. So I have a kind of a just I don't know if this is a selfish question or not. This may be more for me than anything else.
All right.
I guess and I guess I'm a big emotional intelligence, emotional like vibey person, right? I kind of because in this role, who really is the most authentic with you, being that they understand that you kind of make the shots, you kind of make the decisions, you have an impact on their employment. You have the authority to say, hey, you make sure she gets some more hours, or he gets more hours, or in reverse the other way. So with you spending as much time as you do in development, and with you spending as much time as you are in this different role where people may not see you as much as they used to, what is the general atmosphere or feeling? And let's just be honest here. Like how no, and I don't want the scripted answer. I want the real, like, what is your reception in terms of how you feel the team sees you? Have you had to maybe repair relationships? Were some relationships not as strong as you thought they were? When you started kind of having to divide your time, did you start to see different traits from people? I'm just curious because that's one of the things I feel like if I was to be transparent, with the volume that we're at, with the depth of leadership that we have, I tend to feel like, again, some days you feel like, man, I wish I would have spent some more time with this person, but I couldn't because I had to go do this or do that. And then the temperament on the team, like, now I'm assuming it's you, then you have a person in each restaurant that kind of, that you mainly deal with. And then sometimes those individuals are going like, well, I'm running it. What's your role? So it's just, I'm sorry, what is your take on that? What feedback do you have? What have you seen so far in this newer role that you have?
Okay. So completely transparent. That's what you want. You want real authentic. It's been difficult. I think that, before, when we were all in one restaurant seeing each other every single day, I think one thing that I've realized, I was able to make a deeper impact on our team members. And so one thing that we're looking at doing right now is like having a growth path for every single team member, especially all of our full-time ones, our full-time team members, because they're there every single day. And we want, like, that's part of our employer brand statement, that we're going to help our team members achieve their dreams. And so if we don't even know their dreams, how can we help them achieve them? But that's been difficult because one of my GMs, he was like, well, that's just not really that possible. That's just, and I had a conversation with him recently about a team member, and I told him, I said, I feel like we're not living up to our end of that bargain because this team member is coming in. We can tell that they're miserable. And I only see them 2 days a week. So I know, like, I'm not seeing them 5 days a week. What?
I want to interject there. Okay. And I know the dynamics of your GMs. You might have one near you, and then the relationship of the other one is that sticky too, right? And so the question is, and I want to speak to this specific example. When you said to that GM, hey, that team member looks miserable, transparently, how did that GM take it, given that you've only seen that person 2 days? You like the GM is seeing them every day. They're seeing what they're performing every day. They're seeing their good days. They're seeing their bad days. And then you come along, Miss Ma'am, and say, "Hey, I'm just," because here's the deal. I deal with it. This is the reality of this level of leadership I deal with. I come in and it might just be for 5-10 minutes, and again, I am heavy in emotional, like, hey, what that's off over there, or they're not as chipper as they usually are. And so when you recognize that and you point it out, how do those figureheads take it initially? Maybe after you talk them through it, talk them off a ledge maybe, but how do they take it?
Well, in this specific instance, he told me, you're right. And I said, ultimately, I said, like, I had a sit down conversation with that team member. I said, hey, you look miserable. Like, this team member filled out our scholarship application. She's 24, wants to go back to school. Like, there's some things going on. I figured out those things, but I'm like, why did it take me sitting down with her, which I can't do with every team member anymore? And I think that's the difficult part. Is what I realized was I was doing that with every team member, and that's not realistic. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. But here's the deal, though. Here's the catch, right? So you realize what you offered to the team in your while being there. Which would you agree that the team needs that, right? Your team needs somebody, whether it's you or not, that's going to step up and say, hey man, I'm interested in you, I'm interested in your success. And you know what, it looks like you're having an off day, it doesn't look like you're walking in the path that is that correlates with your success, right? But now that your time is divided, you don't have the opportunity to be able to see those opportunities as often. And then now, hold on, wait, here's the deal. You're what, 12 months in, just about, right? Just about. So you might start recognizing some things, 6, 7, 8 months out, and your GMs are working hard. They're working hard. They're controlling the business. They're running the business. And now Giovanna has gotten a wild hair and said, hey, we're not doing this well enough. How is that tension? And I don't even want to call it tension. It might not be tension. I could be imagining things. But how is that interaction? Because, and I know it's not exclusive to this one situation. There's probably several situations that happen in a restaurant where you have some people that you trust. I think there's mutual trust, there's mutual respect there. And then you might not be there with boots on the ground as often as they are in the individual restaurants. But then you levy your opinion, or you levy your thought process on that. How is that engagement between you and those individuals given that context?
I mean, I would say sometimes rough. And I think that's where, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. So just so you know, Alex is speaking that my husband is one of the GMs, and Neff is my other GM, and he's been with me since he was 16 years old. And so he's 25 now. So we've been together 9 years. So we have a lot of history. There is a lot of history on both of my GM's ends, which can be a blessing and a curse. A blessing in the sense of we know that we love each other, we care about each other, we want each other to be successful. But then on the other side of that, they know me really well and I know them really well. And I know the things that are going to drive them crazy. And I drive them crazy a lot because I want to create change. I want us to see us to see us be better. And that can create a lot of friction. And to be 100% transparent, Alex, I had to have a conversation with Taylor and each one of them 2 months ago because I'm driving them nuts and they're driving me nuts. And we had to have that conversation of like, okay, how do we do this, but maybe not drive each other so crazy? And I think the realization that we came to is like, for me, the way I handle conflict is I get sometimes, because I'm so passionate about whatever it is, I can be emotional and not like cry emotional in the sense of maybe the words that I used aren't the best. And so because I know them both so well, I can say, hey, that was terrible. When in reality, that's not a good way to put what actually happened.
Well, can I interject there? I think the rub is, and please correct me if I'm wrong in this. Right. So I'm going to assume you assume the second highest stakeholder in the restaurant, right? Right. I mean, there's Taylor and then there's you, right? And then now you're entrusted to partner with casting vision to your restaurants. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the clientele and customer base at one restaurant is different from the clientele and customer base from another, right?
It's almost like your stores, because we have one that's a community store and one's a highway store. So
Right,
yes.
right. And then to further go up, let's go down the rabbit hole a little bit further on that. So you've got one type of team, and then you've got another type of team, right? And both team have had to probably, in your most objective opinion, have great assets. But one team might be better at something than the other. Just being honest, right? And then if you go a little bit deeper, the leadership teams have some great strengths and some glaring weaknesses. And then when you get to, this is the most uncomfortable thing, when you get to the top of the organization, the GMs, you got one GM who's passionate about X, and then you got one GM that's passionate about Y. And then but your responsibility is to be able to look at those two and balance them out. Where one store might be, this store does a great job with hospitality. However, from a profitability standpoint, they not it. And then another store might be very efficient. They might have the opposite quality. And then it's not like y'all are like cities apart. Everybody's within reach of each other. Everybody's a text away. So if you come in one store focusing on one thing, and then you go to the other store focusing on another, and then those two start to talk to each other, and then let's not even include the personal dynamics that y'all have going on there, right? And then so it's a lot of calamity. And I think the thing is, and for me, I'm gonna be honest with you, my mother says I do this because it's therapeutic, and it is in some sense. But it's the overall rub in trying to satisfy all of those people. Plus, not, and ultimately, you got the, hold on, and this might be, but I might have to edit this out. But then you have the you have the operator who is in the middle of it all, right? Right. So the operator is definitely trying to appeal to you and make sure you have your liberties and your freedoms to be able to advocate on his behalf or her behalf the best that you can. Right. But then there's the subconscious of your GMs and other leadership teams knowing that, hey, yeah, Giovanna's cool. I know Giovanna's the boss, but Taylor really is the operator. And so you got people who may try to walk around Giovanna to get to Taylor, and then, which is fine, well within their right? I mean, who are we to say that you can't do that? Because the way the deal works, you should be able to do that. But it kind of makes your job a little harder when the operator is trying to appeal to the, I don't want to use the word ego, but try to appeal to that person's boosting their confidence or boosting their morale. So it's and I don't even think we're going to get to any resolution other than putting all of these words on the table for us to rant about. But in a serious sense, though, but in a serious sense, I understand. I have that same rub. Go ahead.
Well, and sometimes too, and they remind me of this, one problem at one store, that's just one problem. But then when I'm having one problem at one store and two or three at the other, sometimes there's all these problems and they don't even know about them all. They're like, it's like, when you blow up on your kid, but it was really like the two things before that happened that had nothing to do with your kid that caused you to blow up on your kid, because that was the last straw. Like, this problem, okay, not a big deal, but this problem coupled with these other problems, sometimes the wrong person gets the bad end of the stick because they're just the last one to be the last problem on that day.
And not including your touch and go interactions with team members where they don't have any context of the issues that you're dealing with. But if they ask you a question, you're expected to respond, because you can't unload on them. I mean, you just can't. So it's a lot. I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm hoping as we're talking through this, and again, selfishly hoping, the audience will hear our hearts and understand that we're coming from the best place that we can, and we're doing the best that we can. Right. All right. So I'll get off my soapbox a bit there, and I'll move on to another topic. How do you view the numbers? I know we just said that, your main deal is people. We're in a people business. But the way I look at the numbers is that the better we manage and increase the numbers is the better opportunity we have to do business with more people, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if our true intent is to help grow people and help people find their purpose, I'm sure we want to be able to do that with the people that we have currently, and we want to grow that ability.
Right.
And so when I look at the numbers and how I couple the numbers into what we do from an organizational standpoint, that's one of my leading thoughts. So what is your mindset around leveraging the numbers in your business, and just, what successes have you seen doing that?
Okay. So I would say people is my number one priority. However, business have to be profitable. So at the end of the day, if you're running a business and it's not profitable, then you're not doing a very good job running a business. So I would say one of the things, Alex, that I wanted to share, because trying to figure out how to leverage all of the numbers, right? So especially in Chick-fil-A, there is a billion reports that you can look at. And interestingly enough, sometimes they say the same thing but differently. And so one report might tell you one thing and another report might tell you something else. And so I think all that data can sometimes get confusing. And so one thing that I did this year, which was an idea from one of my executives, was to have a scorecard for each executive. And the numbers that we said were important in that area of the business are what they report on each week. And so every Monday night or Tuesday morning, they have to submit it by Monday at 5. And every Monday night or Tuesday morning, I read their scorecards and then I put notes in, and they're supposed to go in and answer those notes by the end of the next day so that we can all be on the same page. And that actually saves me from having to look at report after report after report after report after report. And then that's how we bring our business together and like what matters. So for example, marketing this last year, we were really focused on percentage of transactions our Chick-fil-A won. And so we really wanted to try to hit 40%. So that's one of the things on my marketing scorecard that she reports on. And then she also puts things that could have affected those numbers, whether it was a marketing giveaway or, hey, we sent out a reward to X, Y, or Z people, or whatever to affect those numbers. And so, I look at business metrics every day, every hour, every week. But the business metrics that matter to us most, those are the things that my executive team is reporting on. And the GMs, their scorecard is a little bit more extensive because they're looking at a lot of different things: speed of service, order accuracy, OSAT, whatever metrics you set your business around, they're reporting on those things each week. But that's really the other side of my job. When I said the consulting side, that's where I'm looking at the numbers, and then we're trying to figure out how to make those numbers better and who needs to know what information and how. I think that's another key thing, when looking at numbers. So I really do, like, the numbers don't lie. At the end of the day, the numbers do not lie. So even when I go to a GM and I'm like, hey, your speed of service has been up at night, what's going on with that? They're like, well, hasn't really been that bad. I'm like, okay, well, look at your scorecard. Go back the last 4 weeks and see what has changed to cause that number to not be where we want it to be. And sometimes it's even just bringing it up. I went to a director meeting for Garth Road this last week, and we're actually talking about dinner SOS. And I just said, okay, guys, what's our speed of service goal? They told me what our speed of service goal was. I said, okay, why are we not hitting that for dinner day part? And we have a director there from 8 to 8 every day. And they were like, and I said, so then they started telling me, well, we really think we need one more kitchen person. Here's what our check average has been. So they're taking all the numbers. They know the numbers. And I said, okay, why didn't you communicate that to Neff, who's the scheduler? And they were like, I don't know. And I'm like, so y'all just going to keep, definition of insanity, keep doing what you were doing over and over again and getting the same result. And they were like, okay. And I said, okay, so I want you to set a new goal. Like, you know what our goal is as a restaurant overall average. What do you think they did that night for dinner SOS? Under the goal.
Yeah, they met the goal. And I think sometimes, I guess for me, being in this role, a lot of times I think the leaders don't understand the value in just that level of analysis and bringing it up. You know what I mean? Like, I think sometimes it's lost that, just what you bring to the table as far as that overall analysis, and then that encompassing accountability. where you kind of encompass the accountability of the restaurant as a whole. And I think that was good, man. No, I appreciate your candor when it comes down to how you guys leverage numbers. I like the scorecard idea. That's pretty cool. I think we do something similar to that. It's not exactly a scorecard, but I definitely can that resonates with me just in terms of how you're going about that.
Well, and one of the things, so we met with our financial consultant last week, and one of the biggest things that I took away from that conversation, and he was going over all these numbers and, number after number after number after number. And at the end of the day is he said, what's your story? So I think we need to do a better job. We do a really good job on the scorecard of telling a story, but being able to go back and say, okay, why did we get that result? What was the story behind getting that result? And if you know the story, and it's almost like, on a bank account, having a budget tells your money where to go. Same thing with your story. Your story has told how those numbers came about. So leading and lagging measures, we've been talking a lot about that, is like, you got to focus on the leading measures to get the lagging measures. You can't always just say, okay, well, what was the result? And then at the end of the day, what do you do about it? Well, what are the leading measures to get you that lagging result? And we focus a lot on lagging results as a business. Do you guys do that?
Well, I think for me, it's we do. I'll say we definitely, and overall. And one of the things that I think I was going to say that I think we're just saying the same language here, but just different way of saying it, is that I try to talk to our team about, hey, a lot of the issues that we have, you look at them on the surface, those are symptoms. We need to get to the root as of what is actually driving the result. And I think sometimes the natural impulse is just to throw it on the easiest oh, we're just waiting on kitchen, or we're just we need another person. Well, is it that we need another person, or are you running breaks or prioritizing stocking, or like really kind of peeling back the onion to get to what is the root cause of what's causing the moment of insanity, what's causing that. And I think well, a lot of times is that, and I guess, and I don't know where this resonates with you. Maybe it's not as much because you guys just opened a restaurant, but the fact that you have 20 years of experience, when you approach a situation, the context of the situation is much more apparent to you much quicker, versus someone who's been leading for 3 months, 6 months, a year, where you might have to explain the context. And I think sometimes the rub there is that you take for granted that you have the context comes to you much quicker than it would be someone else that you are coaching or that's coming up through your pipeline. So no, definitely, I definitely understand the hurt there. It not necessarily the hurt, but like the strain in, because I think that's just naturally when you're talking about leaders, and particularly in our caliber of work, like a lot of times this is their first exposure to any type of leadership, and then throw in the fact that it's Chick-fil-A leadership, where there's a ton of excellence to be expected. We kind of really we try not to just be all right. We try to be all right versus just being mediocre. And so when you talk about sometimes the talent that our restaurants attract, in terms of what their background is, what their story is, you're working uphill, and that's working against. And now the beauty of it is you have the experience. You've dealt with a lot of people. You've had the experience in doing that. But sometimes though, I guess for me, it's just being careful to not impose my experience on someone who doesn't have that experience. And it's because it's a revolving door, especially with over the last couple of years, turnover has been high, retention rates have been lower, so you're having to repeat certain things in your business more frequently than you did before. I mean, you just 12 months ago kind of turned over a new team. So, you're in terms of people who have been with you as y'all's current vision has been developing over the last 5-6 years, and your current brand philosophy has been developing. There's people who might still be on your team that's been right there. And then you got somebody who walks in day one on into something that's been brewing for 6 or 7 years. And so, having good systems that kind of help you promote and having good systems that help you get those thoughts across, even though maybe some people might not see those things as important. A lot of times you have leaders who are focused on, that are focused in the operation, that they don't see the value in coaching vision or coaching certain just business foundations, but you still have to hold that mantle and make that important. So
Right.
that's awesome. So I think I know the answer to this question. But I'm gonna ask it anyway. How would you describe your leadership style? Like, what would you say if you were to put a word on it, one or two words or a phrase? What would you call that?
Okay, I wrote down several words for this.
Okay.
The first word I wrote down was intense.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
I
You
think
okay
I
with
well my thing is I'm agreeable to that, and I feel like sometimes to be honest with you, I know I'm intense, but I got to be careful of that because I feel like I burn people out. I feel like I wear them
right?
down. And I think there's seasons for that. When you're
Right.
stretching,
Yeah.
and that's what I've had to come be aware of. And I think those 7 people who I impact the most probably get the worst end of the stick of this because there might be a month where I'm just dialed in, like
Right.
I'm super hammering on something, and then the next month I might just I might come off the gas a little bit because I understand like the morale is starting to do this, and I'm like, hey, well,
Right.
we stretched to the result. We can take some emphasis off
Right.
of it. And they'll say that, hey, you're inconsistent. No, it's not. I'm not being inconsistent. You wouldn't want me to be on a 10
It's
12 months out the year. So
funny that you just said that because Neff's actually listening in and he laughed because that sometimes you're like, that's inconsistent. I'm like, well, if you want me to be this intense 24/7, you're not going to like that. and so I think intense is one of those, but I would say results oriented and growth minded are probably kind of the other words that describe my leadership style. Like I'm always pursuing what's next, what's better. And I'm not a person who's looking at other restaurants and being like, I want to hit that goal because that store's hitting that goal, or I want to do this because I want us to be the best version of ourselves. And so that can be frustrating for our leaders because I'm not a great celebrator. And that's something I'm working on, is because they're constantly like, well, we're at a 1 at food safety at both stores. We got 95, 98, whatever Deloitte score. Like all these things are so great. And they're like, but so when they bring me something, they're like, hey, we got a 1. And I'm like, okay, great. Are we a 1 every day? Like, are we living up to that 1? And that it can be frustrating to them. And so I'm working on being a better, like, okay, let me stop and celebrate. But then tomorrow I'm going to ask them questions about, hey, we missed, sanitizer concentration. And we still at 1, but we missed sanitizer. So tell me about that. Tell me what's going on with that. So I would say I'm always wanting to pursue what's next, and that can be super frustrating. I think that goes along with intense. But I also tell them, I say, that's why I'm in this role, is because it takes somebody pursuing what's next to be in this role. And if I wasn't pursuing what's next, then they should get worried, because then I'm like, okay, well, we've kind of hit our max at that point. And if I ever stop saying, hey, what's next? What's next? What's next? You should start to get worried that I feel like you might have hit your capacity as a leader. So I would say that's probably what describes my leadership best.
yeah, I think I get flack for that because it's hey, whoop de doo, we did 200 cars from 12 to 1. The record's this. Are we doing that every day? Are we approaching that? Are we currently even approaching that? And I think sometimes I don't know if you remember back in the day they used to have the acronym, the SERVE model. We still use this as a part of our leadership development curriculum, and like that reinvent continuously, like that to me is synonymous to all pursuing what's next. I know that's the correct terminology these days, pursuing what's next. But I think about it in the context of just how do we continue to be fresh? How do we continue to reinvent what we do? Yes, yesterday was great, but how do we reinvent what we did yesterday, today, to serve that guest better, to serve a better product, to be safer, to be all the different things that exist in the business. And I think sometimes what we're not say warring against, because that's a bold word, but what we're kind of up against sometimes is I think the majority of people don't understand what it takes to be excellent. And and I'm talking about excellence is not a singular event. It is a perpetual event that happens across multiple things. And, and I tell people all the time, I said, one of the most reliable things in your life right now is that iPhone, right? That when you pull it out your pocket, you expect that every time it's going to turn on. I'll be able to go to my applications and they work well. Like, that's excellence. You don't even appreciate or understand it. And I know that might be a very a minor example of what that looks like. But then just kind of building off of that is one of the things that I try to do. Not just that example, but just I use multiple ones. But it's hard. It's particularly the brand that we serve. We're a global, nationally recognized brand for excellence. Essentially, they don't outright say it. They use all the other words to make it sound good, but it's really what it boils down to is just we're excellent in what we set out to do. And I think it's tough when and I can't say my life exactly mirrors this, but when you don't live a life that promotes that personally, and then you try to come to work and then put yourself in an environment with multiple people, multiple personalities, and make that happen. And so, but I think I think you from the outside looking in, I think you do. It seems like you guys are doing a great job with doing that over there in Baytown. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just ask the question. You are spending your time as best you can to serve these businesses, right? And keep the buckets full. How do you prioritize and balance family in doing this? What's your stance on that? What are the transparent hurdles? What are the hard things that you are encountering while trying to build these businesses in the responsibility that you have?
Gotcha. So I think this is probably the number one topic in the world today is life balance. How do we, and especially post COVID or whatever world we're living in now, they call it post COVID, but how do you, I think a lot of people came to a realization and they had, the great resignation and quiet quitting, meaning, only doing the bare minimum to keep your job. People are looking for life balance more than they ever have. And I don't believe in the word. So I watched this Patrick Lencioni podcast one time, and he kind of took the phrase work-life balance and said that doesn't exist. People are trying to do something that doesn't exist. And he said, so the word that he uses is life balance. And so that's something that I actually had our leadership team listen to that. And I don't think I do a great job of this. I think I'm working on it and I'm figuring it out. So a picture in my life, my husband's the GM of the newest restaurant. So we've had a pretty full year is what I would say. We also have two boys. One is 14. He's a freshman. And then the other one is 7. So we are in two worlds of parenting, I would also say as well, parenting a teenager and also a 7-year-old.
That's a fact. You are probably dealing with things that you were not even ready for. I mean, things that you knew that were there, but not your kids, so go ahead.
Yeah. So that's a completely different world to live in as well, having two completely different age groups. And I will tell you the last year and a half with my 14-year-old, he's an awesome, awesome kid. But moving into the teenage world is rough. Parenting little kids is way easier. And I even tell people sometimes running a multi-million-dollar business is a lot easier than parenting. So that's been really rough. But I think a lot of the reason that we've had some struggles with him, and they're not big struggles, but is me not being around enough. And running a business, you're pretty much on 24 hours a day. We're open 16 hours a day, from the time we open to the time we shut down. And that takes a lot of focus. And so I think in the past years, especially, so we got told yes to go multi-unit in February, right before COVID hit. And we were supposed to open our new restaurant the next year. Well, that didn't happen. So it was a drug out 2.5-year thing. And so we were kind of in a big waiting game, which was a whole nother struggle. And so I think figuring out life balance has been a big thing. But I think one of the things that I've really worked on this year is taking these 4 areas of my life: spiritually, mentally, physically, and emotionally. How do I make sure all of these buckets are full? And kind of picking one thing in each bucket to make sure that I am hitting those things. And this next year, I've actually set really good goals in order to achieve those things, and not letting work completely control these 4 areas of my life. And so like spiritually having a quiet time every day. I actually have a mentor as well that I eat lunch with once a week. This last year, one of my goals was to meet with at least one person every month. Lachelle Crest, one of an operator, we go to lunch once a month, every single month, and we talk business, we talk life, all kinds of things. And then physically, I'm actually trying to run a half marathon next year. I ran a 5K this last weekend, ran the whole time. So that was really good. So just trying to fill those buckets, because I think filling those 4 buckets will help me live a more balanced life. And I'm really grateful to Taylor for that too, because he is one that promotes us actually having a life outside of work. And I know that Chick-fil-A is all consuming. I'm going to say, if there's one fault that I feel like sometimes working for Chick-fil-A is that it's such a great company that it almost like swallows you, because you just get so excited about the things that you're doing, but you can't let that control your life, because there's more to life than work.
Well, yeah,
So,
and I definitely agree with that, and I appreciate the transparency, and I appreciate you being honest with me on that. And I think it's one of the things that I struggle with. I think to be totally honest, I feel like my family has just gotten accustomed to the role. It's not so much that I've made the compromise. I try. I try to make the time happen when I can, but it's more so that, and I don't want to say if it's sad to say, but they just know, like, okay, if daddy got his phone out, 50-50 chance. He's either on email, he's checking sales, he's talking to somebody, he's, just there's something something level of engagement with the business, and honestly, my attention is not always there when maybe sometimes it should be, in conversation. And I try to, I'm thankful that my wife is understanding of my responsibilities, and she does a very good job of being like, hey, yeah, it's our time now, and I kind of gotta, okay, you're right. Try to snap back and snap out of it. So, like I said, I appreciate that. So it sounds like it's you're just trying to make sure you. I mean, because for me too, I'm trying to make sure I touch on the health component. Because you can't do none of this stuff if you're not here, and and I think that's been one of my biggest struggles. Actually, that's probably one of the first things that goes out of the window. If I'm being honest, like,
right.
I can't see. Yeah, I can't see myself saying, well, I'm gonna hit the gym for an hour or 2 every day, and oh, wait, I gotta help the baby with homework, and then, oh wait, though, we gotta help the older one with, and then, work is growing and growing. We're up 15-20% at both restaurants, and one restaurant's on pace for Symbol, and the other restaurant is not quite on pace for Symbol, but they're doing more volume than the store that's on pace for Symbol. It's a balance, and you understand your obligation to your operator. Super transparently, my operators called me while I was doing this, and it kind of sounded slightly urgent, and then I was like, well, it's not life or death necessarily, so I'm gonna just power through this, and then let the dust settle whenever I get done, and when I make the phone call, and I might edit that out too, but anyway, but I'm
So a couple of suggestions on, I'm going to speak a little bit of like things that I've been working on, but one of the things that I just listened to a podcast was talking about include your kids in your work. So like talk to them about what you're doing. That helps them with growth, but that helps them understand too, like your responsibilities. So them not just like, oh, daddy's always on his phone, or oh, mommy's always on her phone. Sometimes I tell my kids like, hey, let me tell you about the struggle I had at work today. And then they feel more included in what's going on, instead of just like, oh, you're not present. Does that make sense?
No, that makes a lot of sense. I just tend to think now at this point in my life they resent it a little bit. So I can definitely that's a great tip, and I definitely will take that and put that in the arsenal. But I just sometimes I go, my daughter just walks up, you working, and I might not even be working for real. Just seeing me doing something
Right.
on my computer makes this. I don't say she gets triggered, but that's yeah.
No, my son, I was late to pick him up from church like a couple weeks ago, and it was a store related incident. And he said, oh, just work like always. Like they get used to it, but I'm trying to be better, because I don't think that that's what life is all about. And I don't think that just because they're accustomed to it doesn't mean I shouldn't really work hard to get better. Um, so,
That might
I
be the
think
mother. That might be the mother coming out in you. I don't know.
like,
But yeah, yeah. Because I kind of yeah. So no. I totally get that, and like I said, I appreciate that tip. I think that's something I can definitely start leveraging. Just at minimum, exposing them to situations, whether they appreciate the connectivity or not, just exposing them to different life situations and kind of how I handle those things and view those things. I think that would definitely be well worth it.
especially if they're in their teenage world. Like, that's for Jackson. That's one of the things that I was working on some leadership development stuff one day. I was like, hey, you want to listen to this with me? And he was like, I don't want to. I said, no, just come listen. And he listened to the whole podcast that we were working on. And he literally gave me a question. He's like, hey, why don't you put this question on that sheet? And I was like, okay. And like, that made me feel like yes, I have to work. Like, I'm like, that's how you have all of these things. That's how you have this roof over your head. Like, they have to understand that. And they're kids and they don't. But I think, like, work ethic, I learned that from my parents. I watched my parents work to get what they had. And so I'm trying to do the same things, even though for each kid it's different. Trust me on that. Like, some kids, they see it and they're like, oh, great, I want to work like my mom or dad. And some kids, and they see it and they're like, I never want to work a day in my life because my parents look like all they did was work. But I just try to include them a little bit in what I'm doing, so that they don't constantly think, oh, all she ever does is work, which
Well, that makes a ton of sense, and I have to give credit where credit is due. My wife has said this to me several times. Again, I think it's that mother piece that kind of say, hey, include them, and I'm going. They, I don't know if it's my patience. I don't know if it's my
me down.
like. I go, yeah, maybe now our oldest, he probably could be, it would resonate more with him in terms of the stuff that we're doing. But the other one's learning letters and words. So I don't know. I kind of might leave that one off the plate for her, but yeah, definitely we can kind of talk to the oldest one. And I guess we've I get nervous and I'll never say, well, these things are gonna last 15 minutes, but we're approaching an hour, and I've definitely enjoyed the time. So I'm gonna forego one of these questions, and I'm going to ask you the last question that I have, and is, if you could start over today, what is one thing you would change?
I would say focus, and goes from the last question, is focus more on me. I always put myself last, so I will empty my tank to make sure everybody else's tanks are full. And I think part of that is being a mom. Like, as I don't know, your wife will probably say, like, she'll do everything for you guys before she thinks about herself. But ultimately, kind of like you said with the physical, like, if I don't have this body, then I can't do anything. So I think I would focus more on myself and really shaping my personal growth. I think also too, I really wish I would have found a mentor early in life. Like, that wasn't a thing back then, though. I will say that we just worked. Like, that's just what we did. But I think I would have tried to find somebody to mentor me that was older. I always tell my leaders, even though I'm intense and I push them, I'm like, man, if I were where you're at 25, like, that would have been, it's taken me 38 years to get there, because I didn't have anybody that really just told me, like, hey, you can do this, or hey, you can be this, or hey, push yourself a little bit this, or hey, read this book, or hey, does that make sense? Like, I really would have wanted to find a mentor and really push myself to grow at a faster rate and really focus on me.
Well, I mean, I think that makes perfect sense, and I think the tough part, and this is transparently, and I don't want us to. This might open up a whole nother conversation, but I think one of the toughest things that I've been dealing with right now, to that mentor piece, I think you're the mentor to others now, right? And I think when you were coming through the restaurant, there was nobody in the restaurant like you. Yeah, you had your operator there. Yeah, you had that person to defer to, but now you assume, not definitely don't assume the role of the operator, but you partner with the operator in promoting certain things. And I think now it's different for those people who are in the restaurant because they have somebody there who can do that. For me, when I was coming through the restaurant, like, I became the GM when I was 21.
So for the
Mhm.
longest, I've been okay. There's been the operator, then there's been Robert, then there's been me.
Right.
And then so I've never really had that I've never been able to look up at someone other than Robert. And then Robert, don't get me wrong, Robert's incredible, but you don't. I guess you don't be as candid with your like direct report as you would someone who is your mentor, who you can just kind of like just talk shop with. You know what I mean? And so I think that the beauty of where we are in the restaurant and us still being around to be able to serve that demographic is, I think inadvertently we assume that role, at least in the business sense, of being that mentor figure that we didn't have when we was coming through the restaurants. And I think sometimes that's not recognized by those who are underneath you, because they look at you and go, well, you did everything and you did this, you did that. Well, I didn't have anybody telling me kind of not a whole lot different. It was,
Right.
I was kind of having to plot out my own way. I was having to kind of figure out things on my own, and then just being honestly, one of the things about Chick-fil-A, just being totally transparent. Yeah, we're not in a competition with each other, but I think everyone's trying to be the best version of themselves and being the best in doing that amongst everybody else. Right. Yeah, I'm
Right.
competing against me, but I still want to be the best version of me amongst everyone else. You know what I mean? And so I think, when we used to do grand openings back in the day, when all of us used to do be on the circuit, and you meet other guys, and you meet other people who do similar things that you want to do, it kind of just drove you not to say, hey man, help me out with that. It was more so of a like, oh, that's what y'all are doing. Well, when I go back to my restaurant, we're going to do that and more, and that might have been just immaturity. That probably was actually immaturity. Just calling it what it is, but definitely can agree with you. Just kind of making it more about you and more about what we're doing. Not only from a work standpoint, but from a life standpoint, and from a family and physical and spiritual standpoint as well. But man,
Yeah.
go ahead.
The longer you do it, the more you realize you need it.
Right.
And 21 irrefutable law is like, we're the lid of the business.
Right.
So the lid is here. Your people are never going to go past that.
Right.
And so I think that's where, even like today, like I'm friends with several operators who've been doing this a lot less years. And so they'll call me and be like, hey, what do we do? Hey, what do we do? And I'm like at the point where I feel like that's why I love having a relationship with you, is that like we need somebody who's been doing it a long time to really push us to say, okay, like you're good, but can you be great? And so, yeah. So I think that's super exciting.
Yeah, no, man, I've enjoyed this time together. I know you mentioned that you and Neff were thinking about starting something like this. I would love to be able to be a part of something like that for you guys. I think you've added a ton of value to not only the audience that will potentially be listening to this, but also for myself. Just to, again, I know we share the same struggles from an occupational standpoint, but it's always refreshing just to have the conversation and say, "Hey, are you dealing with that? How are you dealing with that? How does that make you feel? Because I know how it makes me feel, and and then what people don't understand is you're typically alone, like
Right.
not alone. Yeah. Okay, no offense to the people in the room. but you have to, but you're dealing with real time issues, and Taylor may have may left early that day. Then who do you deal with at that point? It stops with you. And so no, man, I think you're doing a good job, and I appreciate your contributions to the platform today, and I would love to be able to do the same for you all. Do you have anything else you would like to say before we officially close out?
No, I'm super excited for whoever listens to this. If anybody who listens to this wants more information, or needs some insight or whatever, I love to do consulting on like I help restaurants here and there. So I'm
Hey now,
willing to partner with anybody.
I like that. I like that. Well, where can they find you on Instagram, or where's your preferred? I would let's say Instagram, and then we'll let the relationship organically grow from there. Where can they find you?
What's funny is my Instagram. I laugh because I never know really what my full name is on Instagram, but you can look up Javonna Roach on Instagram. Why can I not find? I think it's JL Roach 15 is my name.
Okay, and if that's not If
El
that's
Roach.
not, I would say if that's not correct, I might can edit that or put it in there
Yeah.
somewhere on the screen. Like,
It's,
yeah,
it's JL Roach. JL Roach. You can look me up on Instagram.
okay.
But yeah, love to. I. It's just fun because I want to see brands grow. It doesn't even have to be Chick-fil-A. Like I just want to help brands. That's what I'm passionate about is like seeing businesses be more successful. So
Yep. Likewise, I think it sounds like we might need to collaborate on something, but we'll talk. We'll talk one day
okay.
about that. So, no, I appreciate you, Giovanna. Hope you and your family have a great evening.
Yeah.
And till next time.
All right. Thanks, Alex. Bye.
Bye. Wow, this episode has been absolutely amazing. I definitely hope something was said or something that was mentioned that will help you pivot into what your next is, what your next adventure is, what your next move in terms of pursuing your passion, what your next idea is, anything that is you consider as your future self. Hopefully, this conversation helps stoke some ideas or stoke that fire that will help you move closer to whatever that goal is. Again, I would definitely appreciate it if you would like and subscribe. If you're watching this on YouTube, leave us a comment. If you or leave us a rating if you're watching this, or unless I'm rather listening to this on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Any comments or anything that you would like to share with us, please do. You can find me on Instagram at Alex_Seal, and that's Seal SEALE. Again, I definitely appreciate you guys tuning in, and let's continue to pivot together. Until next time, guys, peace.
Take is my love, my